Okay, we is streaming, and let's go over to see if we have connected to the studio. It says that we have. Everybody hit that upvote. We're going to go now to the YouTube channel itself. See if we're there. Hopefully we get an echo. We is streaming. We get that echo. Good. And we get that first upvote. All right, everybody else hit that, and we're going to check into our YouTube, and we've gotten a notification that we are live through the email, and because Google is directly connected to YouTube because Google owns YouTube. All right, and that way I get it on my Gmail, the notification that we're live. Okay. That having been said, we now go to infinite call, and we try to start infinity. Okay. All right. We're making that call. Amazingly, all the information has been retained. All right. Is that my man Aristides? That he went mute. That was interesting. Okay. Yes. Aristides, you all right? Yeah, you went off mute, right? Okay. Well, we heard him for a second. Let's hope he jumps back on the call. Well, he can't jump back on the call. He's well, yeah, he can if somebody else answers. If nobody else answers, there we are. He's back.
Am I here?
Yes, you're here.
I'm
Okay,
here.
let's see if you
All right.
registered. Wait,
All
give
right,
me
sorry.
yes. Oh, do me a favor,
Yeah.
say something else. Yeah.
Something else.
Excellent.
Hopefully I'm registering.
Yes, you're
All right.
registering. Okay, my main man. Hopefully you're doing well. You sound good.
I'm
Right?
doing all right. Yeah.
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 And
Cool.
all right, so everybody interact with us, please. Let us know how you're hearing us. You should be hearing us fine. According to all of the technology, we've got excellent connection. We're registering on the online Oh, T Tank Berry says, "Good evening, brothers. Loud and clear. 100. Excellent. Thank you so much, T Tank Berry. Love you dearly." All right. With that, so you stoked to do the blurb?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, take the
Yeah.
stage.
Where else would I rather be? You know, the whole country's frozen. Every nice island seems owned by some pedophile. You know, where else would I rather be besides here? Yeah.
Yes.
Let me see. Let me
And don't be afraid to cut loose with gossip on that. I have not been
Oh
able
man.
to keep up with the
Yeah.
current.
Well, all right. We can have a little session there first. How about I guess I'll do my job.
Yes, that's best.
I will hit the thumbs up upvote as you should too. Every listener should immediately and mechanically upon arrival. You should do that not just to show your support, but for the sake of the all-powerful algorithm which dictates how likely Douglas is to appear high up in search results and suggested content, etc.
Yes, the term for that would be feed the beast. Feed the beast is the algorithm.
Yeah. Yes. We all know what an algorithm is by now because, such as, your phone listens to you and then suggests ads to you, and all of a sudden the algorithm believes you're this or that, or that that you need penile enlargement products or whatever it is, which I'm sure is a mistake. But, let's not make the mistake here of the algorithm thinking Douglas's content is not popular, especially for the fact that there are those sad few who put the downvote, even though you can't see them on YouTube, they're hidden. They do that possibly in numbers with bots. This might be rectified later, but in the meantime, it skews things down. So important to hit that upvote. To do that and to do all the other YouTube functions, you do need to be signed in. So either sign in, make an account, use a Gmail account that gets you in as is, because it is the same tech overlord, Google, YouTube.
Yes.
So
the same
Gmail
beast.
account,
Yes.
yeah, same beast. So Gmail works, and once you're signed in, you can do all the functions there. Also, once you're signed in, note that your little account thingy or icon or menu is up in the corner. You can make a little icon or avatar. It probably just says your initials. If not, you can look in there. You might see a switch account where if you have more than one Gmail or YouTube account, you can switch between. The cool thing is each one of them can do a separate upvote here. So we do take advantage of that in this form of democracy to vote more than once for Douglas. In fact, I'm going to do that very thing right now and switch to a different different account, or not just account, even if you have one account, you can make sub channels underneath that account that are normally used for partitioning different content. You don't have to put anything in them. You can basically make a couple dubbing channels, switch real quick, do extra upvotes, make sure to switch back to your normal one you wish to interact with, if you're going to interact, which hopefully you will.
Thank you.
So you can do that there.
By the way,
also
again, this is Dietrich democracy, Dietrichonic democracy.
Yes, right. Yeah, we have to use the buzzwords. Right. The Douglas Dietrich democracy, you can vote more than once.
That's right.
So do that. Probably the only place where your vote counts. So that doesn't mean don't vote, but probably the only place where it's not the lesser of two evils. Let's put it that way.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyways, while you're in that menu, make sure also where it says restricted mode that is off. That is typically would be for children or for people who just can't stomach adult natured content, which we assume none of the listeners who last very long fit in that category. But you wouldn't want it to accidentally be on because it can be that some of the programs can be automatically flagged and labeled as such. So you might come back, try to listen to something. Oh, where'd it go? Or why did I not get why have I not heard a new program lately? And that could be it. Check that. If you have any friends that are wondering the same, I'll let them know that. To get locked out, being registered as a child. If you are a child, we feel sorry for you. That your parent abandoned you with your device. I don't want to, I assume you could be listening now with that on, but if it gets flagged, anyway, we've gotten into all that before. I don't think your channel is just someone. I think anyone can go to your channel itself, but it's
definitely not. We put up. Actually, it took our man Aristides to explain this to me. I clicked the button permanently that it's supposed to be not for children, yet somehow that doesn't really stop them.
No, there's different levels of it. You could indicate it's content not intended for kids. But that's different than like a hard restriction where they can't access it.
Right.
Right. It won't be. They probably won't suggest it to them when you put that.
We would hope
at all. But it's they're not hard. They're not it's not a hard a hard barrier. It's probably has to do more with the algorithm. They won't post your things alongside kids content. And thank God, because most adults probably aren't even ready for all this. But if you are here, you're special. So the special few here. Anyway, assuming you're logged in there, back to some YouTube stuff real quick. It's not just the upvote you want to hit. It's basically all the buttons except for the thumbs down that you want to try. All should help the algorithm. The share button there should generate a link to the program. You could also take it right out of the browser bar. I used to say that, but I think it's better to click on that because YouTube knows you clicked on that. So also a save thing to favorites clip where you can take a 1-minute clip out, apparently out of the live or replay, which means after the live it turns into a regular video. all that. When it is a replay, you can also, if you're listening to the replay, at least on the PC, you can right click on the window. It's the not usual clicky button. And it'll ask you, do you want to make a link at current time? And that'll send a link. It'll generate a link with the current timestamp to that time, and you can send somebody right to that fascinating topic that's being discussed. So the easier you make it, the more chance of success there.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can do all that. Also, when it's a replay, comments will be enabled below the window. That's different than the live chat on the side. That may replay depending on your device. But comments below are different. They only come on after it's live. So Douglas will always put a comment there, which he may not be able to pin anymore, but it'll be there probably, the only or one of the few comments there. Please like that for similar reasons, because comments that are disliked, thumbs down, and not up may be disappeared by YouTube. So feel free. Well, please, upvote that. Upvote any other positive comments there. Really, any comments. I think if you upvote any comments, like, it doesn't know that the person, not that there are many people slinging shit in the comments, but just upvote everything. It doesn't know. It just wants to see, the algorithm just wants to see upvotes, right? I don't know. At least upvote the positive comments. Feel free to leave one of your own. That probably help more than anything to actually engage the content and not just like it. Actually reply and say something, anything. How do you like the topic? How do you feel today? Etc. Or just to put a wish or prayer into the world. I hope tomorrow I don't have a tummy ache. Anything. So just say something. We don't care what you call us, just call.
Yes,
we kind of
that's right.
So do all that, please, and then possibly more important than all that, does reverse make sense? Do distribute the content, but if you can do more than distribute, then please contribute if at all possible. And the easiest way there would be through PayPal, with the link there right in the chat. That is by far the easiest way. This is your direct or your personal PayPal, where they don't take a bite out of it. We still have to discuss. Plus, sorry about the other day. I got an important call, but
that's okay.
We'll follow up, and we will have to talk offline about
cool.
a InstaPay link where you don't have to be logged into PayPal. With this link, I believe you do, but I believe with your business account, it'd be possible to generate an InstaPay link for anyone where they don't have to be logged in. They can just click it and pay with a credit card, and we'll have to work on that.
Sure.
In the meantime, hopefully you have a PayPal, or you're willing to make one, or you're willing to contact Douglas to discuss alternative payment arrangements. If need be, let's put the email in the chat, right? Doing that. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at email. So if you absolutely can't PayPal, give Douglas a message, let him know that the check is in the mail, so to speak. Hopefully a very large one.
Yes. As large as you can make it.
Yeah, right. Just inherited a bunch of money from your boomer parents, and you want to make a difference. Send Douglas $1,000.
Yeah,
he needs to have surgery. He needs to have surgery. So
that's right. Yeah.
Yes. Also, he needs things like decent stuff to eat and drink.
Thank you. Potable water.
Yes. Right. He's not a beggar. This is actually his job, and unlike most people's job, he has no steady paycheck. He only depends on contributions given to him. Other than that, he will sit in a clammy, unheated crypt
Yes.
without drinkable water,
Yeah.
no heat, nothing, and shitty government food to eat. And so he deserves better than that. If you enjoy the content, then or find any value in it, then you should show that by sending over what you can afford one time, possibly in a recurring payment. You can do that on PayPal, a little bit every month, or however it lets you structure, or maybe every time you get paid, peel off a little bit.
And auto payment, it's the
auto
best.
payment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never set that up, but
Yeah.
it is possible on PayPal. So, given all that, what else? Check out the title there to the program.
Yes.
He
footnotes.
always fills that up.
Yes.
And today we do have footnotes, a little asterisk. They refer, if you look below, you see the beginning of the description. Be sure to click on more or show more and expand that. And the asterisk will refer to various footnotes in there. Either way, footnotes or not, please read the always fascinating bunch of language there regarding the subjects and topics Doug wants to acknowledge or commemorate, or historically or socially or otherwise.
Yes.
Give that a look. It's always fascinating. You'll never see anything else like Dietrich in your life. So there's just so many. We are replete with once in a lifetime experiences here. So do check that out. I think that's about it.
Yes. No, that was
Right?
beautiful.
Yeah.
Always a great start. And your dulcet tones are the perfect intro. We've got great numbers built up because people are just attracted like butterflies to a blossom by your dulcet tones, your golden voice. You've got the golden tongue.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah. And
or maybe it's well, I have to give you most of the credit, but anywho,
well, it's always a great opening. And I want to start by thanking our man, Aristides, who is, of course, our executive producer. He is a material science engineer and possesses a very logical mind. And he came about myself through a convoluted and circuitous route many a year ago, and thank the gods for it. And at any rate, when it comes to other people that we owe credit to, we'll thank them in just a moment. Just to clarify some of the things brought up by Aristides, because obviously it's a very complicated subject, my life, and it's impossible to remember all the details, and I don't expect anyone to do that. Obviously my enemies do, because as Aristides pointed out, I'm the only thing that matters in their pathetic and miserable lives. So yes, every time the show starts, we have automatically multiple downvotes that are fully automated. They're literally Autobots, and they're paid for. Fortunately, the information technology specialist who paid for them, named Stephen Outrim, it basically is so cheap that he gets the cheapest bots, and YouTube ultimately filters them out, but it takes an hour or two. And by that time, they've done their job, which is basically to prevent our show from distributing. The downvotes actually act as an obstacle to distribution. So the more that you have in terms of downvotes, the less the show will be distributed. So just remember, you're in a war, and these people fight breaking every rule. There is no law of war that they abide by. They are chaos cultists. And it's up to you if you are striving against that chaos, if you want your children to have a planet to inherit. These people are apocalypticists, and they want the end of that world, and they believe that that's how they attain a perverse divinity of their own. By destroying God's creation, they render themselves as unto gods. That is the basis of their Edomite belief system. So when it comes to such individuals, the way to fight back, well, it's with your upvotes, and as many of them as you can toss in, because that's how the enemy fights. So set up your own series of channels and provide multiple upvotes. But beyond that, as Aristides would say, if you cannot contribute, you must distribute. Spread the word. Spread the word. Those are the three words that really matter. Spread the word. And I don't care if you write my name and the YouTube channel, which is simply my name, on bathroom walls. Just say Douglas Dietrich YouTube. You can do that in bathroom stalls. I couldn't care less. It's a guerrilla war. You spread the word, and it's your war. You've got to fight it. I can't do it for you. So all that I can do is articulate who the enemy is and what they're doing, and the best that we can do against them in a grand strategic sense. Should I ever attain secular power, then yes, things would be effectively dealt with. Certainly, the reason things aren't effectively dealt with is because, unfortunately, the enemy is in power. We're dealing with an enemy that is already in power. They're personified, embodied by Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. This is the age of Antichrist. And it's manifest in so many self-proclaimed Christians siding with the beast, siding with Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. But they're siding with Vladimir Putin. That's the most heinous. Even more so than Donald Trump. It is so ignorant. It belies their complete and total ignorance of how Vladimir Putin even got into power, which was through the likes of Alexander Dugin. And Alexander Dugin is, of course, a high priest of what is known as Chernobyl. And Chernobyl is, you just think of the word Chernobyl. That's where it comes from. Chernobyl. It's the nuclear anti-god that fought against the gods of Slavdom, the original Slavic pagan deities. Their Satan was Chernobyl, from whence is derived Chernobyl. And Alexander Dugin is an acolyte of Chernobyl. This is, of course, the man who I met with personally behind the Iron Curtain when I was dispatched on behalf of the United States government. Well, actually on behalf of Michael Aquino, who dispatched me on that mission, to rendezvous with him as the Russian resistance at the time. And they were anti-Soviet because they were antithetical to godlessness, because just as Michael Aquino was antithetical to Anton Szandor LaVey as an atheistic Satanist, because he was a theistic and deistic Satanist who believed in the entities and made contract therewith, so did Alexander Dugin. And that was how he brought about Vladimir Putin into power. Now, all too many American Christians truly believe Vladimir Putin is the hope for Christendom. This is the madness of the age of Antichrist. If you want to go down fighting on the right side, and understand that I can tell you what that side is. I do it every episode. As for my own personal situation, it's really not government food that I get, which actually makes it all the more bizarre. It's actually Meals on Wheels, which is semi-sponsored by certain governmental bodies. It works with the help of the city and county of San Francisco and ultimately exists on an international level. For those of you who don't know, Meals on Wheels actually started in the British Commonwealth of English-speaking nations. It wasn't originally an American organization. It was meant to feed people during and after the wars. And it simply became, it's doing what the government should be doing. The government should be feeding people. And don't give me this shit about this libertarian bullshit about, oh, yeah, well, people need to work for their food. Well, certainly I do that here with every transmission. But there's plenty of people out there who don't have my skills to speak. And they certainly are beyond the level of physical work in terms of damage done to their bodies and their minds. Many people are truly homebound. There are people out there who have terminal diseases. The idea of a libertarian is that they should all be getting off their ass and working is, well, you see what happens to the libertarians once they get old and sick themselves. Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand collected Social Security like a fiend. She was on every government assistance program, including Meals on Wheels. So she's the darling of the libertarian movement, the goddess, and the greatest hypocrite on earth. These people make me sick. I'm totally upfront about my situation, and that's because I have to be. The enemy, of course, tries to dox me on everything, but I put it up front before they can. That prevents any scandals. So all that being said, do understand that, as Aristides says, this is my federally recognized job. Federally recognized job. I work on the 250% working disabled program, known as 250% WDP. And that means that I have to work. And indeed, theoretically, until the day I die. And in exchange, I'm eligible for my SSDI, which I paid into all of my life through far more taxes proportionately than anyone, and I mean anyone on Earth has ever paid. I've gone into this before, but in brief, what happened was I took care of my parents for 11 years. I was recognized as a care provider for care recipients in need of 24-hour-a-day care in both cases. In each case, my father and my mother, which meant that I was recognized for working 48 hours a day. I was never paid a cent. All that money that I earned, which was hundreds of thousands of dollars, all went back through to the state of California in order to maintain the program. This was called share of cost. And even though I had to pay union dues, because as a recognized and trained medical care provider, I had to be part of a very large healthcare workers union, the local 250 SEIU, which is now on strike with Kaiser, by the way. And Kaiser is very impacted by a nurses' strike, and that's ongoing right now. That's my union. But even though I paid union dues, nobody could ever relieve me so that I could take a break or go on vacation, because they would have had to pay that share of cost. And since nobody could afford to pay that share of cost, I was left working without vacation for 48 hours a day, as recognized by the United States government and the state of California and the city and county of San Francisco for 11 years without vacation. The end result, without a penny being paid, I had to pay taxes on that. So the federal government was going to put me in prison if I didn't pay all my back taxes. I had to hire a Jewish American attorney to instigate what was called a offer in compromise, where I still paid tens of thousands of dollars. And so proportionately, I paid literally tens of thousands of dollars, ultimately around over $30,000 on money that I was never even paid. So no one, and I mean no one on earth, has proportionately paid more taxes than I. And all of that money went into what is now coming back to me through Social Security disability insurance, because that's just insurance I pay into. It's not Social Security in the sense that people understand it. In fact, it's so different from Social Security that if anyone gets a Social Security check, they're not allowed to work. If they do work, they're breaking federal law, and they're guilty enough at that point of a serious federal crime to be put in a federal prison. That's how different Social Security is. And they cannot, they can play the lottery, and if they win that lottery, they have to declare it. Most of them don't. And as a result, they lose their Social Security, and they have to spend money on legal fees to keep them out of jail. And then they spend all their lottery money, and after that they can't go back on Social Security because they're fraudsters, and they usually kill themselves. By the way, that's an extraordinarily common story. You have no idea how often this happens because it's mostly people on Social Security that have time to play the lottery. And so this happens all the time. In my case, I can play the lottery, and if I win, I can keep doing what I'm doing, and I would be breaking no law whatsoever. That's because what I'm doing is a job. I am working, in essence, for myself at federal behest, and that's the only thing that allows me to receive my SSDI. That's how different the situation is. By the way, it's a very complicated system, obviously. I could never have finagled it without having worked for the government for 10 years of my life. It's only because I was a Department of Defense research librarian that I was able to accomplish what I've accomplished. By the way, heavy snow has collapsed roofs. Video shows multiple roofs giving way across parts of Arkansas as heavy snow piles up. Oh, man. Oh, they all must be owned by George Knight. Yeah, these must be the George Knight homes. Yeah, that's, at any rate, inside joke for those of you who don't know. George Knight was an individual who claimed that his roof was caving in on his daughter and all that shit. Like, he actually wrote an essay about it, which, by the way, Aristides, you did take a screenshot of that, as I did, correct? You took a screenshot of that essay of George Knight's, just like I did.
Perhaps.
Yeah, you did. You did. And Brendan Zoget did as well. So there's 3 of us out there who have that screenshot. And by the way, it is an Irish national holiday. It is Imbolc. It's pronounced Imbolc. And it's also known as CANDLEMAS with a single S. And it's an Irish national holiday, which of course traces back to Ireland's pagan roots. You can read all about it by opening the text in the summary of tonight's show, which is available for you to do right now. At any rate, we're going to give thanks now to wonderful people who support me, which is the entire purpose of my Working Disabled program. I'm required to maintain underemployment, and I'm allowed to earn up to $2,000 a month. Obviously, no one contributes to the point where I've ever earned that, but hopefully they start. They can get to that point so long as you spread the word. Again, it's up to you. We want to thank a number of people I've thanked already, and a number of people who have just contributed since the latest episode. Dennis Edward contributed $5 twice, so she contributed $10. And Matthew Bush contributed $25 and said, "I need your show. Thank you." Douglas Marks contributed $25 and said, "I appreciate you, team leader." We have another individual who contributed $25, and that got very convoluted. No mistake of his. And he's welcome to contribute again. He's welcome to appear in the chat room and speak with us again. And he is a Persian individual who actually contributed, and was at that time we actually had an attack on my account. Very difficult to describe, and it came through the Microsoft system. I could only call it an attack. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever what Microsoft suddenly started demanding, which was my PIN number, which, of course, Microsoft has my PIN number. It's how I get into my fucking computer. So it was, at any rate, let's see now with the PayPal. I'm trying to look this gentleman's name up because he has a very difficult name, and give him his due credit. But having problems finding it. Here we are. This is why I'm in the wrong account. Let's go out of here and transfer into, let's see now. Somehow this account's come up twice. That doesn't make any sense. All right, well, life's full of things like that. Life can get very frustrating when you're producing a show. And by the way, we have been hacked. The last few days, my computer was effectively taken out. So we've done our best to, recoup since that time. Just remember, we are under constant attack, and that's because we provide you a service the enemy doesn't want you to get. And here we are. Let's see now. In terms of this individual, if we can find him, it was 25 United States dollars that he paid, was after Matthew Bush, and I suddenly can't find him in the system. So, let's hope that I can find him at some point. Persian individual, very difficult, complicated name. Not quite sure he even wanted me to say it on air. But he contributed 25 United States dollars. Says he's going to send me a pair of shoes. So, that reminds me. Amy Como purchased myself a $260 pair of shoes. I also look forward to the pair from this Persian individual, and we'll thank him accordingly. Hopefully his name will be on that package. At any rate, we also want to thank Callie Cooter. She contributed 10 United States dollars. She says, "Thank you for speaking the truth, Douglas. I look forward to all of your shows. I've listened for 3+ years. Thank you." Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Keep listening. And by all means, spread the word. It's on you, all of you. And with that, Marcel, Halloween, Marcel Halloween, beautifully spelled name. I love it. It must be real, or it's very creative. 50 United States dollars. Claudia Romberg of Austria contributed half 100 United States dollars. Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother, a Blasian in the heart of New York City. Well, he's no longer on Manhattan. He escaped that, I describe that to foreigners when they want me to describe Manhattan. I say it's a small tribe. What is it? I say it's a small island of warring tribes. That's how you describe Manhattan. A small island of warring tribes. At any rate, Stephen Myers has escaped Manhattan, and he contributed 70 United States dollars. He says, "Funny how they compare the ICE thugs to Nazi Gestapo when they are more of Red Terror, communist Bolsheviks. Seems like they are confusing the masses with this narrative. Or is this what they want to be like in their minds?" Yes, there's that element as well. They're all wannabe Nazis. They would love to have that mystique. But no, they're just Bolsheviks. Exactly as Stephen Myers says. Very astute, my dear brother from another mother. By the way, to all the ladies I've mentioned so far who have contributed, kisses. Kisses to Denise Ever, Callie Cutier, Marcel Halloween, and Claudia Romberg in the Österreich. And, of course, Brooke Hagberg has me on autopay for 100 United States dollars a month. Everyone, please follow her example in every way. And Aaron Tice, our dear friend Aaron Tice, sent 100 United States dollars. Heather Holman sent 100 United States dollars with a message. Thanks for everything you say and do, Heather and Vin. Well, for God's sakes, Vin, stop contributing to the Republicans and, make certain it all goes to me instead. Contributing to the Republicans will not stop them from trying to deport you. I say, not that there's any reason to deport Vin, but he's concerned because, of course, he's got an Asian Indian last name, and he knows it's only a matter of time before, they start in on that minority. The only thing saving them now is that big tech wants them. He himself, of course, thrives on crypto, But contributing to the Republicans doesn't stave them off. That's like feeding a ghoul bits and pieces of your friends and relatives' bodies, hoping that the ghoul won't eat your body in the end. That's not going to stop it. At any rate, Holly Kiefer, of course, contributed 100 United States dollars, and T. Tankberry slid 100 United States dollars through the mail slot. There you have it. I don't care how the money comes. Holly did it through a check. T. Tankberry does it through a mail slot. However you get it to me, just get it here. So with that, we're going to check the call one more time. We've got great numbers, and it's just Aristides and myself. Going back to the live stream, might as well get started on monologue. At any rate, take that deep breath, gather my wits about me, and dive right in. So, Grand Eventide, don't you dare misinterpret Elon Musk's Epstein emails, as just the facts are bad enough. Sorry, but what is the correct interpretation supposed to be? The new documents prove that Elon emailed extensively with Epstein and really wanted to go to Jailbait Island. Yesterday, Elon Musk wrote, "No one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened, man." He also now claims, "I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lolita Express, but was well aware that some email correspondence with him could be misinterpreted and used by detractors to smear my name." Sorry, but misinterpreted? Even if you do your absolute damnedest to read this guy's freshly released Epstein emails in a positive light, what you get is a story of a techno tycoon stating unambiguously that he wanted to attend an absolute rager on a sex criminal's private island. On November 25th of 2012, Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein, "What day/night will be the wildest party on your island?" In 2019, Musk told Vanity Fair magazine that in their past interactions, he had detected that Epstein was obviously a creep. Indeed, it wouldn't have taken much sleuthing to pick up on this attribute of Epstein's back in 2012. He already had a conviction on his record at the time for soliciting prostitution via minors, no less. And it was also widely reported in the mainstream mass media machine that the prostitution conviction stemmed from a generous plea bargain and that the charges Epstein had been facing included mass sexual relations with multitudinous minors. So with that in mind, here's what Musk and Epstein wrote as they attempted to make plans in 2012 for Musk to visit Epstein's island with the British actress, Talulah Riley, Musk's wife at the time. Henceforth, with all the typos and other text issues being left intact as I read them, I don't want to be accused of misinterpreting. Epstein says, "You are welcome to stay or just come for the day. Plenty of our room." Yeah, it's room with 2 R's. "I," my lowercase I, "will equal send." He's got the equal sign between will and send. What the fuck? "Heli to get you." Meaning helicopter. His private helicopter. Like he's Marine Corps One or something. For those of you who don't know, Marine Corps One is the president's helicopter. At any rate, Musk responds, "Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity. TH=S. This year? And so, once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to high equal the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is equal much appreciated." Why are all these equal signs? "Equal much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what equal I'm looking for. equal sign again. What the fuck is with all these equal signs with these guys? Why do they keep pressing the equal sign? Epstein responds, understood. I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island, my M equal sign KE make Talila uncomfortable. Or Talila. At any rate, again, what's this equal sign shit? It's got to be some pedo shit. Anyhow, Musk responds, ratio is not a problem for Tallulah. So they spell her name differently. So Epstein spells it Talila, whereas Musk spells it Tallulah. Yeah, whatever. It may be true that Musk declined one or more. You know what would be really fucking funny now that I think about it, really? Is that Epstein spelled her name right and Musk spelled it wrong. That's probably not the case, but it'd be funny if that were. Anyhow, it may be true that Musk declined one or more invitations to visit, but he also tried to make plans to visit multiple times. In addition to the aforementioned charge, he emailed Epstein on the 14th day in December of 2013, saying he was going to be in the Virgin Islands over the holidays, and asked, is there a good time to visit? In my own honest opinion, it sort of undermines the inherent morality of rejecting offers to be taken to Epstein's Island if you also repeatedly attempt to visit Epstein Island. Also, his tune changed on this I'm the guy who declined Epstein narrative. When he phrased this in the past, he said, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused! All uppercase, because he, zweeted it. Instead of tweeted it, he calls it X-weeded. He may never have gone, but refused, all in the uppercase, overstates things at best. There's certainly no proof of a crime having been committed here, and as others have noted, it looks from the emails like the timing didn't work out for Musk to visit the island. At times, Musk really did demur, but at one point it was Epstein who called off the plan, and Epstein did persist into 2014, trying to get Musk to visit the island, which it appears thus far he never did. But there can be little doubt that the record from earlier years proves, well, at least shows enough strong evidence that it become a self-evident proof of a guy wanting to party his ass off on an island he knew to be overwhelmingly full of females of one age or another, and that these females were there at the pleasure of a convicted solicitor of child prostitutes and, of course, proven underage sex haver. He wasn't called a sex offender because he bought everybody off. Disputing this would involve some fascinating contra-narrative, perhaps about Musk being a mole for that anti-human trafficking militia from the fantasy movie Sound of Freedom, or something like that. Yesterday morning, Musk did not prefer any such contra-narrative that could repair the supposedly false interpretations of his detractors, just a call for the real evildoers to be brought to justice in what is now his pinned post on X. No matters, what matters is not release of some subset of the Epstein files, but rather the prosecution of those who committed heinous crimes with Epstein. When there is at least one arrest, some justice will have been done. If not, this is all performative, nothing but a distraction. But until Musk furnishes the public with a plausible excuse, his ass is hanging out quite a bit, unfortunately, and he could, at the very least, spare us all from his high-roading and grandstanding. More pressingly, Senate Democrats and the White House reached a deal to avert a government shutdown Thursday evening, the White House having since initiated the shutdown process anyway, with Congress hoping to keep the duration minimal. I'll try and explain that as a former federal employee. As I understand it, the deal will temporarily fund the Department of Homeland Security as Democrats demand a slate of reforms following the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, including requiring federal agents to use body cameras and barring them from wearing masks. They are also seeking to mandate that the agents adhere to use of force policies used by local police and create stricter warrant standards. To avoid a shutdown, the Senate and House would need to vote on the funding plan ahead of Friday night's deadline that went past that deadline into this weekend. Since the House, well, you want to know why it went past the deadline? Because the fucking House is in recess until next week. So nobody could vote on the funding plan before Friday night's deadline, rendering the shutdown inevitable. In other words, the White House initiated the shutdown process because of everything I just articulated. So this all makes at least a partial shutdown, manifest. Now let's get into the headlines. Much more immediately, indeed emergently, the frigid cold has only intensified as dense fog triggered a massive Highway 99 pileup in California, injuring 10. A brutal surge of cold air affecting millions across these United States only intensified this weekend. More than 200 daily low temperature records could be broken through the morrow across the eastern half of the country since another wave of bitter air moved in. It all comest as several states in union are still recovering from last weekend's historic winter storm, which has been blamed for at least 85 deaths in the CONUS, as we used to call it in the Department of Defense, an acronym, or rather an abbreviate, for the continental United States. In much of the south and east, temperatures in the coming days could plunge more than 30 degrees below normal. At the same time, a powerful bomb cyclone is expected to bring heavy snow, hurricane-force winds, and coastal flooding to the southeast. In broken news, the markets are getting used to Trump, albeit silver has plummeted after Trump tapped Kevin Warsh as the next chair of the Federal Reserve. Despite recent Trump-related shocks, markets have started the year strong. Have investors gotten better at tolerating chaos? Regardless, the big Fed reveal points to a growing Bitcoin dollar synthesis. Silver and gold prices fell sharply Friday as investors signaled broad approval for Warsh, an experienced central banker and a crypto monetary hawk. On Friday into this weekend, it was revealed that President Donald Trump unilaterally ended months of heated speculation the day before yesterday morning by declaring that he alone will nominate the former Federal Reserve official Kevin Warsh, who previously served as a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors during the Bush and Obama administrations, as his nominee to be the next chair of the board of the Federal Reserve as a governor and to replace the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell in May as the next chairman of the central bank, a pick ending months of uncertainty, and yet one of the most certainly to result in sharp changes to that powerful agency. The pick has garnered strong attention in the crypto industry as Warsh has made mixed statements on Bitcoin, CBDC, that's central bank digital currencies, stablecoins, and blockchain technology over the years. Warsh must still be confirmed by the Senate, the path for which may not be straightforward as the draconic Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent lawmaker Senator Thom Tillis, or the Republican of North Carolina, who's draconic in the sense that he is key, or the master key here, who sits on the Senate's Banking Committee, has said he will block any Fed nominees until the Justice Department resolves its probe into Powell. But if confirmed by the Senate, Warsh will succeed Jerome Powell, whose tenure as chair ends in May. Now, okay, we're gonna have, we'll get back to that, Harry. We'll get back to that. Yeah, yes, and, yes, he sent this in as well. Let's take a look at that. Okay, I'll just put a upvote on that. Oh, On paper, Warsh's background makes him a fairly unsurprising pick to head the United States Central Bank. He got his start as a Wall Street banker before becoming an economic advisor to President George W. Bush, who appointed him to a seat on the Fed's Board of Governors in 2006. Warsh was then 35 years of age, the youngest person to become a Fed governor. He stepped down in 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matrons, my mother's murder, and is presently a lecturer at Stanford and a fellow at the Hoover Institution. He played an important role in the financial crises of 2008 through to 2009, serving as a liaison between the Fed and Wall Street, as well as Republican members of Congress. The Fed chair at the time, Ben Bernanke, recounted in his memoir that Warsh was one of my closest advisors and confidants, whose political and market savvy and many contacts on Wall Street would prove invaluable. Warsh's hawkish stance on Fed policy may have disappointed the crypto world, but he said that Bitcoin is effectively gold for anyone under the age of 40. But whatever you do, don't panic. Trying to parse market reactions to world events can feel a bit like armchair psychology. Lately, investors seem to be holding something back. Amid a barrage of potentially seismic decisions from the White House, markets have barely budged. In moments of global instability, traders usually start selling. President Obama's threats to Suraya during his second term gave traders the jitters. Trump's escalating trade war with the communist Chinese empire during his first midterm deflated the stock market. And last spring, when Trump unveiled Liberation Day, a plan to impose punitive tariffs on dozens of foreign nations, effectively declaring trade war with the world, the Standard & Poor's 500 shed a record $5 trillion United States dollars over a 48-hour time span, a period of a mere 20 days. It remains the biggest market shock of the president's second midterm so far. But the reactions to three headlines from this past month tell a different story. When United States forces captured, or I should say abducted, the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro on January 3rd, reviving an old protocol for dominance in the Western Hemisphere, the markets held strong. When Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell revealed on January 11th that he was under criminal investigation by the Justice Department and that the central bank's independence was potentially under threat, markets responded with startling calm. And when Trump proposed a raft of European tariffs on January 17th as part of an effort to seize Greenland from our Danish allies, the market reaction, although noticeable, was far from catastrophic. The fact that traders haven't reacted so dramatically to volatility in 2026 is partly the product of better than expected economic growth in 2025. Although consumer prices remain high and job growth is slow, most experts will tell you that the American economy is in pretty good shape. The Standard & Poor's 500 grew 16.39% last year. Unemployment, although higher than when Trump took office, is still relatively low, and inflation isn't expected to balloon over the coming year. Prophecies of a recession turning out to have been wrong. Traders are weighing Trump's actions against that rosy backdrop and have lately been acclimating to the president's caprice. The taco theory, an abbreviation for Trump, well, rather an acronym for Trump always chickens out, TACO, get it? Chicken taco, emerged as a way to describe Trump's tendency to overpromise. But the market's resiliency over the past month indicates a more all-encompassing anhedonia. That's the persistent inability to feel pleasure or interest in formerly enjoyed activities. Ahead of the mission to extract Maduro from Caracas, Trump suggested that United States intervention in Venezuela was intended to free up the country's oil reserves, which are thought to be the largest in the world. It seemed possible that American companies would barrel up those trillions of gallons of oil, increasing global supply and lowering prices, a boon for purchasers and a potential problem for the energy companies already facing an oversupply problem. But because this all unfolded early on a Saturday morning and oil futures trading doesn't open until Sunday evening, investors had a slight buffer. Josh Lipsky, the chair of international economics at the Atlantic Council, has gone on record to say that energy traders understood pretty quickly that there wouldn't be some influx of oil coming in or on, as in online. American oil companies were reluctant to pour money into Venezuela given the country's crumbling infrastructure, its history of political instability, and the cost of refining its low-quality reserves. A protracted battle over the country's leadership also seemed unlikely, meaning that the effects of Maduro's capture would largely be felt only locally. After a moment of initial uncertainty, the markets quickly recovered, a muted reaction to what could have been a much larger and much costlier event. We're going to check the latest income from our man Aristides here. So here we go. Well, there we go. Woo. And there we are. Ooh, well, what a surprise. Okay, we're gonna get to this. Our man Ari's gonna join us online very soon. This is okay. That's evidence. That's evidence there. Okay, he's brought up some evidence. Oh, Brendan Zogan has joined us. So Brendan, haven't had a chance to look at your links yet, but I promise I will. How are you? Give us an update. That your status report, please. I mean, if unless you're too shy, I mean, he's on the call. Maybe he can't come off mute. Let's take a look at the call again. See if I can make this full screen. There we go. Jesus Christ. Maximize meeting window. There we go. You're off mute. Yeah. So.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Happy St. Brigid's Day in Imbolc.
Thank you.
Gratitude.
Yes. Gratitude.
For the elements, for bringing us spring coming forth.
Yes. Gratitude to the goddess. Go on. Yes. And tell people.
Yeah, so it's nice.
Yeah. It now forewarn us about February. I mean, come on. You let people know it's going to be a roller coaster or beyond.
It's the most pivotal astrological month in the year. There will be other pivotal points, but this is going to be like the big one. There's a solar eclipse. There are other planets becoming visible, such as Mercury and Venus. Jupiter's already visible. Yeah. So there's and then also the transfer is happening.
Yes.
The solar lunar new year. Yeah. So it's all happening in the same month. In essence.
Yes. And how can people prepare for any of this? Or can they?
I mean, connecting with nature, being responsive to nature, appreciating nature, appreciating the earth for giving everything, including our place to live and food. That's just a basic.
Yeah. Wonderful. Brendan's telling them, our listeners, to touch grass. Yes, go touch grass. Tell them about that.
Just the first step. That's just the first step.
Yeah. Okay.
Grounding is essential. Yeah.
Yes.
It gives you more sense and more rootedness.
Yeah.
So right now there's a beautiful full moon happening in fourth sign.
Snow moon. It's the snow moon, right? Yes.
Yeah. Well, not for us. It was sunny.
Yeah. Thank God.
I went up to the foothills and it was like warm. It's like springtime.
Yeah, well, tell people about that. That we are the warmest. We're the warmest city in the country right now. Thank the gods of my
Yeah,
ancestors. Uh,
yeah. Well, San Francisco was
yeah,
for a bit.
yeah,
Now it's like the whole West Coast is the warmest place on the continent,
yeah.
including parts of Mexico. It's
There you
definitely
go.
interesting. Yeah,
Yes,
we're being blessed by the sun god,
yes.
while everyone else is getting that that Trump evil vortex or
Yeah.
whatever's going on over there. Like, it's like the repercussions of all the summonings and entities they have floating around or something.
It is. It is. And
Because it was like it
yeah.
was the snowstorm, and then there was like a snow hurricane. I don't know if you heard about that.
Oh, tell us about this.
It's like this tropical front came up from the coast on the East Coast and started like off of the coast of the Carolinas. It started like mixing with the frozen snow, and it like blotted out people. Like you couldn't see or even film anything.
God
It was
damn.
so much like the snow was mixing with this like hurricane front.
Oh man.
Sounded pretty fucked. Yeah.
I'm sure it was. And
They
it's
called it the snowpocalypse or something.
yeah. Hey, take a look at this. Let me see if I can get this into our call here. I'm gonna put this into the infinite call, and geez, or at least I can try. We had some really weird shit going on with the computer. I can tell you that, but I'm sure you're not surprised. As you yourself know, they're just loading my computer with spyware, and so here we are. Take a look at that. What does this remind you of? Yeah, I said earlier George Knight must own all this property.
See what it is.
Yeah.
Is it a link or are you screen
It's a
sharing?
link. I put it in the infinite call. Yeah, it's in the text box of the infinite call. Yeah, it's beneath everything that Aristides has been sharing, which I'm going to bring
Oh,
him on.
multiple roof collapses. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. Where was this? It's not it's like
oh, it
putting
must
me
be
behind a
George Knight's
paywall.
home, or it's property
Yeah.
George Knight invested in the United States.
Right. It's like that. You know what it reminds me of is that Family Guy episode. I know we always say this shit, but it's like it's comical enough. Where it's like one of their stupid early jokes, you know, when they were still like an early show. It was like this guy was like, I have my beloved china next to my domino set that I spent 2 weeks building next to my hemophiliac baby, and I feel completely safe. And then something crashes through the window and like fucks it all up.
Yes.
That's what it reminds me of.
Yes.
It's just like,
did they actually show the baby bleed out like a water balloon?
no, maybe. Honestly, I don't know. It was one of those really early episodes where like they were just trying to be as stupid as possible. But it just vaguely reminds me of that. You know, it's like,
there you go. Well, that's
and we don't need to name people, but some people that said stuff, you know, like, oh, the roof was going to collapse and kill me first. You know,
yeah, me first. Yeah, me. Yeah, then my baby.
Yeah, what would you do if it fell on me, Doug? Anyways, I gotta grab something from a shop, so I will return.
Okay.
Maybe I might.
All right. Well, please do if you can. Okay. Thank you. Always good to have you. Let's bring our man Aristides on. Now, Aristides, do me a favor and read whatever you feel comfortable reading. I'd like you to read this to people about what you sent me. What you sent me in terms of text. That bears reading. Would you be kind enough to read that to our listeners?
Yeah, just give me just a moment.
Sure.
To try to settle something here.
Yes, of course.
And again, this is all stuff I don't fact check, you know, anything that I presume to look somewhat legitimate. So
yeah,
keep that in mind. Sorry, I'll be there.
Such haven't been qualified.
Yeah.
Your sources are, well, in this case, it seems pretty impeccable because this is actually from a Jewish source. So
right, yeah.
this is yeah. So
Well,
that
working backwards, what I had found a link from the Jerusalem Post. So the this nominee, Kevin Warsh, is supposedly the son-in-law of Ronald Lauder of Estée Lauder fame, who is the president of the World Jewish Congress, and his stances are what you can imagine as such. And so anyway, so the Mr. Lauder, let's see this article from when, okay, this is recent. Mr. Lauder, the, what was it, son-in-law, father, or what was it, son-in-law, father-in-law? What was the, I forget. He, let's see, longtime friend.
They're all related.
Longtime friend of Trump, of course, president of the World Jewish Congress and longtime friend of Trump, may have helped spark Trump's interest in, that's a nice way to put it, in acquiring Greenland. Former National Security Advisor John Bolton, who left the first Trump administration in 2019, told the British newspaper, this is referring to The Guardian, that Trump had summoned him to the Oval Office and said that a billionaire, later identified as Lauder, had proposed that the United States buy Greenland. So this was back in the first go around with Trump. Already Lauder was in his ear telling him get at Greenland. So, you know, he didn't just think of this. Apparently, I don't think he thinks of anything.
That's right. It was planted into his empty head.
Yeah,
yes, come
right. You know, probably has no independent thought of his own, or if he does, they are like, they're probably like, kill me, please get me out of here, please make the voices stop, please kill me.
Or she looks hot.
Yeah.
Or he looks hot. Yeah. That
or other, well, we'll get to that, or other things. There's so much coming out of that Epstein stuff. Supposedly, one of them, I don't have it right in front of me, but Trump didn't like the black girls. He made that supposedly he made that clear. So maybe that was, but you know, not too many independent thoughts of his own that influence his decision making. You know,
other than where he wants to plant his penis. Yeah.
Right. Even that, you know, was probably something on the order of arranged marriage, but much worse. We'll get to that Epstein stuff. Oh God, there's some bad. Finally, something interesting is coming out of that. After how long?
Too long.
After Trump wanted him to come out, and then said that they were a hoax, and then the FBI said, "Well, we don't want to release him because it might cause anti-Semitism."
Oh, yeah, bring that up. Yeah. That's which they want to put people in jail for. Which they want to put people in jail for.
Right. Yeah, we can't release them because the actual bare bones facts might make people anti-Semitic. Because, you know, we also want to put people. We also have, you know, certain very powerful, you know, lobbyists in our ear, wanting to make that illegal and put you in jail for a long time, or, you know. Drawing logical conclusions. I don't, you know. Anyway, let's get back. According to Bolton, and Trump's close friends hold sway over the president's actions. Oh, no kidding. Bits of information that he hears from friends, he takes them as truth. I bet he does. He takes them as commands. And you can't shake his opinion, because he's a man on a mission. Yeah. Anyway, that was about the gist of that article. Hold on here, kind of jump in between. So there's that. Lauder was in his ear. Lauder is the father-in-law of, now this remains to be checked, you know, but father-in-law of this nominee for Federal Reserve chair. So let's see. Yeah. Close the reopen the window there. Okay, so suppose now I have not checked any of this, but I think it's pretty well known that the likes of Lauder were part of this. Apparently, I'm just learning of this mega group, which is a group of Jewish billionaires, allegedly. This is all alleged. Please do your own homework. Which included Epstein through Lex Wexner, Charles Bronfman. I'm not familiar with that. Steven Spielberg, everybody knows. We already know what they are all about, which is being good businessmen.
If you could call it that. How about financial rapists?
Yeah. Right. Yes. One more thing. Some of what you always said, Kevin's also big on Bitcoin, which signals that well, this is the opinion from where this came. I think signals that the U.S. fiat dollar will be crashing. That's their opinion. Replaced with an all digital currency crypto system. I mean, I don't think that's gonna. Like they're just never in one fell swoop are going to be like dollars is now replaced with crypto. There's imagine just I don't know what are they going to do? Or give everybody a crypto credit card? There won't. It might be intrinsically linked as far as the backing, but it's not going to replaced. I think is the wrong word there.
Let's just consider it would be their ultimate objective is that it gets to that point in a certain sense, but honestly, everything that Aristides points out is just think of the practicality. It's simply impractical to do it, as he said, all at once. But believe me, they fantasize about it. They and the insanity, of course, is that it devalues. They basically, by they, of course, I mean the people involved with the Trump maladministration, whom Trump is now installing into our central bank. By that I mean people who are into this crypto shit are trying to normalize it. And that's dangerous for the economy as a whole and will ultimately lead to a financial collapse. But anyhow, back to Aristides.
Right. Well, right. So yeah, they want to, link it to some imaginary, thing, which I guess supposedly they control. Also among the assertions here, which I have not verified, Kevin is a member or connected to World Jewish Congress. Well, that would be through Lauder, which I've seen Lauder clips of him speaking on behalf of being the president of the World Jewish Congress. Saying, of course, that anybody that have bad thoughts about so and so go to jail, or punish, and that another one. What was it? Too many kids have never heard of the Holocaust, and we have to really we've got some really great material that to educate them, and we got to pound that into those kids.
What do they got? Coloring books? Jesus Christ!
Yeah, what they would. I'm sure some, if they had their way, as soon as you learned to speak and read, you learn of the most horrible event in the world, and the most ever.
By the way, that's what it's like in Germany.
For which there is there is no parallel.
Yeah, that's what it's like in Germany. That's the moment they.
Oh God.
Yeah.
They're those poor people.
Yeah, so no, it's awful.
It's just Right. And then if they dare ask why, I'd be like, well, can we learn all about this horrible? Oh no, you cannot. It was, but it was bad. It was really bad. It was just horrible. You were horrible. It was horrible. But be like, but what about the details of? Can we learn? No.
Yeah.
Not allowed. Right.
Yeah. Of course not. No.
Right. You know,
That's
I'm
yeah.
exaggerating, but I think they're pretty.
No,
You know,
we're not exaggerating. No, we're not.
They can't.
Go
They're not
on.
allowed to ask too many questions. They just must accept the horror and you know
It's self-loathing.
of this.
It's
Self-loath. Right.
It's
It'd
a
be like, well,
form of
why do I have to self-loathe?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to know the details. You must just do that because you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
By the way, I
apparently.
do exert that I would assert that what Germany is participating in is mass child abuse by this indoctrination about the
Yeah, of
Holocaust and
course.
self-loathing into German children all the while that they're growing up.
Of course.
Yeah, it's disgusting. But anyhow, go on.
Well, pray for them. Anyway, okay, moving on from that, you know, from Lauder, let's see. Yeah, and now I finally pulled just, you know, sometimes I like to pull just even the standard wiki, you know, we know, you know, that may not give up, but what are they putting out there openly? So the assertion is he's involved with the Bilderberg group, you know, another fine group of people. Former steering committee, the steering committee. Wow, you know, steering us where, you know, I suppose we will see, because I'm sure I don't know if he was fully confirmed, but you know, one can presume there will be little resistance to that, you know, judging from who decides, who finally confirms picks for these positions.
Well, it's not democratic, that's for sure. It makes the Dietrich democracy look like
no, but it's you know, it has to be confirmed by. I assume it's some portion of Congress or something, right?
Well, like I said, the Senate has to approve the guy who's put in charge of the Fed, but yeah.
Right.
But,
the Senate, right,
yeah.
which 98% of them receive donations directly or indirectly from you know, certain classes of financiers.
My personal views
so
do
the
not
Bilderberg
coincide with the Dietrich.
What's that, Brendan?
And
say that again.
I said my personal views and you know, mindset does not coincide with the Dietrich show.
The opinions expressed.
Troy.
The opinions expressed. Or
Thank you, Troy Bellamy. Thank you, Troy. Yeah, go on. Say that again, Aristides. Complete your thought there. The opinions expressed.
Right. Yeah. Do not represent the opinions or assertions of the entirety of Team Dietrich or any member there.
The disclaimer.
It's just some spam. It's just some spam. I'm reading off the internet. And let's see, Bilderberg and involved. Let's see, Rockefeller Foundation. I don't have independent confirmation of that, but you know, it seems that the guy is you know, operates well. I'd never heard of him within certain circles very well.
I think the question is, how are people surprised about all this stuff?
Yeah. No,
like,
right.
As if like it's like a mystery. Oh no.
Yeah. Well,
you know?
Brendan, why don't you explain to Aristides?
I'm being too cynical.
Yeah. Why don't you explain to Aristides how this choice for the Fed synthesizes the crypto with the dollar, and what you feel their ultimate intent might be with this bizarre crypto scheming.
Well, they're definitely going to be into that. You know, when everything crashes, then they'll say, crypto for everybody, for public credits, to bail your ass out. Then you're basically beholden to the system, definitely.
That's right, because only a few of the elite will monopolize all of the assets of crypto while everyone else is running around with literally bits. That's why they call it Bitcoin. Yeah.
Exactly. And all of it is, in my opinion, they claim it's, you know, somehow it's anti-establishment, but it's nothing but establishment. They can track every transaction with your name and your MAC address and everything else, like the computers that you use.
Thank you. You become
you can't go anywhere with a wad of cash and buy crypto, right? You have to transfer it from a bank.
No, not a bank,
No,
because
you can.
yeah, not a bank.
I mean, can
yet.
you buy crypto with cash?
Yeah.
No. What Holly is saying, Brendan, is that you cannot take actual cash or money, say for instance, the currency that I use is paper bills, and just buy crypto. No, you have to do it digitally. You have to get into the system, and you have to,
Digitally
yeah,
but
right.
how do you get the cash digital? That's a bank.
Yeah, well, no, you can't do it through the bank yet. But what Trump is trying to do through his pick
Certainly.
is
Certainly.
ultimately get it so that you can do it through a
Certainly.
bank.
So instead you would do it through PayPal or Venmo or something.
I
But
never.
then you still
You
got to
find
get the
someone-
cash to PayPal or Venmo.
You find someone with Bitcoin, then they take the money, and then you take it from their wallet.
It's weird. Yeah, it's this bullshit. It's this weird bullshit. Like,
So it's a cash transaction on the bottom if you know somebody. That's funny.
yeah, it's like,
That's interesting.
yeah, it's just basically you like join this massive cult where you all agree to believe in this false god that this somehow
Hey.
has, yeah,
I
value.
just wondered where the cash interface came into it. And the other thing I was thinking is now it seems like in the day-to-day world of your average American,
Mhm.
most transactions are with some kind of plastic card or other. So in terms of the psychology of it, even if it is, I don't think any of it makes sense, but these guys are crazy.
Yeah, it's right. It doesn't make
Well, that's
sense.
the intent.
Yeah.
The intent is to get
Once
everyone
you're
on
not
this digital
handling
shit.
cash anymore,
Yeah.
then it's not that big a step for the busy consumer running around and just wants to have money.
Yeah, 90%
Bitcoin
of
or
Western
not.
people don't care about that.
Yeah.
In fact, they don't like it.
Yeah. Say that again,
What do you-
Brendan, because your voice is a little lower. So you've got to shout when you talk. So make certain you shout into the mic, Brendan.
I
And
said most
I like
people
cash.
in the West.
Yeah.
but most,
Anyway, go ahead.
yeah, Brendan.
Yeah, most people like cash, that are
Well,
sensible people.
I do.
But
Yeah. But
Okay,
but
because
that's
it
a
seems
given.
like it's
Wi-
all
wi-
plastic.
Well, that's a given with us. I mean, we're all like at the bottom end of
Yeah.
the financial spectrum. We're
That's right.
we're at we're the bottom feeders who need cash because
Exactly
yeah,
right.
we can't operate at that higher that digital level. I wouldn't call it a higher level. It's more like a more delusional level. Money is, of
my
course,
original statement was 90% of people
yes.
in the West don't like using cash.
Mhm.
They prefer the digital, just tapping the card and all of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
but it's just like it's a mark of the beast scenario. It's not good because then you lose track of what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll say it's mandatory, which they tried,
Yeah.
but people
Uh-huh.
fought back, stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, kids already today don't know how to balance a checkbook.
Well, they
I
never
mean,
did.
they
but-
do
happening.
psychic banking, and the banks cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching with the overdraft fees.
Oh well,
It's such a racket.
yes, that's true. That's true.
Psychic banking. It's
Yeah,
their
yeah.
downfall.
Well, I mean, that's a good term. I like that term. We'll have to like use that sometime in a different context. Though the context you're using it in is apropos enough. But when I think of psychic banking, I think of Sean David Morton, who called himself a psychic finance advisor. And we see what happened with that. He was ripping off old ladies. So forget about kids not being able to balance their checkbooks. The elderly are even worse. So
Yeah,
all
yeah.
that being said,
Well, I mean, they think they can read with their mind their
yeah,
bank account
well, it's
and not keep track of what they're spending.
yeah. Well, money is a shared illusion. We all agree
Oh yeah,
to
it's the
this.
magic.
Yeah, we all agree to this shared belief system. But crypto takes it to a whole new level. Crypto
Oh,
takes
yeah.
that belief with a leap of faith that goes way beyond, and it's what's going to crash the system.
Yeah.
So such being
Trying to
said,
get your social security check then, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh man.
let's
Oh God.
let's have yeah, Aristides, and by the way, welcome aboard, Holly. Thank you for joining us.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank
that.
you.
And dear Aristides, do us a favor and give us a little of your own insight on what you feel about the metals, gold and silver. You know, what's going on with that, in your opinion?
Okay. I can do that.
Mhm.
And although it might be tempting to link, the drop off
Mhm.
in the otherwise recent phenomenal gains in metals, I look more at silver myself, but it might be tempting to link that almost in entirety to Trump's pick of this guy or what Trump does. I think it's not entirely that,
Mhm.
or in fact, I kind of know that it's not, and less of that is driven by what you would call the retail market, or smaller investors than you think. It has to do with being that is a industrial metal, much more than gold. It has to do with moves that the big banks are doing, that they're doing on behalf of big customers, et cetera. And there's some talk that that big dip had to do with a lot of manipulation by J.P. Morgan, who is, I think, the largest bank in the country, and probably also the largest one who's got their hands in all that. So and there are rumors, but let me see. Wait.
By the way, while you're looking that up, I want people
Yeah,
to
there
understand
there.
that. Go on. Oh yeah, continue.
No, well, allegedly, let's see, the world's biggest broker, the world's biggest silver broker. And allegedly, I don't have explicit confirmation, but there were, like, right at the bottom of it, like there was a precision closing of massive shorts position right at the very bottom of that dip by them. So, and there's ways that this can be manipulated because there's a difference between the paper market for silver, in other words, certificates that says you own silver that is somewhere, and actually having it. And
Like in a mine,
no,
a
He
silver
means on
mine?
hand. No, he means on hand.
way
Like,
Okay.
past that. Like you
Okay.
have, that there are vaults somewhere supposedly where there is, silver, that you own something that sits there. The problem is allegedly paper silver notes outnumber the actual silver by hundreds of times to one. Typical,
Yeah.
so they can do things to manipulate the market. Say if they needed it to dip, and you're really huge like that, and you got your hands on a lot of physical, or you want to get your hands on physical, or you need to, make moves there, and various manipulations of the paper and market and such. So it's not so much that, all these little people saw, like, oh, Trump nominated this guy, I'm confident now, and let me sell. I think it was more. There were, for sure, there was some of that people who had bought it at a lower price. There's always some. I'm not saying that's not involved, but it's not the only factor. It's not quite like stocks, because it's also an industrial metal that everybody's clamoring for now, and seems to be coming up short everywhere, or is already spoken for several times, over.
So did everybody just run out and sell their silver and gold
I'm
and
sure
pop
some
the
people
bubble?
did. I'm sure some people
'Cause-
did, but what I'm saying is it has less to do with that than you think, and more to do with moves
Manipulation. Yeah.
that big people are making
Right.
on the world stage, including giants like J.P. Morgan, countries, giant tech companies, such like that, than it is the little guy saying, "Oh, well, I guess I'll cash out now."
Right.
So, yeah, I know that is a factor, and a lot of people are, it's being consumed industrially. It's
But it
it's
always
neat.
seemed like kind of a weird sudden bubble.
Um,
I
Yeah,
mean, it probably
you know,
won't fall back all the way,
no.
but
Well, personally,
like
in
a
my opinion,
panic
it's
or
not
something.
that wasn't just a flash in the pan, and it's going to go back to historical levels, because I think it's always been kept down from its natural value ratio to gold. So that I don't know what it's doing.
Okay.
We're gonna see. It's Monday's coming here. We're gonna see if it's a lot. Of course,
Yes.
people with who would like to believe that it's going to climb again. So
Yeah.
but I mean the shortage is real. It's physically needed way more than gold. It's needed for computing, AI data centers, solar panels, electric vehicles, so many
Sure.
industrial uses.
Industrial, yes.
Yeah, and it's the whole thing is there was this whole market of IOUs essentially. But when people started saying, well, okay, now I want to quote unquote take delivery finally of these certificates that I have. Well, holy, it's like everybody going to the bank at once and saying, I'd like my money. And
Right.
that,
But by the way, that's what's
it can't
called a
happen.
bank run. That's what's called a bank run
Mhm.
in the old days.
Yeah.
It's essentially, yeah. So
Yeah.
more and more people are wanting to actually physically possess it, or more people are trying to take delivery of physical, including big players, and that is that's causing a lot of
Well,
a
ain't
lot of
nobody buying now, right? It's not the time to buy.
somewhere. Well,
At least for the little
somewhere,
guy.
because the ones that believe that it's only going up from here
Right.
will still be buying. Ones that don't believe that, or simply were kind of cashing in on the excitement, or got in, they saw it, oh wow, it was 20, 30 forever, now it's 40, 50, oh, I'm gonna get some, let's go, they might have
Because of
punched
Trump.
out.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it's right, those people.
I'll get the sneakers.
Yeah, there are those people who still think that they both gold and silver have a ways to go. So
Wow.
yeah.
Well,
Gold, because I guess it's always been held by nations, as sort of backing for that. In fact, I had something here where was it? China. Let's see. I don't know. China officially announces they want to be the reserve currency. They want the how do you say it, Doug?
renminbi, RMB. Just say RMB.
One of their two currencies, to be a store of value. Hence their accumulation of gold, silver. In fact, they kind of shut the door on their silver market. In other words, kind of circled the wagons.
Didn't Brendan
there.
predict this a while back?
Brendan,
So
tell people about Brendan, if you would
I
be
think
kind enough to come on. Tell people about how people have lost everything with this dive in silver. Tell them about the people who you saw personally going into shops and turning in their 401k so they could just clear the shelves of silver. And let's see if Brendan comes back on with us or is able.
Well, if they had only held on to it, they might be, they might be sorry they didn't, but
Oh. And
they generally don't. They were rolling the dice there, but yeah. A lot of people, I'm sure. Yeah, right. A lot of people probably bought it at 110 and are now disappointed. But there are other people who believe differently. There are people that have been holding it since it was $10 and $20 that are just laughing at all those people. So
well, and it's still relatively cheap.
What does that mean? It's
like compared to gold, for God's sake.
Oh, I don't know about that. It was
it's
they're
a
both...
tenth of the price of gold. When gold was like 1100, and when I was growing up.
There we are. Okay. Well, of course, things have changed a lot since while you and I were growing up.
I know. Now gold is $8,000 an ounce, and silver's 100 and something.
It was 5 and 100, but now it's less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you read out what you've just sent to us in the text box, Aristides. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this is about China wanting to be position themselves as a reserve currency and being backed by I haven't even read through it all by holding metals. So they believe that they're gonna
Holding metals.
yeah
Not
the value.
Bitcoin.
Nah, Bitcoin. Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's
Shit.
only Trump and his gang who says Bitcoin's going to be it.
Oh
Meanwhile,
yeah, they're just
China
gonna let
is
us hang ourselves.
yeah. Right. Exactly. China's saying, yeah, you go ahead and do that, but we're going to hold on.
You
to
go
it,
right again.
Yeah, you go right ahead. Yeah. So
Right.
that was it. It was just a small.
So, Brendan, if you could come on and share your stories, the anecdotes you shared with me, as well as reading this aloud as well, this fact about silver and gold, if you would be so kind. Let's see if he can come back on with us verbally. He's on the call, so he needs.
I was going to say about that mega thing.
Yes.
You know, those swirling Jewish billionaires.
Yes.
Imagine what buddies they are with Kushner.
Oh, yeah.
And that brings it all the way back around to full circle with Trump.
Well, that's
I swear to God, those fuckers are ruling the world.
Yeah, well, that's an important point I wanted to bring up. Our man Aristides has a good voice. He's not exactly the best at spinning a narrative. Hopefully that'll pick up in time and he'll get the hang of it. But one of the things that Aristides could have done is he could have started with the most solid link, which he provided, which was the fact that the World Jewish Congress president, Ronald Loiter, involved in Trump's push for Greenland, was actually published by the Jerusalem Post. He mentioned
all that.
He mentioned that, but it needs to be the starting point. And then pointing out the fact that
I think
honey?
I did.
Yeah, no. Well,
weird how the Loiter fortune was founded on makeup.
Yeah.
Cosmetics.
Yeah. I mean,
boy.
Yeah, Aristides, you did do that, but it was kind of like it was sublimated in the way you presented it. Let's put it that way. It needs to be the starting point, needs to be emphasized. And the fact that the Jerusalem Post says that since Trump's first term, Loiter has, the SD Loiter, the Loiter has acquired commercial holdings in Greenland, and some analysts see his suggestion to Trump as a way to personally benefit. So you did emphasize that, but it needs to kind of like...
I wonder what her commercial interests in Greenland are. Like you're saying that corporation already has commercial...
Well,
a stake.
His. You said
like
her.
A mine or something, man.
I'd have to read
Special
more into
play.
the details.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So what's this Federal Bureau of Investigation thing here? Oh, sorry, honey. Repeat yourself.
Wait, but this comes back around.
Yes, honey.
To, oddly, Epstein, because so far in this file release, where is Alan Dershowitz? Up to his eyeballs in actuality, and he would be in the middle of that Jewish billionaires Congress.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, a trusted soldier.
Right. Yeah.
But he was up to his eyeballs in Epstein's business.
Yeah. Yes.
And got a lot of bad press for it at the time, but I haven't heard mention of his name in the 3 million pages yet, for fuck's sake.
Well, of course you wouldn't. That would be redacted. I
wonder.
Well, no need to wonder.
Well, no, them Jewish billionaires get shit done.
Yes, they most certainly do.
But he'd be in that inner circle.
Oh, definitely. Aristides, this document you presented, read this to our listeners, the text, if you'd be so kind.
Yeah, well, it's just a scan image of some alleged
Lutniks in there.
Declassified I'll just read the caption. It was an unclassified FBI CHS, I don't know what that is, report claims that President Donald Trump was co-opted by Israel during his first term, with Jared Kushner effectively running the presidency. Oh, big surprise.
Oh yeah.
To be clear, the
Uh-huh.
report comes from an FBI verified informant, giving the claim significantly more credibility than a standard tip. So
Huh.
I'm attempting to look up more. There's the whole a scan of the whole document here.
By the way, the CHS
Um,
means confidential human source. It's an
Okay,
individual
okay.
that's an informant. Yeah, or
All right.
cooperating.
So
with
yeah,
us.
yeah. Okay. That informant was, let's see, used to be. Oh wait. Used to be Putin's main contact in the Russian youth movement. That's funny.
What?
Um,
Man, oh man.
yeah, okay. Advised that Chabad is doing everything they can to co-opt the Trump presidency. See, it's used by Putin to keep tabs on all the oligarchs. On the day Trump was elected president, Ivanka and Jared were at the gravesite of Schneerson, of course. You know, doing the rituals there to, bring back the Messiah, which is their openly stated goal. There's a video of a rabbi saying that that's exactly it. So that's not my take.
Right. That's right.
That's
Wait, I
they
didn't quite
literally
catch that.
literally want to bring back
Mashiach.
Schneerson as the Messiah.
So explain
Yeah.
that to Holly. Holly didn't catch what you were saying, so you need to put that into perspective for her. The rabbi was at a gravesite. Yes. And,
Well, Ivanka and Jared were at the gravesite
A rabbi.
well, he might as well be the not just a, but the. Use that important.
Rabbi.
Yeah. Let me see. Kushner. I'm just kind of scanning through. The deep
Yeah.
ties that Kushner has, family ties with Israel, history of corrupt business practices, alleged violations of election laws, not necessarily in this country.
What? Oh God.
Yeah. Kushner in the relationships with the Middle East.
Violate election laws in some other country. For
Yeah.
How evil can you get?
Let's see. Wait. The relationships in the Middle East, which obviously, they have interests there.
Oh man. And crypto up the waz with them.
Let's see. Let's see.
Okay.
That informant advised Henry Kissinger introduced Charles, Kushner to who? Kui Tiankai, the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. With the relationship. 666 Fifth Avenue.
Shit.
Harry, let's see, Trump's hotel. Let's see, stuff blocked out. They're talking about real estate here. And,
redacted, meaning redacted materials.
Yeah, redacted. Wait, Trump has been compromised. Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and presidency. So this is on an FBI, allegedly an FBI declassified document.
Yes. So documentary evidence.
And there's
go on.
a link. Yeah, I found a link. Let me see. Yeah. So it might be good to have a link here. Yeah, more about the real estate stuff. We know they're big in real estate, but
oh man, and they're all fixing up this new Palestine right now.
Yeah. You mean the Gaza? The Gaza, but go on.
Going to town.
Interest there for a while. Well, there's a
though in all fairness, I'm not trying to dismiss Palestine as an entity. Just so people understand.
Oh wait.
Gaza.
I don't.
Oh my God. I mean,
I don't know if
oh my God.
This is just one scan page, so I don't know if it mentions Dershowitz with this link from Middle East Eye website. Wait. Let's see. I think it goes into other, because this is only one page. Wait. Or no. Wait. Okay, so I think there now I found a link, but it draws on other stuff from the Epstein files, not just this single FBI document.
Yeah.
Basically, so something. There might have been a second page to that is not in this scan, but let's see.
Well, there's more to see, I guess.
You know,
I mean, there will be people,
Epstein-
and AI will go through it.
Yeah.
They'll be feeding the
okay,
chat
yeah.
that shit
Yeah. Well,
like a million times.
So-
I mean, what's that going
so-
to do?
so,
with it? That's what everybody's
wait,
going to do.
Wait, there's more. Wait, let's see. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. The memo adds, this is still, I guess, and just an assertion by an informant, so not to be taken as fact.
Well, that may make perfect sense
Epstein-
because he was
Yeah.
compromising all of America's scientists. It seems that he was on a mission that goes far beyond a simple pervert. But go on.
Yeah. So Barak, who was also Ehud Barak, also a senior Israeli military intelligence figure earlier in his career, visited Epstein's New York townhouse more than 30 times between 2013 and 2017. How odd. In one email exchange, Epstein wrote to Barak, let's see, you should make clear that I don't work for Mossad. The document links those claims to Epstein's 2008 plea deal, describing an alleged conversation involving his lawyer, pro-Israel academic Alan Dershowitz, and then federal prosecutor. A federal prosecutor told Epstein, along with intelligence. The FBI files reveal that, according to said informant, I think there was more to this than this one scan that I was able to grab.
Good hunting.
A second.
Yes.
The FBI files said the informant alleges that Dershowitz himself had been co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. So,
hell yes.
You were asking about Dershowitz.
He's the New York machine. Yeah.
So, Aristides found him. Basically.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Aristides, anything else to say?
That was it. I probably got us in enough trouble. So.
Yeah. Yes. Well, basically.
And John Bolton all of a sudden crops up. Iran was the reason he broke up with Trump in the first go-round, because he wanted to nuke him back then into gone forever. And he couldn't convince Trump to do it. This is all the information I could get about their breakup.
Right.
So take it as you will. But I mean, that guy is walking evil incarnate, Bolton.
Jesus. He's more comedic to me, but I get what you're saying.
I know. I mean, you have to.
He's got that handlebar mustache,
true, but he was pretty goddamn influential with the Bushes, at least Little George.
Yes, definitely. So
very.
The document that our man Aristides had found is citing a source that links Jared Kushner and a religious Jewish group that's apocalyptic, messianic, that has hijacked Trump's presidency in effect. None of this is, of course, anything other than business as usual. This is standard operational procedure. So it's definitely appreciated. But
and I don't know. Did they do that to Biden too?
Yeah,
because he was pretty bombs away. With
Biden was definitely. I can never understand.
Him.
I can never understand how Troy Bellamy defends Joe Biden. And
my God! I mean,
he says Joe Biden stood up to nonsense. Joe Biden was he was just. He stated on record. He stated on record that he was an adamant, diehard, balls to the Wailing Wall Zionist. He said that on record. So that's not even a question. He literally donned the yarmulke, they all do, and went to the Wailing Wall, as they all do, and it's like...
Sure.
Schwarzenegger did that. It's
God.
Yeah. That's
that lovable chump.
Yeah, that's... and he wanted to be president. Yeah.
Yes.
He wanted to rewrite the Constitution so that he could be president.
I
Uh,
want The Rock to be president myself.
yeah, well,
I have for a
think,
long time. Not lately though.
well,
The industry's killing him.
well, it is what it is, but you
But
know,
I'm
at least
entirely serious.
think of him. I can back that up. At least as
Yeah.
absurd as it is,
Yeah.
as it is,
Not
imagine
so much
him.
anymore.
Imagine him standing next to Vladimir Putin. He would
Oh
dwarf him.
yeah, baby.
He would dwarf him
I
into
live
nothingness.
for that.
Yes.
I would get out of bed to support The Rock for president, baby.
Yeah,
oh
just for that.
yes, I would.
Just for that.
Oh, that's good. I didn't even have to think about that.
Yeah. And sure size.
All of them,
yeah.
those little guys.
Yeah, because they're also insecure. That would intimidate them. They're all that paltry. So at any rate, the revelation that the Justice Department, and never have I ever encountered a bureaucracy so grossly misnomered, had subpoenaed the Federal Reserve Chair, posed an entirely different sort of risk to the markets. In a video message announcing the news, Powell accused Trump of persecuting him over his refusal to lower interest rates as quickly as the president would like. The Fed is famously independent from daily politics, which is part of its strength, and the dollar's strength. Trump's attempt to assert control over it will have naught but the severest of economic consequences. There is a chance that, after Powell's announcement, traders will start to price in that danger. But as with the Maduro operation, this happened on a weekend, and markets had a buffer. That same night, Trump distanced himself from the DOJ's investigation, and Senator Thom Tillis, who's a member of the Senate Banking Committee, came out strongly against it. Krishna Guha, the vice chair of the investment research firm Evercore ISI, has told the Fourth Estate that had those developments not occurred, the market would have responded very violently. But by Monday afternoon, traders had barely reacted. Something about Trump's social media proposal to put tariffs on European nations spooked markets more than the investigation of Powell or the capture of Maduro. Once again, the news arrived on a weekend. When trading resumed, stocks did noticeably decline and the United States dollar weakened, but the 2.1% dip in the Standard & Poor's 500 was nothing close to what happened after the Liberation Day announcement, when the president reneged on his Greenland tariff plan last week. Markets steadied. The aforecited Guha saying, "I think we got a little taste of how bad things would have been if the administration had continued along the escalation path." According to John Canavan, the lead market analyst of Oxford Economics, that initial dip was likely compounded by a spike in Japanese long-term bond yields. Investors may have also learned their lesson from the slight pullback that followed last year's Liberation Day panic. Some of those proposed tariffs were eventually paused, reduced, or delayed. Although many of the big ones remained in place, it became clear that Trump was essentially abusing the threat of economic devastation as a negotiation tactic, if you can call that negotiating. Economists stress that although these three cases are distinct, on the whole, bearing in mind that all of this happened in the span of just the few opening weeks of the opening month of the year, markets have become more inured to the Trump maladministration's misactions. For now, the fate of Americans' 401ks is not tied to the president's Truth Social account, but that could always change. Just this week, the president wrote that the United States has deployed a massive armada to the Middle East in an attempt to force Iran to end its nuclear weapons program. Financial markets are in the business of pricing threats, and Trump will surely keep them coming. Because while Warsh previously espoused the benefits of CBDCs over stablecoins, he was also an investor in the stablecoin startup Bases, which developed a specific type of stablecoin known as an known as an algorithmic stablecoin, similar to the one involved in the crypto collapse of 2022. Additionally, Warsh was involved in the early days of Bitwise Asset Management under the abbreviate or acronym of BAM, B-A-M. Bitwise Asset Management now operates publicly traded ETFs, or exchange-traded funds, for Bitcoin and other crypto assets. By the way, we will return to what our man has provided in PDF format in a moment. In the meantime, in terms of Bitcoin...
I did notice those two $500 dips.
Yes. Go on, honey.
Boom, boom.
Yeah.
But I was amazed at how they jumped and kind of dismayed at how they jumped back.
Yes. Yes.
And they did. So it's like people are just getting inured to chaos.
Well, that's going to be part of the problem, honey. That's what will lead ultimately to a total crash.
Right.
Now, by the way, this is an excellent piece. At least it's articulated very well. Picture here of Trump in a yarmulke with his hand over some enormous headstone that is written in the Hebraic language. FBI memo concludes that Trump, well, basically the new Epstein files prove an FBI memo that's inclusive among them that conclusively Trump was compromised by Israel. There's no longer, this is not a rumor. It's not some form of conspiracy theory. The memo proves that the Chabad Lubavitch movement, that's the apocalyptic messianic movement that I alluded to, Chabad Lubavitch has co-opted Trump, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is the real brains behind the presidency, the power behind the throne. Now, what about this PDF you sent us, Aristides? Trump, Kushner, Chabad,
it's the full
Israel. Okay.
It's the full document, from which I had only had the one scan. So there's a little bit ahead and behind what I referenced
No, what
before.
was the year of this? Can you? I don't want to open it up.
It's current, honey. It's based on the files that have just been released.
Yeah, but from when? Because Trump's not that thin.
Aristides.
Well, no, that's an article, but they referenced this document. I don't know when that picture was taken, but
yeah, that's what I wondered.
I also don't know when this.
That ain't recent.
And
it doesn't dilute it. I've always heard him called a crypto Jew on the East Coast, but I don't really believe that either. I just think he's irreligious.
Oh, well, it's Aristides, you were going to respond to that?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's put it this way. Trump is his religious beliefs or his cosmology almost are a moot point.
Yeah, he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any, but his daughter converted.
Yes, his daughter converted. Yes.
Jeez.
The actual date, the date of the FBI report is 2020.
2020.
Oh.
COVID.
Yeah.
COVID year.
Yeah, 19, 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
not that
October
long ago.
They took this person's statement.
Yes. Thank you. And
okay.
Now, in terms of Bitcoin specifically, Warsh, who is going to be our next Fed if the Senate votes him in, has made remarks that range from neutral to positive. This is bad. He once told CNBC that Bitcoin is effectively gold for anyone under the age of 40, meaning he's trying to ensnare. This is like passing out cigarettes, or worse yet, vapes to kids.
Yes, yes.
Now, more recently, he defended Bitcoin in an interview on Uncommon Knowledge with Peter Robinson, stating that Bitcoin doesn't trouble me. I think of it as an important asset that can help inform policymakers when they're doing things right and wrong. It is not a substitute to the dollar. I think it can often be a very good policeman for policy. Well, at any rate, here's a link for everybody on the call and for all of our members in chat. So let's see if this hits, and you should be able to access that, and that'll give you the verbal, shall we say, backing, a kind of confirmation of everything I've just articulated. That having been verified, when you put together Warsh's comments on Bitcoin and stablecoins, it gels with the Trump maladministration's policies on crypto, which include the abuse of stablecoins to reinforce United States monetary hegemony and the establishment of a national Bitcoin reserve, which we may as well say is the equivalent to the fucking mark of the beast. You just take that as this is the end of the world as we know it. Warsh's remarks on Bitcoin acting as a method of keeping policymakers in check will also jive with research from Jal Turi, who has long argued Bitcoin is the ideal basis for mathematician John Nash's, yes, that John Nash, the one from A Beautiful Mind fame.
The trap.
Yes. Ideal money concept, his IMC, his ideal money concept. All of this may sound generally positive for Bitcoin. However, the reality is the price.
Oh, no. Is he their guy?
Yes.
No,
yes.
no, stop. Please stop. You're killing me.
Yes. Tell people,
you're hurting me.
Tell people the illusion you had of him. Share your heartbreak. Consider this like this is a therapy group. This is your letdown. Tell people about the man you believed in. what you believed in about him. What was
absolutely nothing. That's the thing of it. And the best lesson I ever had on him was one of the films by Adam Curtis. Okay. Remember him, Douglas?
No.
Adam Curtis?
No.
He made some amazing films. He made a trilogy, Power of Nightmare.
Okay.
I'm forgetting the middle one, and The Trap.
Okay.
And The Trap was all about Nash.
Yes.
And the way his algorithms that he, derived with a paper and pencil,
yes,
convinced the entire government that voting didn't matter. All that matters is what people buy.
Okay.
And at the same time, Freud's nephew, Edward Bernays, founded the PR industry.
Okay. Oh.
To tell people you don't need just a Sunday dress. You need a different dress for every day of the week.
Okay.
And what your car looks like matters.
Yeah.
And on and on and on.
But by the way, this is old world shit, people. I mean, Holly and I grew up in a very different world where this shit mattered. All of this
where it started.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say everything that you brought up is quite true for the world we were in. It no longer holds. Right. But go on.
Yeah, but they're following the guy's teachings.
Yes.
So what the hell?
Because they're old. Because they're all old, honey. They're all old, and they're living in a world that no longer exists.
That old? Well, I guess.
Trump? He's older than you and I.
Oh, yeah. But
what
Trump
the fuck?
Isn't the one pulling the levers and making the decisions.
Honey, they are all stuck. They're fossilized.
No, but I mean, these guys running. Oh, I thought you said it was crypto barons that were driving. That we're running on the theories of Robert Nash.
What I'm going into is the fact that all of these people who are operating with Robert Nash as the guy who was their founding social engineer, they're still stuck in the past, no matter what their age is, because they were groomed. Yeah. They were groomed into an old man's world. Man. So they're like living. They're not living in the world you and I live in now. They're living in a world that is so backwards that they're going back to the 19th, the 18th centuries in terms of
it's a weird
yeah.
retro cycle, though. That
Yes.
they'd cycle right back to that, like, and we're about to put a man on the moon again.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
like
yeah. Well,
that,
they
you
always
know?
do that. Every president says the
mean,
same shit, you know, when it comes to
but
that.
they got a few extra billion for that now.
Yeah, no, they don't.
In this,
no, they really don't.
this weird
no, they really
currency that the world's running on.
Yeah, just so people understand, we'll get back to the geopolitics soon enough. All of this, as I said, may sound generally positive for Bitcoin. However, the reality is the price of the crypto asset initially fell on the news of Warsh's impending nomination. According to a report in CoinDesk, this was likely due to Warsh's past remarks that point to a generally more hawkish stance on Fed policy than what was expected from Trump, who has constantly derided Powell for not lowering interest rates. That said, it's important that the Fed chairman does not have unilateral power over central bank policy. Although Bitcoin is often touted as a safe asset, well, a safe haven asset similar to gold, it has more often than not moved as a risk-on asset in times of economic uncertainty, as illustrated by the recent tension around Grönland. I've told you we would get back to that. Of course, gold itself has also been acting much more like Bitcoin when it comes to price volatility lately. At the end of the day, it's still extremely early in terms of central bank interest in Bitcoin, with Governor of Banque of France, François Villeroy del Galao, recently revealing that he didn't know Bitcoin has no central issuer during a discussion with Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong at the World Economic Forum. That said, the Czech National Bank did acquire some Bitcoin as part of a pilot program last year, not long after European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde said such activity would never happen. So here's a little link on that to provide people some verification and validation for what I say. We're going to enter that first into the text box of Infinite Call and then make it available to all of our participants in the chat in live stream. That having
And
been,
aren't the Saudis all up in it too?
It's like, well, honey, who cares about them? Those fuckers. It's
Yeah,
like whatever
but
they
got
do
a
is a
lot of
joke.
money.
Yeah, but whatever they do is they don't know what to do with their fucking money. It's like
And
they
I
splash
think
it.
they're the main backers of like Trump coin and shit,
Yeah, it's.
and his whole company.
But by the way, everything Holly says is true. Everything Holly says is true. It's just that.
Now go ahead, mock me anyway.
Yeah, I'll mock her anyway, simply because the Saudis are almost they're like there's very few situations in which they're relevant. And it's always something negative. It's always something negative.
Because they got no army.
Yeah. There you go. If you got no guns, you know, what the fuck is the point? But what we see...
Those aristocrats aren't going to fight.
No, fuck no. No, it's a joke. But such having been said, honey, this is what I'm surprised you yourself are emphasizing this would be your territory. Basically here what we have is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Fed, Bitcoin, then the pro-Bitcoin Fed. Thesis Fed, antithesis Bitcoin, synthesis, a pro-Bitcoin Fed. Now,
and all my life,
yes,
the right has hated the Federal Reserve.
Yes, it's
hated
an insanity.
And blamed it as the problem.
Oh, it's a pathology.
Blamed it worse than George Soros. They blame the Fed.
Yes, it's a pathology. It's an insanity.
Always.
Now, some Wall Street investors and strategists see Donald Trump's pick of Kevin Warsh to lead the Federal Reserve as a very odd choice. If confirmed by the Senate, Warsh, despite a track record of supporting higher interest rates because of fears of inflation, will need to navigate a president who has insulted and attempted to fire central bank members in a bid to lower rates and boost a wavering economy.
Mm.
Having won Trump's very public beauty contest with a promise of regime change at the central bank, the now 55-year-old Warsh has pledged to shrink the Fed's balance sheet and argued that a productivity boom driven by artificial intelligence, of course, will keep inflation low. Some see his arrival as a salve for the Sell America craze. Now,
Yep.
per David Robin, an interest rate strategist at TJM Institutional Services, Warsh is a data-dependent Fed credibility choice, so Fed watchers can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Conversely, I'm hard-pressed to think Trump would appoint anyone that didn't commit to lower rates over time starting in June. But I think any definitive longer-term market reaction needs time and data. In other words, he's covering his ass by saying wait and see. It's difficult to know what Warsh's exact policy preferences will be once he's back at the Fed, but his nomination does further the discussion around a potential synergistic relationship between Bitcoin and the United States dollar that can only bode ill for us all. With United States debt having reached unsustainable levels, and foreign central banks holding more gold than United States treasuries for the first time since 1996, one has to wonder if an economic advisor to the Russian President Vladimir Putin was right to call out the United States for their crypto-focused plan to maintain monetary dominance in an increasingly digital and seemingly multipolar world. That said, as the use of Tether stablecoin USDT by the Maduro regime in Venezuela and the Central Bank of Iran has shown, crypto can also be a double-edged sword for the United States. Of course, there's also the matter of the Trump crime family fortune now being tied to the success of the crypto industry in these United States to consider, with $1.4 billion in crypto profits enjoyed last year amid, all evidence of unprecedented corruption and pay-to-play schemes. This sort of profiteering presidency will eventually lead to political backlash, or at least it should, as Senate Democrats have repeatedly stated these conflicts of interest need to be addressed in the Clarity Act. In interim, dense fog led to a nearly 60 vehicular pileup that critically injured at least 10 people and forced the closure of one of our Californian region's busiest highways for hours. And as San Francisco rents surge at the fastest pace in the nation, the big tech boycott to protest ICE has been led by Scott Galloway, starting today. This is because, Aristides, help us out here. Why is big tech?
That's a Thule fog.
Yes, that's
Let me
right.
get that in there. That's a Thule fog. And
Thank
that area, they're notorious.
Yes,
And such pileups are happened before out there.
thank you.
And man, when that comes, just
Yeah.
pull the hell over.
Yes,
But they can come really fast.
yeah.
The Thule, the cattail.
By the way, for those of you who think that was a weird tangent on my part to even interject that, it's
Kind of.
because it all comes back to California and San Francisco. I'll make that
Yeah,
clear
okay.
soon enough. Aristides, can you help us out here? Why is big tech protesting ICE? Why is big tech protesting
Oh
ICE?
yeah, because they all of a sudden
I
fucking
don't get that because most of them are Trump's bros.
yeah. Yeah.
Whoa,
And
Aristides.
Who's doing that?
Big tech, led by Scott Galloway, is protesting ICE. He's leading a big movement to do so. Why would they
What
do
company does he own?
this? Oh, let's just put it this way. All of big tech, Scott Galloway, by the way, he's like the father of AI. He's supposedly the
okay.
father. Anyhow,
Okay.
All
go
big
ahead.
tech is protesting ICE because they know that once they get rid of all the other brown people, they're going to turn on their pet Asian Indians.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then big tech collapses.
So this is all employees, though.
It's the leaders, because the leaders can't work without their Asian Indians, honey. That's
Okay, so a step down from the biggie bigs and the, middle
Yeah.
bigs
Now
are the ones that, okay.
Now in my
Because, I mean, you don't see Zuckerman or anybody out there.
well, I'll get to that.
Or the Oracle guy, or,
I'll get to that. Yes, the sides are being drawn now. Now, in my golden state of ultimate inequality, California's multi-billionaires are crying wolf. The uber-rich say they'll flee if wealth tax proposal passes. As a new big tech boycott to protest ICE started this day today, as dated the 1st of February, history suggests otherwise. Some points to be made. One point is that many small businesses, have struggled to observe a nationwide general strike to protest ICE. Scott Galloway argues that a boycott of big tech and AI would be easier and more effective. Ergo, Galloway is calling on Americans to unsubscribe and opt out in February. Now this, by the way,
not the workers to walk out and not and to shut it down.
Yeah.
He's
Think
not
of
saying
it this
shut
way.
it down.
Think of it this way. Timothy Leary. Scott Galloway is the Timothy Leary of the 21st century. Just remember, old man Timothy Leary said, what did he say, honey? Say it for me, because it was something so stupid.
Tune in and drop out.
No, it was tune
Something
in,
like
drop out. There was a third one there. There was something else involved.
Turn on.
Turn on. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tune in. Thank you, Aristides.
Turn on.
We couldn't have gotten that out without Aristides. How did you know that, Aristides?
It's just, I don't know. It's iconic.
He looked it up.
Yeah.
It was household
No,
word
he
back
remembered
then.
it.
Yeah.
No, he remembered it. That came out of his memory.
Yeah.
Tune in, turn on, and drop out. That's Timothy Leary. This is basically Scott Galloway. But what happened? What is the lesson with Timothy Leary? He turned out to be a CIA agent. He turned out to be an asset of the CIA.
Yeah.
So when Scott Galloway, the father of AI, is calling on Americans to unsubscribe, and opt out, he's the wee Timmy Leary of the 21st century, and he will turn out to be naught but an asset. Basically,
because these crypto tech bros are doing exactly that, all the way up to Elon. I mean, they live in this microdose haze.
There's nothing micro
they're
about
wandering
it.
around, and they're planning their smart town sovereign zones on land and sea.
In Greenland.
So that's exactly what they're Greenland.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what they're doing. That they're doing it because they can.
Yeah.
You got to be in a certain position to be able to do that. And back in Leary's day, you could, like, quote unquote, move to Vermont.
There you go.
With a bunch of strong, beautiful people and fucking grow food. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, well, you never could really, but all that having been said,
you actually could for a minute.
Yeah,
it just didn't last too long.
That's for fucking sure. For one thing, honey, it's like those Israeli kibbutzes. Do you think those Israeli kibbutzes literally self-sustained?
We're actually self-sustaining. No, I don't.
No.
And they were offered in grammar school as the good hippies.
Oh my God.
They were in the good hippies. The wives were in prairie skirts, and the men all had ponytails and long hair and no shirts on while they're plowing.
Yeah, but
that was aspirational for New Yorkers in the 70s and 80s.
What a fucking joke. That's
And a
comedy.
lot of them ended up doing very well
Well, not as
and took their
farmers.
money.
Yeah, not as farmers.
No, but
But at
you
any
could
rate,
make a living.
as a historian, this is what I can tell you about the threat of the money flight from California. As Massachusetts voters pondered a millionaire tax, in the fall of 2022, a coalition of big businesses and wealthy entrepreneurs rallied against it. Among their arguments, the new tax would cause ultra high net worth individuals and their businesses to flee, ultimately costing the state far more money than it raised. It didn't happen. From 2022 to 2024, as the new surcharge on incomes over $1 million went into effect, the number of Massachusetts individuals with at least 50 million fucking bucks in total wealth grew by more than 35%, and the number of people making at least $1 million went up 40 fucking percent. Meanwhile, the state took in an additional $2.46 billion in tax revenue for 2023 alone, the money earmarked for education and transportation programs. Whether it ever got to that, where it was supposed to go, I don't know, but at least it was collected towards a good end. Fast forward to 2026, when our proposal in California to place a one-time, just a single one-time 5% wealth tax on multi-billionaires, primarily to backfill steep federal cuts to Medicaid funding, it's already sparked concern that the uber-rich will relocate en masse.
Yeah.
Even though the proposal has yet to even qualify for the ballot. It's the kind of vague threat emanating from high-profile techno giants like the co-founders of Google and the serial entrepreneur Trump acolyte Peter Thiel that garners attention from a breathless national mainstream mass media machine. Will mass multi-billionaire and business relocation actually happen? The tax hasn't even happened yet. It may not even happen at all. It has to be voted on. But historically, this is exactly the kind of imagined disaster that any measure perceived as anti-industry might garner, if for no other reason than that it's an effective, proactive attack on the idea itself. There is almost no historical evidence to support the idea that higher state taxes cause rich people to move from where they live. Tax flight among the ultra-wealthy is almost entirely a myth, including in my golden bear flag republic of California. In 2024, Stanford researchers found that just over 2% of multimillionaires each year change states because of taxes. That hasn't stopped the conversation around the proposed wealth tax from focusing on the purported flight of multi-billionaires. Multiple national headlines, for example, have noted that Thiel, co-founder of techno megacorporations PayPal.
They learn pretty quick when they leave the state because the franchise tax board comes after you.
Thank you.
And they're so vicious.
Tell them.
Yeah, they wanted
But that's
people
for
to
the little
explain
guy.
play by play of what they were doing.
Yeah. Tell them.
They said, when did you move?
Yeah.
How long have you been gone? What kind of business do you do? And people were saying, oh, California. California never stops. I've been in Florida for 2 years. They still want to know if I live there. Yeah, so there you go.
Thank you.
So just because they leave doesn't mean they can't be taxed, by the way.
Yeah, and by the way, while you're with us, share those anecdotes about the people you know who put all their 401ks into silver and shit before the big drop. Lost everything.
Yeah, that was an online anecdote. Yeah, they said there was like this Twitter post. He said I got out of virtual, meaning the 401, the stock market. He said I got out of virtual and I put it all into physical silver. And then the next day he said my 401k is now 301k because he lost all that money in the drop. And he said, but I'm in it for the long run. I could recoup. And it doesn't look like it's happening right now, as of right now. So he's going to have to wait. There you go.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And
So physical silver, is that like teapots? That's what I picture.
It's just
The whole
bullion pieces of like
bullion. Okay.
yeah, square things. You know, those little
Okay.
bricks.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, $1 million worth of silver is like you can carry it with you. It's heavy. But you can carry it.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah, but still,
Yeah.
it's
the poor man's
yeah.
bullion for
but
sure.
but as Brendan and I have pointed out before, when civilization collapses, what good is that? If you try to barter with it, they're just going to shoot you and take it.
Right.
You're left
Yeah,
with.
you can't
can't
fix
eat
your
it. You
roof
can't eat
with it,
gold.
and you can't eat it. You
Yeah.
can't
That's
fix your
the-
roof with it, and you can't eat it. That's
Yeah.
the magic.
That's the joke we have. It's like
That's
you can't eat gold.
it's actually magic. I mean, they say magic is dead. It's not. It's just there it is. Oy.
Yes. Thank you.
Very right in plain sight and very compelling.
Yes.
It
But
enslaves us all.
by the way, I just have.
Oh,
Yeah. What? Honey?
one quick thing about the billionaire
Of
hype.
course. Please.
The thing that pisses me off about this so much, I don't know about these huge name brand billionaires, but all the other ones, anyone worth their salt does not have their company headquarters in California.
Okay. Why is
They
that?
have it in Nevada or Utah, where their tax situation state-wise is very different. So you can do business in California, as I understand it, but it's different if you're not headquartered here per se.
Well, most of them are still headquartered here, honey.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think, and the old money and stuff like that, they just pick a state that has lax laws to make their headquarters.
I get what
I
you're.
mean, they mostly go to Wyoming, but even the IRS
Okay.
has said that's not a valid place.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a
Nevada.
valid reason to do your business there.
Yeah.
They've already been shot down.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, is that
Trust me,
right?
they get their
Okay,
money.
okay.
They get their
Yeah.
money.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's like that may have been like an idea, but once they tried to
I think
follow
it
through,
worked
they-
for a long time.
I doubt it
No,
because
the only true haven is offshore.
yeah,
That's what all those
Uh-huh.
little islands are for.
yeah,
Well, and there you go too. I'm not saying they kept it in the country, but don't
Yeah.
they all keep it offshore?
no.
I mean,
What
how
happens,
come
honey, is
Bezos and Elon pays $1?
well, no. It's what happens is that they're all headquartered here, but they place their assets offshore. But they all, believe me, you've got Gavin Newsom and all these politicians in secession have been kissing ass to these multi-billionaires forever.
Yep.
So believe me, they have every reason to stay here. All this crap about common.
That's what I say too. Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole thing is bollocks because
Yeah.
they're not paying taxes anyway.
Yeah, that's certainly not proportionate to what they should
Oh
be.
hell no!
Yeah, it's but
So they flap and fluffle, and
yeah.
everybody gets the little guy gets all worried. Oh no,
yeah,
they're
but
closing another refinery. We're fucked.
with that, yeah, in California, of course, there's very few refineries, comparatively speaking. By the way, this just in: snows whip through, powerful winds drive heavy snow along the coast as a major winter storm unfolds. Okay, that's yeah.
Coast to where? East Coast.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, where else would it be? The East Coast is getting hit like.
Yeah, it ain't here.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God.
Oh.
And so let me see now. I'm checking out something here, and yeah, that's just gonna acknowledge this meme that was sent to me, and it's here we go. This is the correct one for that. Got it. And so all of that being said, when it comes to our man Brendan, I gotta have fun with this. The other day, I was on the phone with him, and it was something I've never experienced before. He was trying to deal with an automated what do we call that? Cash register? I guess it's an automated cash register
Oh
system.
man.
And this thing
They're called self-checkouts.
self-check. Oh
Oh
God,
Just an
this
God.
automated
I
teller.
boycott those motherfuckers. I do.
Oh, rightly so.
Oh
I
my
want a person.
God, this
Yeah.
thing was just, it was like, I've never heard so much human interaction with a machine since Joaquin Phoenix in the movie Her. Only in this case, she was doing all the talking and just shouting. It's Brendan and I had to cut our call because it was that bad. This thing was like, I tell him, Brendan. I mean, this thing is just
The machine was shouting, or the sad person that had to service the machine to help you through the transaction.
Brendan, share the experience. It's a horror story.
Oh.
Hey, we'll see if he comes back on with us.
Well, it was
I
a
just-
combination of the two.
Yeah.
But
Oh
the
boy.
machine was, the volume was set so loud.
Oh
you
God.
can't, like, so they don't want people ringing up like a single banana for their whole order.
Yep.
So it
Yep.
like shouts at you. It says like you know,
Yep.
1098. You know, when you put
That's
something in.
right.
And
That's
it's like
right.
so loud you can't even use it. It's unusable. And then it used to be where you could turn it down, but I guess
Uh-huh.
people were using it to steal so bad that they stopped.
So
you can't do that
bad.
anymore. So it's just like
Yeah.
it's unusable. I don't even want to use it. Yeah.
No, that
but-
was in the paper one day.
But I was
mean,
trying to talk to Doug, and it was just like screaming, like just unnecessary shit at
Oh
us.
God.
It was just like we had to shut the call. Yeah.
Oh.
And then it glitched out, and I had to get help. So it was totally useless, basically.
I had to go.
And it
I
wouldn't
needed
give me my $10
Yeah, go ahead.
off. Basically, is what happened. Like it did everything
Bitch.
to prevent you from stealing, but
Yeah.
they were trying to steal $10 from me. You know, it was like this so backwards. It was just,
So was some poor schmo there to like
yeah. Well, at this
have
particular
to try
store, the
and
lady's
help
a real,
you in
she's a
your
real saint,
rage? Yeah.
but
Yeah.
90%
See
of
that?
them are just like horrible.
Oh, fuck. I never have to go to a hardware store, but I did, and all the small cool ones are closed, or Ace. So I had to. So I happened into Home Depot. That's all they
it's
have
horrible.
now.
It's horrible.
That's it. And
they
there's
sit there and
one
they don't know how to
poor.
help you. Yeah.
There's one poor guy who had to service all those machines and all those customers. And I'm like, I run to him and I say, "Where's the cash registers?" And he's like, "This is it." And the thing had totally broke down on me and wouldn't operate. And he said that they do that all the time. And so he was on
All
his
to
feet.
save like some $8. It's like that's stupid.
And it turns out that family is like princes of evil. Home Depot is like big time evil.
Yeah, they
If you
were,
can,
yeah.
if you have to make the choice, go to Lowe's.
Okay.
That's owned by a righteous black man
There we are.
who helps
Is it
people.
really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, Lowe's is cool.
Impressive.
Patronize Lowe's if you have to.
There we are. Thank you, honey. No, in terms of there was so much else that's happened recently, Brendan. I don't know. I guess we'll share it on the next episode. But for instance, what can you think of? Is there anything else you can think of that you want to bring up that
No.
strikes you in the domestic or foreign scene or personal scene that you're willing to share? I mean,
No.
Brendan's been through a lot of adventures lately. I mean, there was a trap he saw the other day that I would have just fallen into in a heartbeat. The lemonade stand. Yeah, all right.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that we'll have to. Let's reserve that for after the EVEDy files kind
Yeah,
of
it
cool
sounds
down.
good.
You know.
Uh,
Yeah, let's not get into
Ew.
that.
No, as I said, exempli gratiae. There's been multiple national headlines noting that Peter Thiel, the co-founder of the techno mega corporations PayPal and Palantir, is preparing to flee California, all while pumping. Yeah, all while pumping
Good riddance.
Yeah, thank you. All while pumping $3 million into a campaign to defeat the billionaire tax. The narrative might
Well,
carry...
the funny part about that.
Go on.
Sorry to interrupt that.
No,
man, but
please.
just the Sergey Brin just bought like this huge estate in Tahoe, Lake Tahoe,
There we are.
Oh,
on the
see that?
California side.
Then-
But then
Yep.
there's like conflicting reports. They say, oh, but he bought it on the Nevada side, and then one report will say it's on the Nevada side, the other report
Oh,
will
that's
say
hilarious.
it's on the California side. But it just because they actually get tax breaks for having residency, but they have to prove that they've been living in California.
Yes.
Huh.
Yes. See?
So if they pay the California tax, they get business tax breaks from the feds.
Yeah. There
Uh-huh.
we are.
So it's like they're trying to get the they're trying to juice the lemon.
They're
on
trying
both
to play.
sides.
Yeah, they're trying to play both sides.
I mean, they're ruthless, and maybe that's a smart city of the future. If
Uh,
it's big enough, I don't know.
Well,
The
this is what I can guarantee.
sovereign
what
Well,
happens.
city.
Tahoe's just like when the cataclysm comes, it'll just be like the only thing left. Top the mountain.
Yeah.
That's the only
Right.
reason they care about it.
Yeah.
Same
But-
with Hawaii.
Yeah. 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 But
An enclave. It's planned to
Yeah.
be an enclave for
Yeah.
sure.
but
It's just
with-
what's left. It's just
yeah.
what's left. When the world floods again, that's just,
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
with,
they
with-
think they'll be safe.
Yeah, but in
Yeah.
the more immediate sense, what Sergey Brin did was he purchased an estate that straddles the border. So he just literally is on both sides. He's on whichever side is advantageous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
but it doesn't work like that for normal people.
no, of course not. It's now as we were saying about Peter Thiel's narrative, it might carry more weight.
So like what, he has breakfast in a different room and says, "Oh, I've been living in Nevada."
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Is
when
that
he
the-
wants
is
to,
that
when
the
he needs
scheme?
to. Yeah. Yeah.
There might be time zone issues.
Yeah, it's seriously, but literally the dude just does it as his accountants will say, or attorneys, or both will say, depended on the situation, he was in Nevada or he was in California, and it's the same
Right.
estate. Yeah, so it's it just is what it is.
Yeah,
This
there's
is
a house on each side. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's so
the-
scheme.
yeah.
That's so scheme.
the wealthy can do that. Yeah,
More,
and-
more.
Yeah. But as for Peter Thiel's specific narrative, which of
Yeah.
course represents that of all these techno mega corporate moguls, it might carry more weight if not for the fact that Peter Thiel purchased a house in Miami in 2020, opening a satellite office for his venture capital firm there in 2021, and moved his voter registration to Florida in 2024. All of it well before the very idea of any California wealth tax
Yeah.
had even been
Ain't
conceived.
no taxes in Florida.
And if
For
Thiel, and if Thiel is indeed out of the Golden State, why is he funding the anti-tax effort here?
You're killing me.
So basically,
That begs the question. Yeah.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's how evil, man.
Yeah, this is because technology.
These aren't philanthropists.
Yeah, this is because this is because technology centers Silicon Valley and Biotech Bay, all of which comprise the greater San Francisco Bay Area metroplex region, are often at the heart of the wealth tax debate, and rightfully so. Best estimates put the current number of billionaires in California at around 215, and half of those made their fortunes in tech. That too matters. The economic principle of agglomeration holds that like-minded businesses prefer to cluster, remaining in proximity even as they compete, because of benefits like being able to share massive job, idea, and resource pools. Companies like Alphabet, which is Google, Meta, which is formerly Facebook and is of course personified in Zuckerberg, Apple, Nvidia, and others have launched and thrived in Silicon Valley, while mine own Golden Gate at San Francisco is the emerging global hub of the AI, or artificial intelligence boom. There will be more multi-billionaires in California, not fewer. Though some will undoubtedly leave, others are building their fortunes now. Laura Zwicker, a Los Angeles-based tax advisor, recently told the London-based Times that among her 10 billionaire clients, none of them are interested in moving out of the state. Zwickers may be an unusual group, and the same story quoted others as saying some multi-billionaires are in fact making plans to leave California, but Zwicker noted that younger multi-billionaires may feel that they have an obligation to share some of the wealth that they made in the way that the government decides to have them share it. Now, oh, wow. So I love these images being provided by our dear Brendan Sokit, and they're profoundly appreciated morale boosters. Well, wow, one of them's even uncensored, which is unusual for Japanese. Okay, that having been said, in an interview with CNBC in early January, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, not new to the game at the age of 62, mostly echoed Zwicker's sentiment. When asked about the tax, which might cost him as much as $7.75 billion, he's worth an estimated $155 billion. He won't fucking miss it. Wong told the network, "I've got to tell you, I've not even thought about it once. We choose to live in Silicon Valley, and whatever taxes they would like to apply, so be it. I'm perfectly fine with it." Well, you know, any sane
His English is normal. He sounds like a Californian. by the way.
Don't tell people that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I have more fun with it this way. But besides, it's like I know he's a fucking banana, as they call it. You know, yellow on the inside, but white on the inside. Yellow on the outside. Yeah, white on the inside, yellow on the outside, but white on the inside. He's what do they call him? Banana Wong. That's what they call him in the community. They call him Banana Wong. But and they're not talking about his dick. But at any rate, any sane multi-billionaire should feel the way he does. The California.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's right, honey. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, the California Billionaire Tax Act will require nearly 900,000 valid voter signatures to even qualify for the 2026 state ballot, at which point it will encounter fierce pushback from a business sector determined to sink it for no goddamn good reason. Partially,
I actually already signed it.
Thank you.
For
Good
what
girl.
it's worth.
Like
Yes,
at a
I
certain
did.
point, like they could just pay us all off, and we won't. I'll take a couple. I'll take a couple G's just to not sign it.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
I mean, with the money they're spending, that would be a more effective and efficient way to distribute it. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
after what
imagine.
happened the last couple of years, I don't think no one's gonna go after you for buying votes. That seems to be like the last thing they would ever prosecute.
Yes. By the way, Mr.
Yeah.
Lord,
Musk was like giving away. He said, "I'll give you $1 million if you don't vote."
Yeah.
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 Remember that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, nobody's offering me any money.
By the way, Mr. Lars 0007 says, "Hello, Team Dietrich. Thank you for all expose. Love you all. I would like your opinion on work requirements for EBT and Medicaid receipts when there are no jobs."
Yeah.
Okay. Brendan, Holly, help.
Anyway.
Wait, what was the question?
No.
So I'm going to do a screen share so we can see it directly. That'll help. So let's do a screen share. And, okay.
I mean, if you have no income, they'll just give you everything.
So this is a lady.
Oh, exactly.
This is a lady. Mr. Lars 0007 is her dog. That's her dog.
Oh, that's right.
But this is a lady. She says, "Hello, Team Dietrich. Thank you for all ye expose. Love you all. I would like your opinion on work requirements for EBT, Electronics Benefits Transfer, our SNAP, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, our food stamps on a card, and Medicaid receipts when there are no jobs. Everyone is getting laid off." Well, please, both of you, respond to that.
I mean, it's a brand new day. I don't know how that's going to work yet. It's a brand new day. As my understanding is, if you're on SSDI and Medi-Cal, you can't make more than $85 a month.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So it's you know, we got to find a way into the cash economy.
Did you just say $85 a month? How can anyone live off that? The food stamps are
Well,
only a
that's
few
the
hundred.
thing. If you're so poor that you can't pay a doctor for your surgery, then you have to have less than $2,000 in the bank.
Okay, well that's
That's
easy for
how
most.
it
It's some
is.
kind of system that just keeps people in a bad state.
It just keeps people in eternal poverty.
Well, you have
Oh.
to be that poor.
Well, I mean,
And so, buddy, if you're that poor,
I think
then
you wait.
fill
Holly,
out the forms.
right. Well, this is what we need to clarify. Is at Mr. Lars 0007, and please give us your name again, honey. I don't remember exactly what your lady name is, so feel free to share a first name or at least an avatar name that's better than Mr. Lars 0007, which of course is your dog's. But darling, are you asking this for personal reasons, like you're applying, or are you asking as a concept, like like everyone's getting laid off, and you're asking this from a sociological perspective? It would help our answer, because if you're asking,
Not really. I mean, this is how it is.
well,
God forbid she has children.
my instant, what's this from our man? Oh yes, oh here we go. Funny, that had an image attached to it before when he originally had that link up, and that seems to have disappeared. The image.
The cutoff for EBT with an income
Yeah.
is very low.
Okay.
I mean, you'll end up like you do, Douglas, with like $30 a month.
$30. Oh, you're talking about my EBT card? Yeah, I get.
No,
like,
her question about EBT.
Yeah.
It was good in COVID, but it's pretty darn chintzy now.
Well, it was never good, but it's nevertheless,
Yeah.
my EBT card only gets like $27 loaded on it.
That's
a
what
month.
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
something like that. Yeah.
So
if
that's
that.
if you have a job
Yeah.
of any kind, forget EBT. If you don't have a job, definitely apply.
Well, it doesn't hurt to apply for it regardless, but it doesn't mean
True.
that it'll, yeah, whatever you get may not be, helpful,
Yeah.
per se.
But this person sounds
yeah.
jobless and in free fall.
I'm not quite sure about that. My intuition, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, darling, at Mr. Lars 0007, again, the name of her dog, this is a lady we're talking about. My intuition is she's doing okay, but that's just my
Okay.
intuition. I may be wrong. So, honey, let us know if you're doing okay, or if you're in desperate straits and trying to apply for this. I believe
Yeah.
that everything Holly says is correct for applying for
Yeah.
Medicaid and EBT. I want people to know I'm what's called Medi. I'm Medicaid,
Mhm.
Medi-Cal. I'm on both. But
Right,
remember
because you're not on Social Security yet.
that well, I never will be. I never will be. That because
What, not even at 62?
never. I'm never
Okay.
going to be on, because I'm SSDI. I'm not part of the
Already
system.
on.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm not on Social Security. It's SSDI. I'm paying
understand.
myself. Yeah. This is disability insurance. It's not Social Security. It is affiliated
Well-
through the Social Security administrative
Yeah.
bureaucracy. But believe me,
Yes.
it's not the same thing at all.
Because
So
I have that too.
okay. Yes, SSDI?
Yeah.
Right. So you paid
so
into
I could
insurance.
get-
Right.
Insurance before
Right.
I was 62 at that point. Now they're inching it up and inching it up.
Wait
like
a
to
second.
65.
You're younger than I am. You're not 62.
No, I'm 6 years older than you are.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea.
Hey, don't go by my looks, baby.
That's cute. That's cute. Oh,
I'm 6 years older than you.
So
So I'm
sh-
65 this year.
So our lady's responding now. I will go back to the. Oh, so you're 65 this year. Cool. And then what does that mean? You can retire?
God, no.
Of course not.
God, no.
Of
But
course
you
not.
got to work channels if
Yeah.
you can find them.
Right. So
Because if you're on so poor that you qualify for Medi-Cal,
yeah.
you can't make more than $85 a month.
Well, that's
See,
obviously not the
that's
case with
on
the
Social
working disabled
Security.
program. That's obviously
No,
not the case.
because
through,
on regular Social Security,
yeah.
you can make, oh man, $2,500 or $3,000 a
Whoa,
month.
whoa! Wait a second. No.
Oh,
It's
yes, you
regular Social Security. You're
certainly
not even supposed to be
can.
working.
No, Douglas, I swear to God, and you can check this.
Well,
That's the reason
wait a
why.
second. I'm not.
Hold on, let me say this one thing.
Wait,
The reason why the program has survived is that no matter how rich you are, you're entitled to a Social Security payment because you paid into it all your working life.
Yeah. That's why idiots like Peter Moon have got it. Vinnie Barbary. All that being said, we'll get back to Mr. Lars 0007 in a second. I'm just doing the screen share now, so you both should be able to read what she's responded. But I do want people to know this is my understanding as someone who worked for the federal government for years.
I'm not questioning you, but
and this is my understanding of it. And I certainly ran across this. Is if you get on Social Security, which is just a bitch, you're getting like $600 a month. You know,
everybody
$800
does.
a month.
It depends. It can go as high as $1,500.
Yeah. If you're rich and you've been putting into it all your
That's
life,
right.
It's proportionate to what you put in. So if you're poor, you get shit. So the average poor
900.
person, believe me, I've seen people get nothing but 300 to 600. Okay,
that's right. And if you haven't put in, you get jack squat. If you worked off the books all your life, you get jack squat nothing.
Right. Yeah. But the one thing I do know, this is my understanding, is that when you get it, you're not allowed to work at all. And if you're caught working, you're guilty of a federal crime and you will do time in a federal prison. That's my understanding of it. The SSDI is what you can work in. Now, we're not going to get into an argument about this.
Opposite,
we're not going to get into... No, it can't be the exact opposite.
Well, let me say my piece.
Look, I'm on SSDI and I'm on the Working Disabled program, and I'm required by federal law to fucking work. So, so that's, it's the total opposite of what you're saying.
But my SSDI, if I work, I'm in trouble because that means I'm not disabled.
You don't understand.
So I'm not in your program.
You're not on WDP. That's why.
No. And what's that stand for?
Working Disabled Program.
Right. No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm not. And I'll need to find that because,
right.
Cash income is hard to come by.
Yeah, I guess, but you might as well just keep working under the table.
Well, like I say, those opportunities come and go.
Right. But okay.
But I'm interested in what you're talking about. If you're not on that program, then if you're just, an old retired fart and you worked all your life, you get a Social Security payment, you can work a cash register someplace for a couple $1,000 a month.
Well, just to qualify for our listeners, do not take this as legal advice. Follow up, do research yourself, and consult with a social worker. Consult with a social worker.
Getting Social Security is not supposed to be a punishment.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Being disabled or so poor you qualify for Medi-Cal is a punishment.
Oh, it's all a punishment. But
my
at any
understanding.
Rate, so
at least you get a little chip back from all the taxes they took from you. If you're all fair and square.
So at Mr. Lars 0007 says, "No, I am not jobless. I am talking about people who are on these programs." So this is more of a social question as opposed to a personal question. Thank you, honey, for clarifying.
It's a nightmare. But it's worth filling out the forms and giving it a go. Because when I was coming up, you can own a house now and get food stamps.
Yeah, I mean
that was not the case.
What?
When I was growing up.
Oh
hell no. You had to be like renting.
Okay. That's interesting.
You
I
couldn't
mean,
own property, and you
yeah,
certainly couldn't be making a car payment or anything like that.
yeah. Well, it was a very different world while we were growing up, and
Yeah.
yeah, I still have traumatic memories about that.
I'm talking
And
into my 30s, though.
well, I had no
But
idea
now
you
you can
were.
own a house and get food stamps. You
I
can only own one house, though.
imagine that. The I had no idea you were older than myself. That's
Yeah,
incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. And so
because I'm
you're
so
nearing
youthful.
you're nearing retirement age. You're telling me you're going to be
There's
65.
no retirement for me.
Yeah,
I'll be working until the day before I die.
but you're not 65 yet, but you will be in a few months.
No, I was in December.
You were in
I was
December.
born in 1960.
Okay.
So my age matches the year, but not until the last 2 weeks.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah. So I was always the young one
Okay. Jesus. That's
with the older friends.
well, there you go. A little bit of culture shock there.
Yeah,
At any rate,
thank you.
so as I was saying, the
Our worlds overlapped just barely.
yes,
And that's the
yeah,
great thing about it, just barely. I figure anybody I could have been in 4-year high school with at the same time,
mhm,
there's no difference. But
mhm,
you're over that by 2 years, and that's just barely.
mhm.
You know, your best friend's little brother age or something.
Yeah, there we are.
So you remember.
Yeah. And so let me thank Our Lady here, and but appreciate her participation, and she's welcome to continue asking questions. I'm not quite sure if we answered any of them. We probably
Yeah,
simply confused her
wild
more.
ranting.
Yeah, it's well, but definitely, I would
But it's
say,
a great program of a bygone federal government.
yeah. Well,
And I'm a
obviously,
big government guy
yeah. I'm big government. I'm big government myself. Pro big government. Pro
all
big
the way.
government. All the way. Yes.
Stability,
Well,
baby.
well,
Pay the slaves.
yeah,
How, there's your algorithm. That's all you
yeah,
need.
yeah,
Pay the slaves.
yeah,
I'm happy.
yeah,
Perfectly happy. Cleaning toilets, you name it.
yeah. What?
Give me enough to eat, and the 3 basic food groups,
Yeah.
bed,
Whoa,
car,
whoa.
and phone.
Whoa.
A bed, a car, and a phone. That's all
Yeah.
you really need
Yeah. Well,
in
remember,
life anymore.
according to Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., the basic food groups include fat and condiments. It's
Yeah.
quite seriously.
Well, yeah, and we've
It's
seen that. Ketchup's a vegetable.
yeah.
Thanks,
But
little George.
well, he's recommending donuts. I mean, donuts, 100. Like what was it? What was that? Krispy Kreme donuts. It's the only food I've ever seen where the ingredients said on the box 100% pure fat.
I
That's
drove by the McDonald's the other day, and the big poster on the window, "We take EBT."
cool. Well, yeah, for what
Yeah,
that's
that's a
worth.
big inroad
Yeah.
into. But where you remember
Mhm.
Atkins changed the world.
Atkins. Diet?
Dr. Atkins, the Atkins diet changed the world because when we were young,
Mm.
people actually thought like spaghetti was a diet food. They thought fat goes to fat, so eat a lot of potatoes and pasta and shit. And he single-handedly changed the world, and it's a world that has evolved and is like so top drawer in the whole tech live forever world, paleo, keto. It's all about no carbs,
Uh-huh.
all fat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you only ate, like, I hate to say it, but meat and greens, you'd be healthy and thin all your life.
Well, yeah. Tell her, Brendan Atkins died of heart disease.
Yes, he did, because you can go off the deep end with it and not get
Yeah,
your
he had a
greens.
quadruple heart attack and died.
I
So forget
understand
about
that.
Atkins. Come on, he didn't.
But people lost weight dude. And when
He lost a
get
lot
him
more
in the
than that.
dog food,
He lost a lot more than
I
that.
am telling you, it ain't. You know this,
Yeah, you
Brendan, as
don't
well as
you
I
don't
do.
build up. You don't build up the fat. You just it all goes through your arteries and fucking
The
causes
fat
shit.
burns. It's the carbohydrates that set
This is like
into the
propaganda people are falling
arteries.
for. This is like propaganda.
I
Like the
don't
whole
believe that at
paleo is
all.
propaganda. It's totally
I
the
don't
keto
believe
thing
that
is
at all.
propaganda.
No, I don't believe it.
Heather's.
I
But
have all the receipts. I have all the receipts.
I love it.
and I'll always
Heather's
listen to
typing.
you, Brendan. I will.
No,
I'll
I'm not
always
saying you. I
listen.
mean,
Yeah.
like this is the
Yeah.
disclaimer. DYOR.
I mean, yeah, because you pursue a vegetarian lifestyle,
Yeah.
which of course is the pinnacle of good health.
And by the way, so
No, I never said anything about vegetables. It's just
Well,
you know,
yeah, but you don't eat meat,
yeah.
right? Or do
No,
you?
of course not.
On
Of course
occasion.
not.
Well, there
No.
you go.
well, Holly,
that's all I'm saying.
you didn't eat vegetables for months. You went almost like a
No.
year, maybe more without vegetables, right? You
No, don't be ridiculous. It was a few weeks after the meltdown, and yeah, I'm eating them because they're all poison. But what are you gonna do?
But by the way, Heather Holman, who's welcome to join us on the call, says in the text box, a friend I had to filet mignon and eggs only, and got skinny
Yeah.
really fast. Yeah,
Really
because she
fast.
couldn't afford to eat it all. Yeah,
But you
that was
might
so
die
expensive.
young, you know. I mean, I can't for sure, but yeah, you want to lose weight? Chicken Caesar salads for 6 months, man.
Okay,
You'll be half the size.
again, everybody, do not take any of this as medical
No,
advice.
don't
Everybody,
take my word for it.
Jesus Christ, no legal or medical advice here. I'm here to offer
No.
geopolitics. I'm here for geopolitics. Okay, such having been
It's a weird
qualified.
side road. But on
Yeah.
that note, listen, Guy, I got to switch over.
Okay, love you, honey.
So I love you all very much, and
Yes.
thank you. It's been rollicking
Well,
and very informational.
Yeah, well, don't be afraid to jump back on anytime you feel like it.
No, I
Okay, if you hear
won't.
something that
All
riles
right.
you, go ahead and jump right back on.
Thank you.
Okay, so here
I
we
just might.
here we are with steak and eggs diet. Oh man, I want to. This is the kind of diet I want. Steak and egg, I love it. Yeah, just yeah. So thank you, Heather. Yeah, and then Brendan's providing us the food guidelines. There we are. Blue zone food, carbs. Yes, there we are. And 20% fats, 15% proteins. There we are. And so all of that having been articulated, look at that, 3 eggs and a little what looks like a mutton or pork chop or a side of steak. Anyhow, with some fat on it. Looks delicious to me. I could go for that. All right. As I was saying, the California Billionaire Tax Act will require nearly 900,000 valid voter signatures, of which Holly Kiefer's already done her part, to qualify for the 2026 state ballot at all, at which point it will encounter fierce pushback from a business sector that's determined to sink it, partially via the threat that the tax will cause our state to bleed multi-billionaires who will take their businesses elsewhere. If the proposal passes, it will almost certainly face immediate legal challenge. The primary force behind the proposal is the Service Employees International Union United Healthcare Workers West, in other words, my local SEIU, which is now on strike for Kaiser, many of whose members work in the healthcare industry, directly threatened by the federal reduction in Medicaid funding. Full disclosure here, my union is a financial supporter of Capital and Maine. Now, the merits of the measure itself notwithstanding, of course, the threat of a resulting business exodus is an all too familiar one. And here we are with blue zones. Okay, healthy lives and blue zones. Well, Brendan, come on, tell us about this. Tell us about the blue zones and the healthy lives in them. Let's see if Brendan, it's better to talk than to type. The theory has been corroborated. Yes. Yes, I'm sure. So, Brendan, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, this has become very. This was like a big deal after this guy wrote the book.
Yeah.
Whoever this guy's name is, Don Lutner.
Yeah.
Lutner, what's his name?
Yeah, Lutnick, something like that. Yeah. Go on.
Dan Butner.
Okay.
Butner.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that he came up with this. You know, he was a statistician or something / author.
Yeah.
They got all the details of what the World Health and all these people have been gathering over the years, and there are multiple blue zones, but the 5 ones with the highest life expectancy, where people lived not only longest but like functionally longest, were these 5 areas that he put in the book, which was Okinawa, Sardinia, Nicoya in Costa Rica, Icaria in Greece, and Loma Linda in Southern California. And the diet has been corroborated as of late with multiple human studies where they're actually eating 60% carbs, 20% fats, 15% protein, of which only 5% was animal based. And they've tested it again and again. And it's a fact that this is the healthiest human diet. It used to be, back in the day, it used to be called Mediterranean diet. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was like a big thing for a while.
It was,
Yeah.
yes.
So that's basically, this diet has been proven to be the healthiest for humans. Because the most important thing, because of the structure of our digestive tract, is the fiber.
Mhm.
So you can't just eat fat or you can't just eat meat. You know, there has to be fiber and carbs, because carbs are what you get energy from.
Mhm.
You know, they've proven this over time.
Mhm.
So it's irrefutable. I'm not arguing with Holly. I'm just saying, like,
Mhm.
this is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, no, most certainly. And
vampires don't count. So
that's true.
Subspecies. This is barring subspecies and Bigfoot and all of that. So.
Oh,
and you know, the necromunchers or whatever other people do.
So,
you know, whatever other diet is happening.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm talking about just normal human diet.
Yes.
And there's a reason India is not on that list, because they don't have enough data. They can't even get into the interior of India to talk to these people.
That's true.
You know.
No.
So.
Yeah.
But if you go there, there's the villages with like 80-year-old ladies building brick houses.
Yes.
Like in North India, where no one can go. You know. So.
Definitely. Thank you for that.
And they eat a diet similar to that. It's just all like ghee and lentils and rice, and wheat. That's it.
Yeah, seriously, because they've got access to nothing else. And yeah. By the way, so Heather Holman says, in Arizona, a person can make $1,300 a month on Social Security / disability before they will garnish a percentage of money from every dollar that they earn. If I don't have income, I can receive $29 a month in EBT. It's like, what I can say is,
do with that.
yeah, well, that's what,
not even enough for rice anymore.
Yeah, seriously. Well, this is what I get is, like, I think they've lowered it because of my income to maybe $24 a month starting this year. But basically the EBT card is like, I'm getting between $24 to $29 a month. So basically I have to actually call to ask them what I'm getting. But I know for a fact it's in that range. But such having been said, the card will get deactivated if I don't use it. And since you can buy nothing with the amount of money that's on the card, and you try to wait until you accumulate a few hundred so you can actually do a decent shopping run, you're forced to use it once a month on buying like a little bottle of sparkling water or something, or chewing gum or something, just to keep the card active. Now, Heather says, with EBT applications, you basically have to answer all the questions with no. Any question with yes will require proof, which holds up the process indefinitely. Thank you for that tip, honey, for our listeners out there who apply for that.
This is definitely not legal advice.
Yeah, it's yeah, definitely check with your social worker, but Yeah, it could be also just the state that Holly's in and the kind of process that they
Heather.
have.
Heather.
Heather. Yes, that's right. Yes, thank you. But Holly's
Heather's
also
in
on
our
foods.
state. I mean,
But
Holly's in our state.
yeah,
See, look, they're too similar in names.
yes, that's right. Heather's, well, they're only like a
There's other
border across.
similarities, but we'll just leave it there.
Yeah. You had to say that. That's why I keep crossing them. Okay, there's too many similarities between Heather and Holly, really. So they're like twins. They're like soul twins. Soul twins. But at any rate, Holly's also on the EBT card, obviously. And Heather's on it. I'm on it.
What do you guys buy for $20 a month?
I have no idea how they handle it. I'm not handling it at all. I mean, I keep getting my card deactivated, and I keep calling them. I have to keep calling them to reactivate it. They had to send me a brand new card with a brand new PIN number, which they assigned to me, which is cool by me. I don't give a shit. By the way, beautiful illustration provided by our lovely Heather. Love you for that, honey. Thank you so much. Very spiritual, profound. But at any rate, when it comes to what Holly was saying, she and I apparently live on different fucking planets. I don't know what kind of bureaucracy she's dealing with, but I can tell you this much from my understanding is when you're on Social Security, you are not allowed to work at all. And if you're working on Social Security, you're committing a federal crime. So, yeah, I don't know where she's coming from with that. But at any rate, she's quite adamant about it. Whatever, I mean, what does it matter? She's 65 anyway. So, Heather, say hi.
Hi.
That's delightful. Thank you for the
Hello,
$100.
everybody.
Yes, thank you so much for the $100. Love you dearly.
You're welcome.
Yes, you're an angel. And thank dear Vinny for it. Tell him that he's got to stop contributing to the Republicans.
Oh, I did. I did tell him.
Good.
He just laughed.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's such having been said, darling, what's on your mind?
Well, you're basically the one of the very, very few people that we'd like donate and support financially in a professional kind of way. He'll just like one day he'll say, let's just give him some money, but it's not like a donation thing. He really despises all the St. Jude commercials on their YouTube because they always come on and he's like, I'm never sending them money. They just bug him. Yeah. So I don't know. I give money to everybody that wants it, that I see. I have nothing.
You gotta stop that. I mean,
yeah, well, I did, but I still give money to people who need it.
Yeah, you're too kind. You're.
Well, that's the only way that you can get it. It's got to stay fluid. It's the only way that you can have things come back to you.
I kind of, I operate that way. I've got to stop doing that. I've been operating that way for far too long, and
it's better to give than to receive.
No, it's not. It really isn't. Yeah, but all that being said, your heart is golden, and you're a golden soul, Heather.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Nothing's new.
Yeah. So tell us about this. Whatever you want to talk about. What's on your mind in terms of, anything else aside from
significant?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I've just been really inspired lately. In my Google Photos, I have hundreds and hundreds of pictures, and I'm like, I don't know why I have these. I just need to put them somewhere and then delete them, but they are memories, you could always look back. I was thinking about just posting a bunch of them, like maybe all of them, and then just saying that is content.
Mm-hmm.
Is that content?
Yeah.
Or does content have to be relevant?
No.
No?
Most content is just crap. So, yeah.
Trying to I always think of people like they're trying to prove themselves or establish some kind of identity, and I just think that that's false. So I never really got into, my online person, you know? I'm just myself. I'm always Heather Holman in everything that I do online. I don't have names, you know, like people make up their ID name or whatever.
Mhm. But
Yeah.
by the way, our dear lady behind the dog avatar, Mr. Lars 0007 asks, what do you think of the movie Melania? Which I remember Vin said he saw. Maybe you
Oh,
could tell us.
he saw the preview.
Oh, that was all he saw?
Yeah.
I'm about to go see it just to see, because I'm hearing all kinds of different stuff.
Oh, cool. What are
I'm
you
gonna
hearing?
I'm gonna see it just to raise my Palantir score so they don't arrest me at the border.
The Vin strategy. The Vin
Yeah.
strategy.
Yeah, just say, oh, it was great, I loved it, and then
Well, she's always been really, I mean, I didn't know anything about Melania except for she designs shoes, you know?
yeah, she's a really good designer.
Yeah, and then she's really keeps quiet. Yeah, like she's very quiet, it seems like to me. So it might be interesting to see the movie to learn a little bit about her.
Okay, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Such a beautiful lady.
I mean, she produced it, so it's only things that she wants you to know, you know?
The mystery is how they spent $45 million making a documentary. It's like,
Probably on lunches and delivery and things like
right.
that.
Oh my
Like the
God,
whole
catering.
studio just got DoorDash while
Yeah.
they just sat there and talked. And then they had one guy just stitch all the footage together, and then that was it.
Some kid.
Yeah, some kid, some like intern, stitch all the shit together.
Oh my God. Oh, so at any rate.
But that doesn't take away from her legacy and her just beauty.
You're killing me.
You know what? I take that back because ever since I got the Meta, instead of being Heather Holman on the Meta and making my person look like me, I was creative, and I made it kind of like me, but kind of like Krishna.
Cool.
And it's interesting that people can't really say my name, and I just don't talk because they must think that I don't speak English or something, maybe.
Okay.
You know? I just don't talk to the people on that thing because I think it's weird. I don't know, being interactive and stuff.
Well, honey.
But it's interesting that some of the little kids, they're like, "Oh, Hare Krishna," is you can tell like who is from India or who's Indian.
Okay.
They know what it is, and they just don't know what to think. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're Douglas Dietrich, and I don't know if you have other things that you work behind, or other names that you go by.
Not really. I mean, yeah, I have other names like my Chinese name. It's Atera.
I used to know what it was.
Well,
I used to know what it was. I can't believe my mind escapes me.
oh, well, you mean my Chinese name, my Japanese name? Don't
say it. I want to remember it.
Sure. Okay. At any rate, all I know about the movie that I can say definitively is this. Kazume. Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you know that?
Because I remember now. It took me a while.
No, I understand you remember it, but I mean, how did you know
Well,
it?
you explained one time how Kazume and Kazube is the difference between a male and a female in that name. Kazube and Kazume.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I just remembered.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're wonderful. You're incredible. You really are.
Kazume Dietrich.
You've caused me to lose my voice. At any rate, this is what I can say about Melania. I would dare say this from what I know about it. I would say that it is a $75 million vanity project. That's I think that can be safely stated, and that's okay. That's okay. That it is what it is.
When you're saying you wouldn't do that, you would do that.
That's why, yeah, that's why I'm cool with it. That's why I said it's
Yeah,
okay.
we can't hate on it.
Yeah, can't hate on her for that. It's, yeah, I would do the same. Yeah, something like that. But we could even say that it's taking its place among historically maligned movies. It's
Pretty much.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely the one thing I can put a bet on is that it would be very hard to relate. It's whatever she does in that film, following her life, what she does, her activities, it would be equivalent to Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton, her shtick, if I can use that term, Paris Hilton's shtick was she would like do peon jobs. Like literally, I'll work behind a counter for the sake of the film, and she falls asleep behind the counter. This sort of thing. It's like, just to see what it's like to live like a common person. It's almost like she's living out the fantasy of what it's like to be a peasant. Very similar to what the French nobility did in the days of King Louis XIV, when it was an idyllic time where their great fantasy was to be one of the peasants. So they would have like dude ranches where they could go milk cows and shit and just feel what it's like to be a peasant. They thought that this was just this simple, beautiful life that the peasants were living, that the peasants had no, complaints, because the peasants were just living this subsistence that they didn't have to worry about politics or court intrigue. So they must be blessed and live a life that's free. That's what Paris Hilton would think of you and I, and what Melania no doubt thinks of you and I. It's a world that is inaccessible to us because it's a frame of mind that is for all intents and purposes alien. It's Brendan, you can describe it. Tell them about the Celestials, the Celestials, as portrayed in One Piece. It's literally that kind of lifestyle, really, to a degree.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about the celestial dragons.
Yeah. Tell people about that. Yes.
Oh, they're just the degenerate overlords of the One Piece world.
Yeah.
They're so decadent that it's absurd.
Yeah.
Like they have to wear like fish bowls on their heads so they don't breathe the same air as the commoners and shit like that.
Yeah.
It's totally absurd, but it's based off of probably what Oda saw in Japan or something, and the West, like just in general.
Yeah. What he saw,
like this classism, the classism is what it represents.
Yeah. By the way, maybe you can answer Heather's question. She entered it into the text on our call.
Wait, wasn't she just here?
Yeah, but she's is she gone now? Heather, if you're still here, why don't you just ask the question verbally? Ask.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Okay. Ask the
What was
question.
the question?
If you don't want to jump around, I don't want to like control the conversation or anything.
Well, think of Holly. She doesn't worry about that shit. She just cuts us off like like we're not even talking. So yeah.
It has nothing to do with what you're talking about. That's probably the difference.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So Heather asks, what are biohybrids? What is monad? So where did you hear these terms?
And are they the same? I've just been hearing that word and seeing it around. I've never heard of that word before. And when I Google it, it just comes up with some Greek math stuff.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
So here's what I can tell you what a monad is. The term nomad, now bear with me. The term nomad means a wandering individual, or nomadic in existence means a wandering tribe. Monad is a architectural term for a super complex in terms of a living community, meaning what would be called an arcology. An arcology would be a work of architecture so large that it's effectively its own social and even environmental ecology. The term for such a structure is monad, the opposite of a nomad. So a monad is a people who are sedentary, and they're sedentary within a hive complex where they have no intention of leaving and would probably die if they left. Very similar to a bee or an ant trying to separate from its colony. When somebody has speciated to the point where they're totally dependent on the structure in which they live, then they're the opposite of nomadic. They are monadic. So that is what the term monad means from the social engineering background that I have. So when
Well, is that
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but does that mean that they are also symbiotic? Like
Symbiotic, in a sense, I guess it's symbiotic would imply usually something that would be a mutually beneficial relationship of two separate species. It would be like I don't know why, but the first thing that comes to my mind is sea cucumbers. You often see sea cucumbers with a little animal that lives inside of them for shelter. And the little fish will live inside of them for shelter and then basically enter them through their anus, the sea cucumber through their anus and exit through their anus. But it's really unknown what benefits this provides for the sea cucumber, other than perhaps its intestines get protected from something else entering them. But all of that being said, it's a that's symbiotic, supposedly. This symbiotic would mean like you know, I can't think of other examples at the moment, but mutually
like
beneficial.
a grill.
What?
Like the little worms that these little vril worms, they'll go into someone's eye, and then they have a proboscis. Like things with a proboscis are symbiotic, I believe.
No, those are usually
No?
parasitic. But
Well,
it-
is that a nice way? I mean, is it the difference between they were created to be together or they weren't created to be together?
it's not that they're created to be together. It's that somehow they've learned to adapt to help each other. We have all kinds of animals that what you brought to my mind, is the fact that we have all kinds of animals that live on our bodies that are symbiotic in the sense that we really couldn't live without them. For instance, sloths. Sloths are mammals, and sloths grow moss. When they've tried to wash off the moss from sloths, they die. So for whatever reason, sloths need moss. It's they still can't explain why, but obviously it's symbiotic. Humans have all kinds of animals that live on us, and all of these animals crawl all over us and eat our flaking dead skin. And so without these animals, we'd probably also get sick. That's symbiosis.
But they weren't created to go with us, right? They just
Adapted.
evolved that way.
Maybe they, if we want to get cosmic about it, maybe they were created for us. Yes, I mean, nothing wrong with thinking that. By the way, okay, so we got this Middle East Monitor news from Brendan. So, yes, share this with us, Brendan. Tell us about this news break.
I don't know what what are you talking about?
Oh, Israeli army chief expects the United States to attack Iran.
That one.
Yeah, within 2 weeks to 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this guy,
No.
what he's basing it off of, other than the fact that Cheetos kept saying we're gonna attack.
There you go. Yeah.
But I did notice something, that the Europeans and I believe the EU have designated, so one of the countries, maybe Germany, and also the EU, maybe even France, have designated Iran's actual army and the Revolutionary Army as terrorist organizations. So that's not a good sign.
Well, it's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Well, not for them, but it's a good sign because something might actually get fixed or changed. I should say.
Thank
not
God.
Fixed, changed.
Yeah, we need that. For those of you who don't know, the Golden Gate Bridge became a protest line as a 240,000, maybe 250,000 Iranians and their allies marched across it to demand change in Iran. Believe me, this should have happened generations ago. The Americans instead cooperated with the Iranians from the very beginning, under the mulocracy, as evinced by the Iran-Contra scandal. And by the way, I said that the Melania film was a $75 million vanity project. Yes, somebody just pointed out to me, no, it's $240 million. $240 million vanity project. Oh, cool. Yeah, can't argue with that. All right, so tell us about
At
this.
that point, it's just meaningless. I mean, it's just-
Yes, yeah. So tell us about this. Read this to us with the text that you've just entered.
Oh, wait,
Brandon.
which one? Oh, you're talking about the Chinese trading.
Yes.
Yeah, so Chinese speculators have set the stage for gold and silver crash.
Yeah.
And then right after that, they, disturb the market. Then now they're saying they want to switch the renminbi to be a global trade currency, which it usually isn't. So I found that to be odd.
Yeah. Well, tell people how the Chinese pretty much manipulated this, and the Japanese.
Well, yeah, it says
actually,
here, yeah. For weeks, traders saw prices for gold, the copper, and tin break free from the gravity of supply and demand fundamentals. They were spurred higher and higher on waves of hot money from speculators in China. And then within a few hours, the rally has reversed into one of the most dramatic crashes ever seen in commodity markets. So it was an intentional pull by China, or the forces in China that have money. So there you go.
There we are. And so dear Heather gives us a little horse and a horse fly. A horse fly. Why the horse fly, Heather? Heather?
I was just gonna say, like, the horse doesn't need the fly, but the fly needs the horse.
Well, why does the fly need the horse?
Well, to survive, right? Or I was thinking still about the symbiotic relationship.
Well, I mean, we do see flies on horses, but the fly doesn't really need the horse to survive.
Well, they go on cows too. And you know what I learned? That I could be wrong. I'm never always right. But chlamydia is what causes eye flies in bovine, like cows and horses and stuff.
Okay. But yeah, sure. Right. Maybe.
It's like some kind of a form of chlamydia that makes them hosts, so they can be host to the flies. I don't know if the flies come out of them.
Ooh, got it. No, I don't think so. No. At any rate, as
I
for
don't understand systems very much.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not really. I don't understand systems very well.
Honey, you're doing fine. I mean,
Okay.
you're trying and you're interested and you're curious, and then that's great. I mean, I think that your interest is incredible. I mean, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that you're interested in the world around you.
I've been picking up on. I'm a bird enthusiast now.
Cool. Tell us about this.
I want to learn the language of birds.
Okay. Yes. For what it's worth, everybody, it was believed that the ancient poets spoke the language of birds. That's how they got the name bears. They spoke the language of the birds. So they were called birds, but they're storytellers, poets, and oftentimes they would tell people that they could understand what the birds were saying. So it's not without a historical precedent. Here we are.
But to speak it is something else. You could understand it, but to be able to say it, that's different.
Well, we would probably lack the vocal kind of capacity for chirping. But
I got a bird whistle. I got one for a crow. That's just to start.
Cool. That's cute. That's adorable. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
crows
it
are
works.
crows are incredibly intelligent. Yes, and So, Brendan, tell us about this. Bitcoin crashes November
Yeah,
2024.
yeah. Along with the gold, the Bitcoin bottom fell out, and then
Okay.
they're claiming that they're saying Satoshi Nakamoto sold, or Satoshi Nakamoto is Epstein. It's like, so all these different things are causing it to crash because it's too volatile for people to stay in it. So there you go.
Yeah. Yes. Well,
Get out while you can. Forget
y-
about all this other shit.
thank you. Thank you. And for God's sakes, everybody, don't play crypto. I don't know why no one ever listens to me.
And I
Well,
don't understand why these
yeah.
files are so controversial. It's like everyone was talking and already knew about all this stuff. Why do you need some stupid fake emails, like AI generated emails? I mean, this is stupid
At any rate, we'll tell them some of
for it to
the
be real.
tell them
Yeah.
about the evil shit that you've learned from these files, Brendan. I mean, Trump was sticking his fingers up little girl snatches,
Oh,
and
I don't know anything
yeah,
about that.
you were the guy who told me about it. I mean, so, it's
Allegedly.
oh,
This is alleged.
allegedly. Jesus Christ, we all know Trump's a piece of shit, and
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everyone's known that for like, it feels like 100 years. The last 40 years, it's like everyone knew him as scum.
yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
it's no mystery.
I guess just having it confirmed. You know, hopefully
Well, there
it
was worse
turns.
shit. There was
Yeah.
the actual,
Mhm.
you know, cannibal stuff was in there. They released the photos of some kind of creature in between those chickens. I don't know if you saw that.
Tell us.
And then people said it was an art project from 2003. It's like, it's hard to tell.
Show me that image. I'd like to see it.
Oh, I'm sure you would.
You
I don't
make
know
it
if I
sound
can
like
even
that would be
find it.
gratifying in some sense. I'm just curious. But you're speaking about like an entity or a cryptid.
No. It's here. You do it. You do this part.
Okay. I presume I'm going to have an image to analyze in a moment from our friend Brendan, and
It's disgusting. It's not
okay.
cool, man.
And
it's hard to even find it. It's like super, super sketchy.
Uh-huh. And in the meantime, while he's looking for that, as I said, this threat of business exodus to alter politics, it harkens back at least as far as 1911. Oh, here we are. Let's take a look at what he sent here. He's typing some kind of caveat. He says, "You can see the foot." Okay, here we are. Mark Brooks art. Okay. Dude, oh, there we are. Okay. Of all the Epstein photos to come out, this one is easily the most confusing. Does that chicken have a human leg and foot? Well, why is part of it redacted? And of course, they have to angle it in such a way to make it even more difficult to identify. It looks far too developed to be an infant. An infant baby's legs.
Yeah, supposedly it was from some art project in 2003, but then that begs the question, why would they even send that photo? It's just very strange.
Well, we know why they sent it, and if it were an art project, it would be, of course, what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, would call degenerate Kunst, or degenerate art. And so this is possibly degenerate art, or it's a human baby. The legs look a little too developed to be a human baby, but not necessarily.
It's definitely juxtaposed, but it's just...
No, I don't believe...
Like, I don't think that...
It could be juxtaposed, but it could be a real baby on a slab between two chickens. Oh, what's so hard to imagine about that? That's easy to imagine in Epstein world.
Because the comment defenders were coming out and saying, "Oh, it's an art project," and they were showing the original photo.
Oh, maybe
unredacted.
Can you find that? And
I don't really want to. It's hideous.
Well, I would need to see it, and in order to make a judgment, I would need to see it. I can't do much with this. at any rate. So see if you can find that. That would be appreciated. I mean, obviously, don't break yourself, but I mean, if you find it, that's great.
I mean,
And
this
then,
is not something I want to do. Yeah, but here you go.
understood. Oh, you found it. Okay, excellent. Let's see now. All right, here we go. So, okay, looking at this. Okay, age-restricted adult content. I need to log in. Oh, it's such shit. Okay, that's yeah.
Wait,
I
what?
can't.
It showed it to me.
Oh, well, you're not. Well, here's what I'll show you. Let's see now. We do the screen share. So doing the screen share, and so
Oh
that
no,
you.
here, I'll just screenshot it.
Okay, there you go. That's supposed to see. This is what I get. Age-restricted adult content. This content, and then you gotta log into X to see it. Learn more. And I'm not gonna log into X because I'm not on X. Or they banned me from X, as a matter of fact, for the illustration I did of a young girl waving a rainbow flag. That's and she wasn't underage, I assure you. And she was clothed, I assure you. To all our listeners out there. At any rate, they just didn't like the rainbow flag. They're because they're a bunch of bigots. And so aside from all of that, sharing the screen, I guess I could stop sharing, and we'll just put a check mark here. Our man will probably screenshot that in a moment. To get back to the history of this threat of multi-billionaires to
Oh, here's the kicker. They're saying, oh, it's just some weird German art. So this is their excuse.
Why would they say German? Why do they have to say that?
Because the artist is German.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, justice government, what's between the chickens? I'm not positing a photo because
Scroll down.
Okay, there we are. So let's scroll down, and then what? There's the link.
It's this person. It says, yeah.
Okay, so let's see.
Says, this maintenance, any maintenance. Says, here's the link of the uncovered bit.
Okay,
there not a baby, just some weird German art, but still disturbing.
There we are.
So I think if you click on it, it might take you there.
Okay, so there we are. It did. So it says, bent a bit twisted, yeah, but what bothered me most about this is actually taking the time to make it.
Oh, that's why they redacted it, because it was a bloke. There you go. Bloke. So it was just gay. It was some gay art.
Oh, got it. And then because there's so
that begs the question: why were they sending it to each other?
Yeah. At any rate, so I guess this is just seeing this. It's not a baby. It's a pretty formed human, pretty much formed. He's obviously deformed, but it's and it's a dude. Oh well, gays turn on to this shit. So that's.
Then why were they sending it to each other? It's just.
You mean Epstein and who was he sending it with? He was sending. It's obviously Epstein was one of the parties involved. Well, because they're all bisexual. What do you think? I mean, they're all in that world. They're all anything goes, and to them, human beings, it's like a small person. It's not like it's a adult, because the way it's structured, it's obviously a young adult. So it's a young adult with fully formed genitalia, but they're putting it between two chickens as if he's meat on a slab, And by the way, gays in general just groove off this shit. So, but these guys, to them, people are meat. So they groove off that too.
Like redacting it made it worse. So they did a horrible job of putting those squares.
Well, that's the intent. That's the intent. Yeah. They did that intentionally. The whole intent is to just let people's imaginations run wild. The actual.
So it was a distraction drop. It was a distraction drop from the economy exploding or something.
Yeah. That's there you go. It's it's porn photography, but it's like the kind that would appeal to the meat marketers, Epstein and the like. So there you go with that. And thank you for sharing that. That gives me a whole new level of appreciation of the perversity of what we're dealing with. So when it comes to the threat of the elite to vacate California, such tactics harken back to at least as far as 1911, when the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire exposed the squalid and unsafe conditions in New York City's garment district warehouses. Business interests and lobbyists immediately began opposing any and all reform measures, claiming that the costs of such would drive them out of state. But when such outmigration actually began to accelerate in the 1950s, quite a long time from 1911, it wasn't because of any fucking safety reforms. It was because the deeply depressed southern states offered cheaper labor and less unionization. By the way, we're getting some more input here from our man Brendan. Let's see what this is. Oh yes, tell us about this, Brendan.
You should read it. You should just read it because it's so absurd.
Yes, Ashwini Vaishnav.
Vaishnav, one of these like
Yeah.
privileged Brahmin goofballs that ends up with a government position in India.
There we are.
He has like no idea how the world works. He says, Japanese are amazed looking at India's progress of building this bullet train.
Yeah,
and then the person, the OP, puts underneath the caption, someone tell him that the Japanese built their first bullet train in 1964.
Yes, that's delightful. I have to.
This dude is so goofy. He's wearing a wife beater underneath his little thing.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. This is hysterical. It is sad. It is sad. It's really pathetic.
So these are all Nepo babies. Like all these Brahmin class people, the smart ones all go out of the country. So the rest of them are all Nepo. They just get stuck in these government jobs doing Nepo baby stuff.
Yeah.
And they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
They just say, India's the best.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his brother is actually building high-speed rail in Japan with his engineering degree.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's funny. No, I love it. That's yeah, by the way, is this a joke? Is this guy actually serious? Here, I mean, I'm not just that guy in the photo. Look at this. So I'm doing a screen share now. So if you take a look at this, can you see this? Srikanta MS. Yes, absolutely right. We are experts. Oh, he put a wink. So he's being facetious. He's being facetious.
Yeah, Ulukapatega. Yeah, he's just saying ridiculous. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, and look what
because a lot of the people, the younger guys, know how goofy the system is there.
Yes.
So they laugh about it online.
Yes, like this guy, Vijay Palini Swami says, after a few years, we will tell bullet trains were invented in India, and we only gave the technology to Japan. Yes.
See, they know.
Yes,
they know how stupid this guy is.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh, look at this guy.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Oh,
it says now we are able to
compete with Japan 1960s.
I mean, no joke. That's how far behind they
are. Yes. Seriously, no.
That's how far behind they are.
Yeah.
They can't even. I spoke with a lot of people that are very familiar with India and Pakistan, and they said India and leaving Pakistan aside, India itself can't even build like a working car engine. They have to have it shipped in from other countries.
Yeah, it's really sad. It's so sad. And
like bicycle parts, like Pakistan doesn't even have the infrastructure to make a working bicycle factory. And I'm not even being like, this is just a fact. They can't even build a bicycle.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. So let me see if I can upload this for you. Let me see if I can upload from this device. And here we are, Penguin. So here you go. This, by the way, is okay. So this will take. I don't know why this is taking so long to upload. Maybe it's being censored or something. But there we go. Finally. So I press that enter button, and so here we go. And by the way, so there you go. This is an individual who's wearing the penguin camouflage pattern in Russia. And what they did was they expanded on that. It's all real. This is all real. And let me see if I can find the video on YouTube, which and I want to hit
talking about the. Are you talking about when they got blown up?
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
penguin suits?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
That's right. And I want people to know I want to hit Russia hard, but you know I'm trying to deal with a lot of other topics first. But if we don't get to the Russians tonight, I'm hoping
10
we'll
more
get
minutes, Douglas.
yeah,
Just 10 more
yeah.
minutes.
Oh! Don't even get me started on that son of a bitch till next, Wednesday. At any rate, so let me see if I can find it here. Russians. Oh,
I'm saying I'll be on for 10 more minutes.
yeah. There you
Indefinitely.
go.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
yeah. But everybody, just so you know, the inside joke, he's referring to when George Knight was on and monopolized, jacked the entire
We
show.
can save it for next week.
Yeah, we can save it for later. Yeah. Piece of shit. Anyhow, so here we go. Let's take a look at this.
This is pathetic. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's like I'm going through these news articles, and the New York Times is writing an article that says you should be cleaning your sink every time you do dishes. This is why. 2-step process. It's like, have we really fallen that far?
Yes.
That's a news article?
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's
That
the only
people
thing
have to
they
be explained.
You know why? Because it's the only thing you can say without getting people attacking you from either political party, right? So here we are. Turn that on without turning on turning on the sound. Turn that on without turning on the sound, and tell me what you see in that video. This is what you saw was a combination of the tent tactic with the penguin outfit.
I'm just seeing an AI lady with her tits out. So what am I getting?
I wish I was seeing what you were seeing, but I ain't seeing that. So
okay, it was just an ad. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, this is a bunch of goofballs in a sauna tents.
Yes.
Walking around.
These are the Russians.
They look like that big purple thing from the McDonald's cartoons.
The Grimace.
Yeah, they look like Grimace. They're walking around in these triangular.
These are the Russians.
Suits.
These are the Russians.
What the fuck are they doing?
They're trying to avoid being seen by the drones. They think that this will keep them from being seen by the drones.
Oh my God.
So they're walking in their standing tents.
They're saying when it's on in the wind, it flings you around.
Yeah, of course.
The wind is so strong you can't walk in it.
Yeah, of course.
He says we're fucked. Walking is basically solved by grabbing the tent. Then it works. But if the wind is strong, it flaps around. So, yeah, this is worse than that penguin shit. Yeah, you're right. Oh my God. Good God. Good Lord. Sounds like a Monty Python sketch. That's the first comment. Russian Teletubbies. Yeah, these are funny. This is the worst Doctor Who episode I've ever seen. Holy shit. They went from donkeys to horses to bicycles, and now they're in a tent. These comments are great. It says, I've seen Mad Max, then we saw donkeys. Now that, I'm running out of popcorn. Doctor Who and the invasion of the Latrinians. Holy crap. Yeah, what are they thinking? What are they thinking?
Obviously.
Someone said, is this April 1st already? I mean, come on.
This is true desperation. This is desperation, people.
Well, why don't they turn around and go home? At that point, I would say, they all gotta just go to their superior and say, look, you can't execute all of us. We're leaving.
Yeah.
Like,
seriously.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's like
it says correction. The translation said body bags, not tents. Yeah. No need for coffin. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Jeez, man. I like how someone quotes the guy talking in Russian. He says, "No analogs of this in the world." Yeah, because it doesn't work.
Well, just so people know,
Like, people think it's a joke. Like, they're saying it's just, this can't be real.
yeah, that's the fucking problem, is that Americans are pathologically skeptical and they still want to admire the Russians. They refuse to believe that this is the Russians they were raised to worship as the master race of war. But just so people know, the Russians are fucked. They're desperate. And but that having been
Yeah, these
articulated,
commenters must be British, because they just keep saying Monty Python.
yeah,
They're saying only a Monty Python sketch could have dreamed up this utter stupidity. What would they do when a drone actually shows up?
yes.
Like, hide in it, like sit down or something.
Squat. Yeah, that's oh,
Yeah, so this is crazy. I mean, this is like,
this is what it's come down to. Yes, this is what
Yeah.
it's come down to. And
the
but
zucchini March of the Zucchini.
yeah,
I mean, this is like, holy crap. Yeah.
but to answer Brendan's question, Brendan posed a valid question based on simple logic. Why don't they just all say, "Hey, you can't kill us all. We're marching the opposite direction in these tents. We're going to march out the opposite direction." Just so people know, there are mobile incinerators that follow these troops so that their bodies never go home. The exact count of how many Russians are killed is well over 1 million, but we really don't know beyond 1 million how many have died since, because they now have mobile incinerators so that the bodies cannot be counted. And this includes all the foreign mercenaries and volunteers, Koreans who die, volunteers from Black Africa who die, and there's plenty of volunteers from Black Africa. They're recruited by the Russian mercenary agencies and sent to basically clear the minefields. But all these ones who die, they all go in the same incinerator. The threat
Those guys just get strapped with a bomb and told to walk.
is true.
They just-
It's true.
There's a video of it.
Yeah, there's videos of this.
And they just say, "Go."
Yeah, and the
walk.
videos are taken by the Russians. The videos are taken by
Yeah,
the Russians
laughing at
themselves.
him.
Yeah,
Laughing at him, saying, "Ha ha ha."
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, go walk over there. And
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
will win. And it's just, there's a bomb strapped to him. Poor guy.
Yeah. Seriously, a landmine. They strapped landmines to them, and as suicide bombers. And force them to go at gunpoint. But that's all the Russians themselves are facing that from their superiors. Back in World War II, there were special units called blocking detachments that were mobile machine guns on wheels that were not for the enemy. They were meant to literally machine gun all of the troops in front of them to keep the troops moving forward, and turning back would be suicide. All of these troops today face those same blocking detachments, and if they are insubordinate, they are threatened with being put in the incinerator truck alive. And don't think the superior wouldn't do that to them. So, if, of course, how he can't do that to them all if they all mutiny at once, but the blocking detachments will machine gun them and they all go in alive or dead. If you're injured, and they do this, injured, struggling survivors of a blocking detachment's massacre will be thrown in the incinerator alive. They do that. So that's considered adequate punishment for people who try to mutiny or desert. So mass desertions are just simply not feasible, because also, what would you survive on the way home? You have no logistical train. You've got no food. You basically, it's very difficult. So understand that it's a long walk home, and in between that, you've got a lot of hostile territory. And if you run across upcoming units, you're automatically identified as a deserter if you can't, give a proper excuse. Like, are you a courier? No. Well, you might claim you are. Well, what's the message? Oh, then you gotta make something up. If you're not believed, you will be shot, or worse yet, put in the incinerator truck alive.
I'm going to pick up more tents.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
go pick up more tents. That's a good one. I was sent back to pick up more tents.
Hey, I'd get pretty far.
Yeah, Yes. Yes, you would get far. Yes, most of them
Like,
don't.
look, I'm just going to pick up some tents. I'll be
Yeah.
right back.
Yes. Yes.
It's working. It's working very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
We'll
my
get through. We'll get to Kiev in 2 hours.
God. I love it. Yeah. But just so people understand, I will hit
I don't know if
Russia.
you heard the details
Yeah.
though of on the Kiev side.
Yeah.
They have these like Call of Duty style.
Mhm.
It's hard to explain without like going into super detail, but they're like the drone regiments are all fighting against each other in like this Call of Duty style
Got it. It's a competition. They've turned it into a
competition.
competition. Yes.
where they get certain amounts of points per person or per, you know, per, I guess what would be called unit.
Yeah.
So one unit is like a soldier, the bigger unit is a tank or a truck.
Yeah.
Or whatever, you know, or a drone. So each one gives you more points, and whatever team gets the most points, they can go buy bigger and better drones and better
Yes.
weapons
Got it.
from the War Department or whatever they have
Yeah.
set up. And this is actually increasing the morale of the Ukrainian troops because it's like this,
Game.
you know, it's like a video game.
I love
So
it. I love
it's been
it.
gamified. War has been gamified, and they're just testing this for the future.
Yeah, it's a test bed. It's a test bed.
Yeah.
And so understand that this is a good thing. This is a good thing. The Ukrainians deserve to enjoy
know.
killing Russians. They really deserve to enjoy killing Russians. Understand that. No, seriously. They really do deserve to enjoy killing Russians. Give them that. Give them that. And so at any
Well, I'm not saying about them. I'm saying when they turn it on everyone else.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Like,
Well,
you know, these people that everyone. Anyways, we won't get into.
No, what
that kind of-
Brendan is saying is obviously what Brendan is concerned about is the gamification of war as a thing, and that if this goes universal, this kind of attitude is obviously not conducive to human development. But it's in terms of what's going on right now, it's a good thing. We will deal with the social ramifications, conflict by conflict. So do understand this though. It's not a bad thing when it goes viral, in the sense that the next war will be a civil war. You're not going to be having this kind of thing here in America. You won't be having it because nobody's going to have that kind of logistical stability. So once the Civil War is over and we win, the enemy we're going to have to take on is the enemy that started this civil war, which was ultimately the Sino-Slavic
most of the people that want to kill everyone in America that's on welfare or whatever, those people are just like all diabetics in their house.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Drinking their Coke and polishing their fake guns.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, even if it's their real guns, you only got two hands.
Well, I
so
mean,
how
like,
much of an article?
They're these guns that are just like not.
Yeah.
They're not feasible in war. They're like these trophy guns, you know.
Yes. Yes. No.
Like the AR with all the extras. It's like you can't use that for more than like a few, you know, for like sport shooting.
No. But by the way,
viable.
Yes, to put this into perspective for our listeners, what Brendan is articulating is the fact that many of these firearms that are all tweaked out, they're all teched out. It doesn't really matter because none of these people really have the combat experience to put that technology to use. It's almost like they're just adding it to the gun as a fetish. So they've fetishized this item,
which they got from the video games.
Yes, yes.
The more kills you get, the cooler your gun looks.
Yes, that is quite true. It's a video game analog into reality that does not analog practically. And so when these guys start, say they're called to arms, and these guys start trying to use this shit, they're not going to get very far. My point with you only got two hands wasn't pointing out that these guys are masturbatory, though it can be taken as such. It's the fact that no matter how much of an arsenal they amass, you've only got two hands. And the reality is, practically speaking, you're going to be holding one gun at a time. It doesn't matter that it's a firearm or a machine gun. You're going to be holding one gun at a time. There's very few cases you're going to be two-gunning it. You could get away with it with handguns, but only to a degree. Most people are not ambidextrous. And believe it or not, most people are unaware of the fact that you have a master eye as well as a master hand. In other words, you could be left-eyed and right-handed, which would be a plus because those are the best baseball players. A lot of people don't even know what their master eye is. And as such, they can't even maximize their combat potential. But all that being said, these fuckers are neckbeards. And that's the point that Brendan's making. The neckbeards, they're keyboard warriors. They're masturbatory in their fantasies. When the Civil War happens, we'll win. We'll win because these guys are all losers. And when we win, however, our enemy is going to be the people who caused all this. The Sino-Slavic Synaxis. And yes, I include Israel in that. But when it comes to Russia and China, yeah, at that point, this attitude of gamifying war against that enemy, bring it on. It's like we'll need people to kind of treat it as a game. And until the war is won, at which point you begin to try and educate people to have a sense of humanity. But we've got to live that far. If the enemy wins, we'll never have that chance to develop humanity. Just look at them. It's like I said, Canada starting to trade with communist China just to spite America. I get it. I totally get it. But America on its worst day under Trump is still a damn sight better, leagues better than communist China under Xi Jinping on its best day by orders of magnitude. At our worst under Trump.
Where?
We're at our worst under Trump, America is still orders of magnitude a far sight better to deal with than communist China on its best day under Xi Jinping. Or under any,
well, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Or under any communist Chinese dictator, but especially Xi Jinping. At any rate, read to people this. Read to them this text that you entered, please. The unit just up.
Yeah. So the title of the article was Gamified War in Ukraine, Points, Drones, and the New Moral Economy of Killing.
Yeah.
This unit that was interviewed for this article says they have just uploaded verified strike videos in Ukraine's Delta, all caps, situational awareness system. A few hours later, e-points appear in their account, which can be redeemed on Brave One Market, a government platform dubbed the Amazon for War, where frontline units select equipment using combat points rather than credit cards. And the same architecture also allocates higher point values to evacuating wounded comrades as opposed to killing enemies. So that casualty, evacuation, and capture are rewarded more generously than destruction.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? You'd agree to that.
Yeah. Well, the other video I saw, the highest point value was actually capturing a Russian soldier, which I thought was interesting.
Well, that's because of the importance of information extraction.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. And also propaganda use, because later on you put him on video and you let him call his mother. Literally, this is what the Ukrainians do. They let them call their mother at home. They'll get the Russian soldier to say, "What's your mother's phone number? We'll let you call her." And then they'll record it while the Russian soldier says to his mom, "Bring me home, mommy!" And it's the best propaganda in the world. So
who are they showing though? They just show the Russians or something?
Yeah, they show that, they broadcast it back to the Russians, who do their best to censor it, of course.
Right.
And yeah, but it gets through on other, they try to make it viral on Russian cell phones and shit. And it breaks the morale. It really does, of the troops and the public.
Right.
Yeah, so it's good to catch them alive. I don't know what the hell they do with the black Africans and the North Koreans. I do know they capture a lot of them. Especially the North Koreans. They've captured North Koreans. They've captured some black Africans, who of course are just grateful to be, relieved of the horror they went through with the Russians. Oh, by the way, tell them about Traore. Tell them about Traore.
Oh my God, what is there to say? So the latest we heard about Traore is that he dissolved all the political parties in Burkina Faso, which was like 10 people in parliament. I don't even know what was going on over there. Yeah, so now it's officially a junta, which it always was. I don't know why they even made that. They wasted their time writing that article.
Thank you. And this is how Brendan and I imagined it was. Traore said, "Put that button on those people." And somebody who could read told him, "Oh, they're part of some political party. What that is?"
Yeah, that's the Burkina Faso for democracy. And they said, "What?
No,
we're letting these people work?"
Well, first he had to have it explained to him. First he said, "Democracy? What that is?" At which point,
yeah, all those guys understand it's just killing people and taking it. Those what would you call them? Warlords? The warlords.
Yeah. And
they don't. Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Then when the guy explained it to him, that means people vote for who their leader is. What? Instead of their leader just taking it by killing? Yeah. Kill them all. First thing he said was kill them all. And then he dissolved all political parties.
Yeah, it says political parties, and this is the source is Deutsche Welle. Political parties in Burkina Faso have already been banned from holding public events, but could still operate internally, whatever that means.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Now a decree dissolves them entirely. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, this is what he said. This is from his people. He says, "The government believes that the proliferation of political parties has led to abuse, fueled divisions among citizens, and weakened its social fabric." Yeah. Right.
That's what political parties do. That's the idea. Yes.
He seized power in 2022 under the junta seized power in 2022 under Captain Ibrahim Traore, who is now the basically dictator of Burkina Faso.
Always was. I mean, since the moment he took over, but go on.
Yeah. It says he took power in a coup, ousting fellow military ruler Henry Sandaogo.
Imagine that.
Who had ruled for only 9 months. There you go. It says he accused the current junta of plotting coups from exile, which when he was extradited back from Togo earlier this month. Damn, they brought him back to kill him. Jeez. So there you go. That's the scoop on Burkina Faso. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. So there you go, Troy. He hasn't been on in a while.
It looks so. I'm looking at it. It's a completely landlocked country. It's like it's the no man's land.
Yeah, it's a buffer state. Yeah, it's called a buffer state. It's essentially a microstatelet. It's for some reason, due to the Russian propaganda machine, it's been magnified all out of proportion in terms of anything and everything. It's basically a Russian puppet state. That's why. And so, they were trying to propagandize to Black Americans that this was some big development. And, well, it's not. At any rate, when it comes to the threat of the relocation of wealth, it certainly gets attention. California Governor Gavin Newsom is actively opposing the billionaire tax measure, which puts him on the enemy camp side, and recently pointed to the parade of national headlines as his proof. The question of their actual validity, evidently the subject for another day. But it's not any new trick. or New Tack for that matter, as Peter Dreyer, an urban policy analyst.
Ouagadougou. Ouagadougou.
Yeah, tell us about the Dugu. What the fuck?
Ouagadougou. That's the capital of Burkina Faso.
You're kidding me.
I'm
I never knew that. I never knew
I'm
that.
not joking. It's because it's unpronounceable. It's called Ouagadougou.
Whoa, I got to see that on the map. Yeah.
I swear to God.
Capital.
I wouldn't lie about that. I wouldn't make fun of them like that. Come on.
Of Burkina Faso. No, I believe you. It's just now everyone understand. Burkina Faso is West Africa, okay? I was in East Africa. So it's a different world. Oh shit.
Yeah. Well, this is a whole nother dimension over here where they had the baboon skulls and hands to eat for magic power.
Yeah, ape hands, monkey's paws. Literally eating monkey's paws. Yeah. Yes. Ouagadougou, I'll be fucked. It is Ouagadougou. It's like
Ouagadougou.
When oh my God.
It's like some stuff we would say to be offensive in the 90s.
Yeah,
you know?
Yes.
Yeah, Ouagadougou.
Actor,
that's really what it is.
Ash from Evil Dead. The actor who played Ash in Evil Dead. Do you remember who that was? Bruce
I
Campbell.
don't remember right now.
Yeah, Bruce Campbell. And the series was called Jack. It was so Bruce Campbell series, and it was and my dad and I used to watch this series TV Jack, and it was called Jack of All Trades. So there was this TV series that was called Jack of All Trades, and it was made for really short attention spans of kids. It was basically a recruiting video for the U.S. military, probably specifically the Navy. But it was only half an hour long because they figured kids couldn't stand much longer than that. But it was it was honestly supposed to be historical. Well, it's action comedy, but it was supposed to be taking place during the Napoleonic Wars. And he was this American who was stationed by the U.S. government in Indonesia, which, believe it or not, was a front of conflict during the Napoleonic Wars between the Dutch, who had conquered Indonesia, and other European powers. But the Americans were supposed to be the spoiler and playing games with the politics. So Jack was this character who was this rogue played by Bruce Campbell, this American spy assigned to keep Napoleon busy. Of course, they show him as an ally with this British woman when they really would have been enemies at odds with each other. But because Americans couldn't get that, and they made it anti-historical rather than ahistorical. And ahistorical means non-historical. But when it goes against history, it becomes anti-historical. But such being said, there was this running joke about the Walla Walla Bing Bang tribe, which I thought was a completely fabricated ethnos for the sake of being the butt monkey of various jokes in the series. It turns out there really is a Walla Walla Bing Bang tribe. This is what the capital of Burkina Faso reminds me of. Ouagadougou. It's like Walla Walla Bing Bang. It is something that it's from a culture so foreign it approaches comedy. I shouldn't be saying that, but yes, there are some things that are intrinsically funny simply by the nature of their pronunciation. Simply strikes other languages or other linguistics, sensibilities, cultural sensibilities as childlike, funny.
Yeah, and I apologize for the interjection with it. It's just I had to say.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. It brought back some memories. Yeah. So Walla Walla Bing Bang. You can look that up. It's an actual fucking ethnos in Indonesia. Bigger and shit. And so and Ouagadougou.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like stuff we used to say in the 90s as a joke, but it turns out it's real.
Yeah, it turns out it's real. Yeah, and like every kid who looks at Niger on the map, they think it's pronounced you know how they think it's
A
pronounced.
different way. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Look, there's a country in Africa. That's where it comes from. Yeah, that's
I
yeah,
mean, they're not wrong.
yeah.
It's from Nigeria.
It's true. It's true. That's true.
Yeah. We'll go into the history of that later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But there we go with that. And so that having been articulated, when it comes to Peter Dreyer, the urban policy analyst, researcher, and professor emeritus of politics at Occidental College, he has articulated that from child labor and workplace safety laws to social security, seat belts, and the minimum wage itself, business interests throughout the generations have threatened that the introduction of such new ideas would, quote, destroy American civilization as we know it. Big business and their lobbyists are always crying wolf. It happens whenever politicians or movements suggest reforms that would hold them accountable, would make them act more responsibly towards consumers, workers, the environment, or the public interest. Whatever business doesn't like being held accountable, or he says whenever business doesn't like being held accountable or having any standard set for its behavior by government, they say it'll kill jobs or that the businesses will move out. 95% of the time, they're lying. Unquote. The fact that it never happens won't dissuade the business class from trotting out the tactic again. In point of fact, San Francisco is experiencing its strongest rent growth in over a decade, making the city, our city, the country's fastest growing rental market. According to data from Apartment List and Zooper, I actually discussed this with Brendan just the other day. I did get that letter from my landlady, by the way, Brendan. She did slip that through the door slide.
Damn.
Yeah. Why you were hoping she was gonna evict me? What the fuck?
No, I mean, if you remember what we talked about, I said the rent might go down because people in LA were claiming that their rent was lower than they.
That's true. No, that's true. This is true. Los
What's
Angeles.
causing that?
Yeah, Los Angeles has seen rents go down. I don't know what's causing that. It's yeah. She raised it only by a percentile that's allowed, the allowable percentile. Yeah, she slid that through with the every time she comes in to slide that receipt for the rent I paid, she slides the rental receipt through, and this time also the letter raising the rent. The people upstairs vacate. It's like when I was up this morning, I was up at 4 a.m. this morning.
Like they moved out?
No. They vacate the premises for the day that she's here. It's like she does not want them in that apartment when she comes in. So it's like when at this morning I was up at it was literally around 4 a.m. The fucker upstairs, I call him Manila Ice or Flippo the Speed Freak. He goes to the basement like he always does. Which, by the way, the other day when I took out the trash, this is the old, maybe it's just my combat antenna, but I noticed lights, which normally wouldn't strike me as anything unusual. The guy's got so much shit and equipment in there, and obviously we leave things on. And we leave things on all the time, simply because the modern electronics, I don't turn my computer off if I can help it. I just let it sleep. So you would think that wouldn't catch my eye, but it caught my eye that there were little lights in the basement on certain technologies, little gimmicks that he had, gizmos. And so I got closer to them and I realized he's got cameras set up in the basement. So he's got cameras set up in the basement for in case someone breaks into the basement, they'll be recorded. It could be, here's what I think is really happening though. I know that
I think we know what's happening, but let's not talk about it on air, right?
Yeah. there's supernatural encrypted shit going on down in the basement. Always has been. I think he's losing shit, and I think that things are being moved around, and so he's put cameras in there, thinking it might be me, but it's he's not going to get
Well,
anything
he's
normal.
about to see some shit.
Yeah, he's about to see some shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at any rate, he must be aware of it by now. It's not. It ain't me. But anyhow, 4 a.m. in the morning when I was up, he goes in there like he does, and then he starts an engine, and it's loud, and I'm like thinking, dude, it's 4 a.m. in the morning. Are you that fucking crazy? But
Pretty much.
yeah, there's that. But he was taken off, and that was to avoid the landlady, who's essentially kind of a relative of his at this point. Because,
Right.
yeah, but at any rate.
Well, no one wants to deal with their in-laws. I mean, come on, you know that.
Yeah, that's it. It's an in-law. He doesn't want to deal with her. So he took off at 4 a.m. And then so she came in eventually and then did what she did and then took off. But there you go with that. But it brings us back to the subject of the rent. In January, San Francisco's median rent hit $3,156 fucking bucks for a one-bedroom apartment, and $3,741 for a trois-bedroom, placing year-over-year growth at 13.3%. Yeah, tell them about that. You're actually considering moving here.
Yeah, it's such a good deal. How could I not? Yeah.
No, but seriously, tell them, compared to the shit you're running into in Sacramento, tell them about that. It's not that bad.
Well, the gentrification has come out here full force. I mean,
yeah.
Our rents are comparable. I'm not even exaggerating anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's gotten to that point. I mean, it's like maybe within 80% of it. Mm-hmm. So it's like you might as well live in
San Francisco.
Have better
Thank
weather
you.
During the summer. Yeah, so there you go.
Thank you. Now, Zoomper, this real estate rental platform that tracks data differently from the apartment list, reports even steeper increases and the largest growth since that platform began tracking data at all. According to Zoomper data, San Francisco is now rapidly closing in on New York City as the most expensive 12-bedroom market, trailing by just $130. Now, this surge reflects familiar themes: fierce competition and limited housing. San Francisco's vacancy rate stands at just 3.3%, down half a percentage point from last year, while 1.4% month-over-month rent growth made San Francisco the fastest growing large city, compared with a 0.2% decrease nationwide. Now, this is puzzling because both Brendan and I can confirm all we see is vacancies. Everywhere we looked in San Francisco, and I see it all every day I go out, is emptiness. Everybody's gone. Nobody can afford to lease, so all the business fronts are dead, and they're underneath completely empty apartment blocks. But what I'm thinking is these are all the new developments. Everybody's moving into brand new development condos and complexes. Does that make sense, Brendan?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, they're moving in.
Because the old shit's too hard to deal with. I mean, look at the place like on your street. It looks like no one's stepped in since the 70s. That's what it looks like.
Seriously, tell people about that. My street is like a ghost street. It's
bizarre.
Yeah.
Bizarre. Or that whole block, like that whole area, I would say, that north part of San Francisco. It's like 70% of the homes are like haven't been open since the 80s. I mean, it looks bizarre.
It's true.
They could be upgraded inside, but the outside looks like it literally is rusting away and decaying.
Yeah, nobody's able to maintain the facades. It's just too much money. And the days when they were doing that, thank God, are gone, because it used to be throughout the day all you heard was fucking construction. And I remember when I told an attorney about that once, a representative for us, back when I was trying to get my parents on insurance, and she said, "Oh, at least it keeps the," what did she say? Something about the property values up. She said, "Oh, at least it keeps the property values up." And that's when, you can't take offense, but she's living in a totally different world from me. I mean, I grew up without even a dream of ever owning property. So for someone to just say, "Oh yeah, you're hearing construction all the time," oh, that's a good thing. It keeps the property rates values up. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like I can't even think on those terms. But there you go with that. I mean, Brendan knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, and so as per Los Angeles, according to the Los Angeles Times, median rents in the Los Angeles metro area dropped to $2,167 in December, a 4-year low. Los Angeles rents also fell to $2,035 a month, marking the 10th consecutive month of flat or declining rent prices. One bedrooms in LA are down 9.1% year over year, and 12 bedrooms went down 15.9% in the same time period. Despite devastating losses from the Eaton and Palisades fires, Los Angeles has continued to build. The LA Times reporting that it added 15,095 new apartment units in 2025, an 18% increase, while the country's population shrank by about 28,000. The county's population, I mean to say. And the LA Times has also reported that the highest vacancy rate since April of 2021, 5.3%, and various incentives from landlords, including monthly rent price cuts of $200 and deals offering 1 to 3 months of free rent, has also been a factor here. In contrast, according to San Francisco Planning's dashboard, San Francisco built only 2,677 new housing units last year, down from 5,440 new units in 2020. Now, per Crystal Chen, a spokesperson for Zumper, in San Francisco, rents are surging, with 1 bedrooms climbing 16.1% and 12 bedrooms up 19% year over year as a return to office push and optimism around AI-driven hiring pull high-income workers back into an already supply-constrained market. While AI is helping fuel job growth and confidence in San Francisco's techno sector, it's also reshaping creative and production work, which may be adding to employment uncertainty in Los Angeles and keeping rent growth under downward pressure. Now, this is puzzling to me. I don't understand, Brendan. I see signs like you saw where they show blank-eyed, blank-face AI personae and say, hire an AI. And it's like,
Yes.
how is that helping fuel job growth? Help me out here.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's just
Thank you.
stupid. Yeah.
It's bizarre to me. This is, people are buying into it, saying, oh, it must be the AI fueling the job growth. The AI is killing jobs. I mean, so.
Well, and on top of that, they got all these investors the point was to get the investors, and then now it's like they have to make something that makes money. Otherwise, everyone loses. The bubble bursts. So we'll see how they deal with that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, in such context, economic boycotts are a familiar tool of protest. The problem is they often place the greatest strain on the smallest businesses. That was the case during Friday's nationwide general strike, which was designed to pressure the Trump maladministration to dial back its aggressive anti-immigration policies. For many small business owners, the shutdown created a dilemma. Supporting the cause often means losing a day's revenue and risking their ability to even keep staff employed. Across social media, owners voiced solidarity alongside an apology for staying open. There may, however, be another way, according to Scott Galloway, the marketing professor at New York University, famous for his critiques of big tech. Instead of a blanket shutdown, Galloway, as the Timothy Leary of the 21st century, is calling for Americans to focus on major techno companies by unsubscribing therefrom or opting out of services like OpenAI's ChatGPT, Amazon's Prime Video, and Microsoft Office. Now, a targeted boycott, starting, well, basically today, and lasting the entire month of February, could move markets, according to Galloway, which would in turn affect the CEOs who have the ear of President Donald Trump. Now, major techno CEOs have sought favor with the president during his second midterm. For starters, many of them donated to his inauguration. AI executives like OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg also accepted an invitation to a White House dinner with Trump in September, where the leaders took turns lauding the president, or should I say, rimming his ass. Actually, rimming his asshole, because their tongues came out brown. Apple CEO Tim Cook and Amazon CEO Andy Jassy attended the White House premiere of the documentary about First Lady Melania Trump at the height of January's anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis. Now, this is true. Notice the Gilded Age effect here, Brendan. I mean, this is like people are protesting people getting shot in the streets, while the nobility is watching movies about themselves. It's like they're watching, what did they call that? Home videos of Melania. You know, in the old days, what would they be? You know, the family would bring out slideshows. I forgot what they called that shit. They'd force, guests to watch the home movies and bore everyone to tears.
Wait, what are you talking about? What's this? What?
I'm talking about the incestuous family of the wealthy elite. This is the Gilded Age. While all these people were mass protesting in Minneapolis and people were getting shot, the Apple CEO Tim Cook and the Amazon CEO Andy Jassy were attending the White House premiere of Melania. There is a Gilded Age effect going on here. The nobility, the elite, they're watching home movies while people are getting shot in the streets. You do see the parallel.
It's pretty accurate. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. I like the video that I sent you about the comparison with the McKinley era.
Yes!
It's very similar because silver even crashed during that
Tell
time.
people about this. Tell
that
people
led to
about
the robber barons taking over.
Yes, tell people about this, please. Reiterate that short. As well as the guy screaming. About you ask about Jeff Epstein and what this means. And that was good.
Wait, what was that?
Come on, how could you forget? The guy with the beard was talking about Epstein and Trump and Musk.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that one was just self-explanatory. It's like, it was self-evident. I mean, these people, it's like everyone was in on, basically.
Yeah.
But, So, yeah. I'm just looking at my notes here about these McKinley things going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it says it's characterized as the end of the Gilded Age, beginning of the Progressive Era. Yeah. This is like propaganda,
or rather, it's at the least it's a positive spin. But go on, yes.
Yeah, decisive leader. Yeah, okay, but he's the one who jacked shit up with the. Hold on, just give me a moment here.
Yeah. Well,
the tariffs. He was the original tariff tariff master.
Yeah.
That tried to fix shit with tariffs, and it blew up in his face. Hold on 1 second.
By the way, supporting the AI industry and its competition with the communist Chinese empire is a major pillar of Trump's economic agenda. We'll get back to the anti-ICE movement soon enough. Brendan, of course, if he's still looking through his notes. What I can say is that regular protests against the tactics of ICE and Border Patrol personnel have gripped the country for months. Thousands marched through Minneapolis again on, just yesterday. Tensions rose dramatically in January after the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, both at the hands of federal immigration agents. In both instances, protesters recorded videos and posted them to social media for the world to see, leaving little room for the Trump maladministration to spin the events in its own favor. Within days of Preddy's death, the Department of Homeland Security had demoted a key Border Patrol commander and promised more changes. Trump also saying in a Truth Social post that he had spoken with Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, and later said the TWA agents had agreed to terms to reduce the number of federal immigration agents operating in the state. Then, late last week, Maine Senatress Susan Collins, a Republican.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I found it here.
Oh, good. Yes.
Oh, but they're trying hard to censor it. In the 1890s, the country was the wealthiest it had ever been because of tariffs, quote unquote. This is Trump's quote. We had a president, McKinley. Remember Mount McKinley? For some reason, he just thinks of the mountain. And he said,
well, he
and then
renamed it.
meanwhile-
He renamed it because it was changed to the indigenous name, and he renamed it to Mount McKinley. That's why he's stuck on it. But go on.
But under President McKinley, the Gilded Age, came to a close. Banks failed. Unemployment rate was 10% or more for 5 years.
Man.
And he was assassinated 6 months into his second term in 1901. And he eliminated taxes on luxury items and while increasing them on imported goods. That's just a taste. So basically, yeah.
That's what we're in for. Yeah, that's what we're in for. That's past is prelude. And believe me, I'm a classical historicist. I don't think that history fucking rhymes. I think, in fact, I know history repeats. They always.
The goofball that made this video is saying silver is the highest it's ever been, and it's going to keep going up.
Oh,
and he's waving his bar of silver.
Oh yeah.
Well,
he's
go talk to your future self.
Yeah. He's crying now. He's holding his balls. That hurt. Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. Hey, Sammy says, "Yo, hey, it's our birthday, boy, Sammy."
Yeah. Here's a good comment.
Yeah.
But carry on. Yeah.
We'll say the comment first before Sammy speaks. Yeah. Say hi, Sammy.
It says, "I'll take all your silver with 175 grains of lead and copper."
I love it. Yeah, bullets. He's talking bullets, people.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Bullets and grain. I love it. So, dear Sammy, it's your birthday Eve day. So, did you see I named you on I called you out on the title. Did you look at the title bar? You and IS:C.
I've been.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. I've been tackling this AutoCAD project right now. I barely just finished, so I had no chance to see, but thank you. I really do appreciate it. I'm flattered.
Yes.
I've been busy, man. I've really been busy, but in a good way though. It makes time go faster and avoid what's going on right now. It's not that I'm avoiding, it's just for mental relief,
Understood.
But I just want to say hi to everybody, all Team Dietrich. I hope all the spirits are somewhat stable,
Yes.
Just hopeful, because it's just a lot of chaos right now,
Oh yeah, indeed. And well, we're definitely glad to have you with us. For those of you who don't know, it's the at midnight. It's the birthday Eve day of Sammy and IS:C Romero. You were the baby who came out first, correct?
No, I'm the youngest technically, so
okay.
I'm the youngest technically, so the funny thing is I did everything first, so go figure. But
cool.
No, I mean honestly, as the older you get, birthdays don't, at least with me, birthdays don't really have any much significance. Not that I'm not trying to downplay it, but it's I have to be thankful for every day, but I think just birthdays, for me, in my opinion, are just, I don't know, to me, they seem a little, they don't mean as much to me because, you have to adult. So, you take little victories when you can, but as far as a birthday, I'm thankful for, making it one more turn around the sun, or my solar return. But, it's, as long as I'm alive and I can provide for my family, and that's really all that matters. I think you find a lot of peace in just the simple things, because that's what it's all about, right? So definitely one of my biggest goals is to be a bigger contributor to your platform, and
bless you.
Part of it is applying myself. I was gonna quit on this project. Literally, I was so frustrated, but I figured it out. It's one of these things where, because I'm dealing with mapping, and you have to deal with just figuring out certain measurements as far as finding the bearing or the azimuth of something. It's it takes a little bit of ingenuity, and you get around to it. It's just you have to apply yourself, right?
Yeah.
So other than that, I've been blessed. I've been definitely been blessed. Like I told you, I've been meaning to talk to you. Maybe I'll probably talk to you in the morning, but
Okay.
definitely, I'm grateful for, that I'm here.
Yes.
A lot of people don't have to say, don't really can't say that, especially, in my side of the family the last couple of years. But
Yes.
what I can do is definitely, continue. And that's one of my biggest goals, is to be at least be contributor to you. I think, a lot of the audience needs to understand that Doug, Doug is still technically human. So,
Thank you.
you grow weary, and you need motivation yourself. And monetary motivation is definitely something that makes, a lot easier for you to, do what you do. It's so, I think the audience understands that. It's just, I think the more older I get, the more I want to leave a mark. By the way,
Mhm.
at my school, we have, so like any college, any institution, you have clubs, whether it's, I don't know, any type of club, right?
Yeah.
But one of the things that I've been noticing this generation is the mental health.
Yeah.
They've been kind of having support systems for each other, especially, the Hispanic community, but in general, just young people in general that are, that have empathy, and they're not, retarded, like, and I hate to use that word, just ignorant. Like, there was literally a Turning Point USA booth at my school,
Oh my
which
God.
which was, it was almost cringy, in the sense that the kid that was running it was, I mean, I could have mugged him. Okay,
Yeah.
that's how pathetic he was. Not that I would, but it's like, it, that that sort of message that organization pushes is so just insane, to the fact that if you're not a douchebag, like that particular person that, got unalived,
Yeah.
if you're not that ignorant, or you don't have that concept of just being a complete asshole, you really look pretty much like a clown. And
Yes.
it's not that that person that died, hint hint, he he ran into a bullet. um it's just, you're literally backing up something that is just, you might as well put on the white hood, and keep it old school.
Yeah,
At least,
seriously. Oh,
at least be out there with it. But I say that because this generation really is focusing on mental health, and their state of mind. It's one of these things where people either check out, or just completely go insane, or they find someone that can, they find a group of people that can, at least they can share some type of normality, and keep their sanity, because it's to that point where, people don't really want to be, like, money is great, don't get me wrong, I would love to have money, I would love to be rich, but to a certain extent, if your mental capabilities are not there, if your mental health is in the toilet, it pretty much a self-imprisonment.
mhm.
um and this is where I think you start leading to, people are being susceptible to manipulation. you know
Mhm.
um there's a wrong way of feeling that you have nothing to lose, and sometimes that's not good. You can channel that, for example, for a cause, like protests. People that are protesting out there are really brave.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I can't protest. I have things to lose.
That's right.
I have responsibilities. I'm a father, and that's one of the things that boggles my mind with anybody in politics or in some type of public sector is they have so much to lose, but they still continue to allow just these horrible crimes to exist, whether it's from ICE or corruption or theft or just plain out insanity. Like, if I'm a father, can you imagine someone who completely ignores their public oath to at least, not go off the rails? And
Yeah.
obviously the answer is, we have the wrong people.
Yes.
For the majority is we have the wrong people, So, this is just me kind of venting because I think last transmission, yeah, did I say, our president should be shot for treason? Yeah, I did. But that's in the context of what's the damage he's doing.
Yeah.
And you can put me in court and say, well, I can show you Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. How far do you want to go? Because it's not the fact that he is evil. George Bush was evil. The Clintons were evil. He's insane.
Yes. Yes.
And that is one of the things that I've learned from Doug is, there's evil is bad, but there is a purpose to evil. There's, the cosmos and God's creation allows for evil, but it's for a reason, right?
Yes.
So to just think of all of what's going on now, it's not evil, it's just insanity. So, that's one of the things that I kind of have to put in this perspective, because honestly, your platform is what it is, but it definitely is something that the world needs. And I've always vocalized this because it stabilizes the unknown. And I haven't listened to transmission today at all because I've been with this project that it's a battle, man, because you definitely, at least me, I get intimidated by technology. And it's not that I'm some type of, I can say I'm an adult, but I'm not a, elderly person, but still, this involves me thinking. So,
I'm in
know,
there with you. I'm intimidated by technology too. So believe me, I relate. Go on. Yeah.
right. And for example, this is really just a mapping, a civil engineering software that I'm messing with. But it's like a puzzle. I have to zoom in and kind of narrow down what I need to map and so on and so forth. And it's annoying because you have to just trial and error. And luckily, as a student, you have your classmates, but at the end of the day, it's just you. So, it's one of these things where, I'm glad that I did not give up, So to me, this is my birthday gift to myself as far as figuring this out, because, it makes me feel good. This is one of the things that I've kind of taken on, not just in memory of my sister, but just as my mental health. I want to challenge myself to at least, if we only have these remaining months as a society that is civil, which, I hope we don't, I hope there's not mass rape and death and war. I want to at least, accomplish in my own little world something that, gives me at least some type of motivation to step out in the world.
Yes.
I think this is what most people are trying to do, whether it's mental health or just friendships, because at the end of the day, we can't control what, these people in power have. We really cannot. To a certain extent, we can, but as we were seeing now, they're doing everything in their power to, corrupt the elections.
Yes.
They're using pretty much force. And why? Because they know the jig is up. It's pretty much up.
Yeah.
Trump is pretty much dying. He's going to be dying, if not weeks. I would give him a month tops.
Wow.
His body's breaking down.
Definitely something's going on. Yeah. It's
well,
yeah, go on.
his body's breaking down,
Yeah. Yeah.
His mental. You talk about mental health. He has no filter no more.
Yeah.
He literally has no filter. So, national secrets are being leaked. Not that it didn't take that sickness to do that. I mean, he's been doing it
Forever, yeah, but
forever. But at this point, he is, weekend. What is that? Weekend at Bernie's, or what's that called?
Yeah, something like that. Yes, Weekend
Yeah.
at Bernie's, I think, is it?
Right. So, it's like, yeah, this is what we're left, and I really do hope that, because we went through this once again, back in 2021, and everybody was released like, oh, he's out of office, and like, like we always do, we jump right in the mud, and at this point, we still have 3 years. Well, I'll say 2.5, but really 3,
Yeah.
if in theory, but really we don't,
Yeah.
So, we kind of have to. We kind of have to at least control our mindset and control our way of coping with this, because if we don't, then I think that's one of the goals. I think the American public needs to kind of understand, where you need to find some type of space. You talked about the third space, especially with men.
Yeah.
You need to find something to occupy your mind, because yes, protesting, it's good, and it has its purpose, but you really need to get in those polls and vote.
Yes.
The polls there needs to be votes, but as far as people's mental state, you have to find something, because complaining and creating destruction is not also going to anything. And I know how ISIS right now, how aggressive they are, and pretty much they're thugs, but at the end of the day, we also have to educate ourselves into making logical choices and picking your battles.
Yes.
I've had to walk around with documentation now, because I look the part. I can be mistaken by an illegal, but really this is everybody. Everybody is now on the hook. So
Yes.
this is just my little 2 cents. I think you people get the idea of what I'm talking about. I think the American public, for the most part, and I'm talking, people that are young adults to adults, even to some seniors, they're understanding now that it's going to get worse more than it's going to get better, but it's also, you have to occupy your mind into coping with what we're going through, so that's just my little 2 cents. Thank you for your well wishes. Thank you for, mentioning me, and, that's my 2 cents.
Well, thank you. I mean, we really appreciate your dropping by, and of course, relay our best wishes to IS:C as well. And
Yeah, we'll do.
yeah, I'll be going to the Estates tomorrow for Imbolg, the Irish holiday,
Right.
but I'll definitely be back on Wednesday night to conduct, my hosting the show, and after that, we should be able to talk, and privately, because I
No
do
problem.
want to catch up. And
Okay.
yeah, and but aside from all of that, everything you say is more than appreciated and very valuable, and I'm so glad that this platform gives you a chance to cathart. And I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for what you've been doing with that project that you've working on. That sounds like it was pretty intimidating, but the fact that you took it on, I mean, let people know you've had to master calculus. And by the way, this is a big deal. I mean, math is intimidating. Tell people about this. Yeah.
Well, one of the things that I, as as old as an adult, okay, and this is just me. I think anybody in the public can kind of relate, whether it's reading a book that you wanted to read, but because anybody dealing with death, anybody dealing with the loss of a loved one, it pretty much points a mirror of mortality to you.
Yes.
So you kind of start realizing you want to accomplish something. and what I want to accomplish is always, you know, my education, pursuing it, and also, being a good father, being a good husband, even spiritually. I've had to kind of rethink, how am I going to reorganize my life as a Christian. You know,
Mhm.
Obviously, I come from an evangelical background, but there's a lot of things I don't agree anymore. In other words, I've grown up.
Thank you.
I've grown up in the sense of understanding what indoctrination is in actual real faith.
Yes.
I think real faith has no borders. It has no no restriction in the sense of people of all walks of life. I think I do very, very much have realized that, um, when you talked about, the revelation of the Magi, how, you
Yes.
know,
Thank you.
Christ was really in every faith. And when I say faith, I mean not religion in the sense of people, manipulating it.
Understood.
And unfortunately, a lot of these realizations, it does make you a little. You have to get over yourself, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that does require it to not not necessarily say you were wrong. It's just it's you only you can only work with what you were dealt with, right? The cards that you were handed.
Yes.
It is not necessarily the fact that they were wrong. It's just you only know you're only privy to what you know. And to tell you the truth, I know more now than I did before, because it's just, when you grow up in a religious environment, it's just that religion.
Yes.
Everything it has its purpose, but when you put an identity to it, and you start realizing that, a nonprofit is not being a part of a nonprofit, and not, you know, a church is what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
Um, that's just an organization, you know,
Yes.
and obviously the politics runs with it, and the money, and so on and so forth. It's pretty much just that, a nonprofit.
Mhm.
And that's kind of I'm putting, quotations, okay, on that nonprofit. Um, but nevertheless, as an adult, and I think any adult here that's listening, they you start wondering, well, let me at least live my life how the best I can, and whatever goals you have. There's many people that do different things. Um, Even people that go into the entrepreneurial side, hell, even sex workers. And I
Yes.
have to say that
Thank
because,
you. Yeah.
Christ did, he did. He wasn't shy about mingling with, sex workers.
That's right.
Why? Because, um, there's a lot to learn about everybody, and especially a service industry like that. It takes a lot of skill in the sense of interpersonal skills, so on and so forth. You're dealing with people giving you their most vulnerable side of them, aside from obviously, things like the funeral business, and even, doctors. So
Yes.
I can see stuff like that that's coming to mind. I start viewing things in a different way. Am I going to Vegas or to order an escort? No, I'm not. Not that
Not that
I'm
it's
above that.
yeah, not
I'm
that
not
that's not a
not that
good
I'm
thing,
above
but
that.
yeah,
But
that's right.
unfortunately, I don't have that type of money. It's, and even if I did, I have kids, so I probably still can't afford them. So, I have to be a responsible adult, and obviously I'm married, so there's that factor. I have that obligation to my wife, and it's just, I put it to you this way: the only the only way not to lose is not to play. So I rather not play. Um, so it's just, I got to pick my struggle, right? So
Yes.
I rather just be, married, you know. that's my imprisonment. I mean, struggle. I kid, but you know, that's just my little 2 cents. I tend to ramble, but it's because I think I like to show I like to show a side of your audience that and you know, Team Dietrich has a lot of walks of life. That has a lot of people with different walks of life, and I think I think the audience knows that, but it's good that we all are expressing ourselves in your support, but definitely we're all individuals, and I think this is what makes Team Dietrich very much a unique uh, social group. We've had characters that have left and probably still lurking, but you know, go figure, right? So I mean, I wouldn't, in a lot of ways, I wouldn't have it any other way because the people that don't belong eventually either leave or get driven out.
Yes.
So that's my 2 cents.
Well, that's wonderful. And thank you so much for sharing all of your sentiments and deeply appreciate it. And you feel free, like you said, you weren't able to listen to the first part of the show. Certainly feel free to listen from this point forward tonight. And if you want to jump in, if I say something that you feels like you inspires you to interject, then by all means, go ahead and do so. And again, I understand exactly what you mean about birthdays meaning less and less as we get older. Of course, Sammy knows all too well. My birthdays, generally speaking, are terrible. My birthdays are terrible. It's each year. What happens is another assigned asset, is activated, and they choose that time at my birthday to then go all out and do what they do, which is to do as much damage as possible. We won't talk about that
I'm
tonight.
waiting for the check.
Oh
Waiting
yeah,
for the check.
yeah. Brandon's still waiting for the check, but they never send it to him. Yeah,
It's never coming.
yeah. It's amazing how cheap they are. And that's one thing that we notice about them. They're incredibly stingy. But there you go with that. Without overdwelling on it tonight. And we'll explain on Wednesday exactly why we're kind of waiting past a certain deadline to speak about this. Before I cut loose on it. But yeah. We'll get back to the subject, no doubt, organically. But yeah, by all means, to return to the theme, so to speak. We'll go back to ice because our man, Mr. Sammy Romero, by his very name, it should be obvious, is impacted by the current wave of phobia. And by the way, Brendan just entered a link here. China's propaganda. Yes, of course. This is like it's cute.
No, wait, you missed the first part. It's their new super weapon. We're
Yes,
screwed.
yes,
We're in the world of Gundam and we're behind.
yes. This
China
is
has a giant space aircraft carrier. It's their
yes,
new super weapon.
yes. Well, it looks like they've got a whole fleet of them from this this CGI art or AI art or whatever the
Yeah, like it looks like Star Wars. There's like a bunch of Star Destroyers. It's
yeah,
like, come on.
yes. It's cute. It's cute.
It's called Non-Tiananmen, Heavenly Gate.
Yeah, well, Tiananmen,
An
like
inter-
Tiananmen Square. It figures they would name it after the massacre site. Yeah, Tiananmen Square. That's
Yeah,
delightful.
Non-Tiananmen.
Yeah,
The heavenly version of it.
yeah,
Integrated airspace defense system.
yeah. And of course, look at this shit. I mean, now I'll do a screen share here just to give everybody who's on the call the full effect of this. It's like seriously.
I like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
PR said
yeah.
Beijing has invested extremely large sums of money in quotes. It's
Yeah.
like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, that's well, they've invested serious amounts of money in the graphics. That's
In
what
the
it
graphics
is.
department.
Yeah, the graphics department. But I like how they show Xi and Trump like they're just buddies and shit. Like they're on the same side. That about says it
Wait,
all.
where's that? Where's that?
Right here. See, I'm doing a screen share. So you see
Oh
the
yeah, there you go.
there you go.
Oh
See the
yeah,
flying
I
aircraft
love it.
carrier? See the flying aircraft
Yeah.
carriers
Yep.
that are all here, and yeah, and but it's like Trump's cool with it. Like
Jungwo need Nisha die.
oh yeah,
So
you're reading
I
it.
don't know these
Cool.
other characters. Yeah.
No worries. It's nothing.
Something about Great War. Or
Yeah,
something.
yes. It's all crap. It's like not even translate.
Basically Chinese supremacy.
Yeah.
In the Great War.
Yeah. I like this experts cast out on the gigantic. Like it takes experts to cast out on this. You don't need no
Hey,
fucking
we
experts.
can't doubt them. We can't doubt them.
Yeah. It's
Science matters. There you go. That's the Deutsche Welle.
Yeah,
Science matters.
Yeah, there you go. It sure does. But here you go. I mean, nothing like graphics. We're in a race of 3D graphics. Well, I gotta say this. These graphic models are here we are, Mark Ward, stock trade images, Imago. It's still better than the shit they used to turn out. This is good stuff. I mean, the shit they used to turn out used to just be what we called the infamous ABVs, airbrush vehicles. We used to have airbrush vehicles, and they looked a lot more simpler than this. This,
Right.
it's neat. It's really good graphics.
Yeah, laser beam satellite. There you go.
There you go. And but here we are. North Korea lambasts Trump's Golden Dome plan. If North Korea is lambasting. By the way, these guys are lucky if they don't get massacred by American naval ships and planes. I mean, these are the kinds of people that
The
Trump
rubber
was
dinghy.
attacking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah, these are the kind of people Trump was massacring on the high seas. Yeah, but you know what they're doing? They're protesting the pollution caused by SpaceX. Yeah. SpaceX is.
Well, this was last year before all these controversies came up.
Yeah, there you go.
2025.
Oh, there you go. That's right. And so there we go with that. This article was originally
They probably had to hightail it after they started zapping people in their fishing boats.
Oh, vaporizing them. Yes, that's
and then saying
yeah.
they were narco terrorists, and the wives were like saying, no, they're just fishermen.
Yes.
Like in all seriousness, they weren't saying that to cover up some drug operation. It was like they were actually just fishermen.
Just fishermen, yeah, that the Americans attacked with aircraft carriers. Attacked with it, seriously. Yeah, but speaking of carriers, how does this guy... I would be ashamed to be showing this and trying to spin this on media. This is like... This just goes to show you how locked down their media is in communist China, that a announcer can, with a straight face, present this. It's offensive.
This is what I mean. Come on, in their defense, this is what you guys, not you, but you guys were doing in the 80s.
Yeah, that's true. No, he's right.
That's what DOD was
he's
doing
right.
in the 80s.
With the Strategic Defense Initiative, as they called it, the so-called Star Wars program to popularize it.
Yeah.
This is what the Department of Defense was doing. Yes, it's China has now joined in the bullshit race. We'll call it. Yeah. I mean, forget the space race or the arms race. This is the bullshit race, and China's they're beating us. Yeah, they're beating us with bullshit. They're piling it high and they're piling it deep. At any rate, like I said, after everything that was said about ICE. And Trump saying he'd settled with Tim Walz, and somehow did something. What do you think he did to Tim Walz, Brendan, where Tim Walz said, I'm never running again for office? What the fuck did Trump intimidate him with? That Tim Walz, the guy who ran against him as vice presidential candidate, then says, I'm never running for politics again, any position. It's like Trump threatened him with something. It's like put the scare in him.
They probably just paid him off. They just said if you create the situation, you don't ever have to work again or something.
Good idea. Good. I mean,
I don't
good
think
call.
any of them are honest about their politics. Let's just be real.
Yeah, true enough.
Same with that Mumdani. Like like it turns out he's just a shyster.
Tell people about that. Tell people about that. The president of New York City Tell people
Yeah.
about how him and Trump are like they're like sucking each other's dicks in the 69 position.
Yeah, and allegedly his mother was in those files, so it's just they're all in the same
Mom
boat.
Donnie's mother in the Epstein files.
Yep.
What was she
I don't know
doing?
how true it is.
Yeah,
She was a socialite. She was some kind of socialite. So he's just another nepo baby.
yeah.
And they all knew Trump. They all knew Trump.
Of course.
So it's just that's why he was so nice to him.
Yeah, there you go.
He set them up. It's just a scam.
Yeah,
It's a good old fashioned rug pull.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you.
he's a socialist mayor, and then the second he gets elected, he's in the White House talking
Yeah,
to him. It's just
You're talking to him, sucking his dick. he was sucking his dick. He pulled open his fly with his teeth. That's all. And
Well,
any,
nothing. Supposedly, New York is a hellscape. The trash hasn't been taken out in literally weeks. And then they're
damn,
claiming it's like piles of trash in the snow.
he's turning
and
it into India. Tell people
Yeah.
in India it's like that. That's what it's like in India.
It's not even that bad in India.
Oh
think it's-
yeah, there you go. Yeah, shit.
It's like Trump's revenge on New York or
Yeah,
something.
there you go. There you go. Damn.
Because for some reason, he hates New York. It's
Well,
just-
of
even though
course.
he made his money there and he supposedly
Well,
loved it.
Actually, the story behind that was given by Peter Moon, but I would just tune out whenever Peter Moon said. Peter Moon just all he had was stupid stories about shit like that. It was like, yeah, Trump hates New York. Yeah, and he'd give the
Well,
whole
there was
reason.
some beef. There was some kind of because remember he was like the New York guy for
Yeah. He
and then there was some kind of issue, and then he flew to and then he took everything and went to Florida.
Yeah, Florida, where
Yeah,
all
so
the
something.
yeah, where all the Jews go to die. Yeah, it's and at any rate, after Tim Walz and Trump supposedly had buried the axe late last week, the Maine senatress Susan Collins, a Republican, said she had spoken to the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and that ICE, like in Minnesota, would be
I just
down.
have to say this because I don't think you see these online comments, but
Yeah.
everyone in the comments calls her Krusty Gnome
Yeah,
by
tell
the
me
way.
why. Why do they call her that?
because her name sounds like gnome, and she looks like a weird kind of like
Garden
gnome
gnome.
thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
got
so
it.
they just call her Krusty Gnome.
Crusty gnomes. Christy gnome.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's not my name, so don't put me on the Palantir demotion list. But it's just something that the commenters, these stupid libs in the comments, are saying. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, you're already on the list and you know it. So's everyone affiliated with Team Dietrich. At any
Yeah.
rate. So.
But I'm a heritage American. So
yeah. So is Manicala. What's his name? Vin
oh, come on, don't dox it. He's spending good money trying to keep his name clean.
Yeah. Good fucking luck. Oh,
It's Manicala.
Manicala. Thank you. Manicala. Honey. Bless you. Bless you, baby. Yes. Love you. At any rate, yeah, so Susan Collins said she spoke to Kristi Noem and that ICE, like in Minnesota, would be dialing back its operational surge in state. At the same time, however, the acting director of ICE last week expanded the power agents have to conduct warrantless searches. And that's according to an internal memo seen by the New York Times. In Galloway's view, while the protests have been important, they won't be enough to bring about substantive long-term immigration policy reforms. So in a blog post announcing the boycott launched today, Galloway wrote, and here I read therefrom, just remember, this is the wee Timothy Leary of the 21st century. What was it again? Tune in, turn on, drop out. I choke on it, just repeating that shit. And what he's saying is unsubscribe and opt out. But in detail, he said, we're proposing something quieter and less cinematic than a protest that'll run all day on cable TV, but much more disturbing to the Trump administration. A one-day slowdown is irritating. A 1 month slump is terrifying. These are the leaders who have his ear. A modest reduction in their company's growth could have a substantial impact on valuations, priced to perfection. Small changes in consumer behavior, starting on the first day of February, could have an enormous ripple effect, one that extends all the way to the White House. Real change always comes from the American people, not from our political parties. But power doesn't fear protests nearly as much as economic withdrawals. Getting off your couch, taking to the streets, and building community is important, but the most radical act in a capitalist society isn't marching. It's not spending. That's not very euphonic, but what he's saying is that the most radical act in a capitalist society isn't marching, but rather exercising your power to not spend. In other words, stop consuming. By the way, I don't have much respect for this Galloway guy because he's a multi-billionaire. So it's just, it's like, it's the only reason anybody even listens to the son of a bitch. It's like, the guy really doesn't have anything original to say. He was there at the World Economic Forum, and he just says some, what would you call it? Oh, here comes Brendan with the tune on, turn on, tune in, drop out. That was the order. Tune on, tune in, drop out. Dr. Timothy Leary and they've given him a tribute here. It's $136.45 for this piece of shit. Really? Yeah, old gangsta MK Ultra. Yes, seriously. That's what it is. That's what it is. Seriously, it's like yeah.
It's like how many kids like dropped out and went to San Francisco and died on the way.
Yes.
You'll never know.
Dude, it was like my dad said it. My dad said it best. He said, "Flower power is dead," and he said, I forgot the number my dad said, but he said something like thousands of kids are rushing to join it. Like flower power is dead, and thousands of kids are rushing to join it. All those dead flowers. They were all coming here and getting raped and getting on drugs, and it was all in the name of free love. They were all getting raped. But it was a bad time. And if anyone tells you otherwise, it's because they were the rapists. That's they were enjoying it. But thank you, Brendan. And but believe me, this Scott got
the Dead had a house of teenage girls right there where we were.
Yes.
Yeah,
tell them about that. Yeah.
And, it was a famous house where all the bigwigs were.
Yeah.
It's over there in Richmond district or somewhere in one of those nice districts with the Victorian houses.
Yeah.
But the Grateful Dead had a house that was like infamous, and they would have like, Anton LaVey, they would have all these big heads, these movie stars. And the house was always full of chicks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Seriously. Yeah. It's
there
like you can see why. You can see why people became Satanists. It was just for the chick drop off for a lot of them. Seriously. By the way, Scott Galloway, you want to know this fucker's net worth? $100 million. 100 million.
It's always those people those people multi-million. They say save your pennies.
Yeah.
Don't go to Starbucks.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, it's ridiculous.
Seriously. And but these guys are invited to the World Economic Forum only on the basis of their wealth. And this is a good one. How far will China go to back Iran if the United States strikes? They won't go an inch. They won't go a fucking millimeter. As tensions rise between Washington...
They're going to use their space commands. What were those things? Aircraft carriers.
Yeah, spacecraft carriers. Yes, the spacecraft carriers. Yes.
So don't discount them.
Yeah, man. Think about this. So what if you had these massive platforms in space? Okay, now the issue is the interface craft. This would be the small craft that depart from the mothership. Are they like space shuttles where they can make it through the atmosphere? This is what's going to be so funny is that, okay, so
They're
you have
basically just like kamikaze missions. Or
yeah,
something.
something like that. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, seriously, thank you. At any rate, there you go. Where are the limits if conflict broke out with you? The limit is they aren't going to do shit. There's nothing they can do or will do. I mean, nope. Seriously. But most certainly, here on the home front, ICE's impunity is only a formula for more violence. Now, as a former mercenary and United States Marine before that, I've been tear gassed in Saudi Arabia. I've been held in a Swahili-speaking police station by bribe-hungry cops. And I've been detained by drunken, topless Somali pirates sporting rippling muscles, reflector sunglasses, and rocket-propelled grenade launchers. But I've never been subjected to ice tactics. No one has ever thrown me to the ground, beaten me over the head with a blunt object, or threatened to kill me if I didn't put my phone away. So as a veteran combatant of countries where men with guns abuse their power, and a former migrant with an American son, I'm alarmed by what's been happening with Donald Trump's urban shock troops in Minneapolis, a state under siege wherein people joke about killing more rioters at Republican Party events. President Trump is creating what looks horribly like a paramilitary force. Would-be strong men in other countries often build forces that are lavishly funded, outside the normal police or military hierarchy, highly partisan, and tacitly allowed to break the law. That describes the new ICE to the letter. When they kill civilians, the maladministration's first instinct is to accuse the victims of being terrorists. Mr. Trump may have beaten a tactical retreat this week, but he clearly likes the idea of deploying men with guns and attitude to punish cities that defy him. Unless Congress reins him in, he will keep pushing for ever more powers. Come this November, there will be ICE agents outside polling stations to deter ethnic minorities from voting. That I even have to pose such an inevitable development to you is shocking. In some ways, Americans are lucky. Their rights to free speech and assembly are a powerful safeguard against tyranny. If ICE troopers were not constantly filmed, who knows how much more brutal they might be. The Commu-Chinese proletariat enjoys no such rights. Their government operates in secrecy, leaving everyone else to guess its true aims. Consider the mystery surrounding Xi Jinping's sudden dramatic purge of the People's Liberation Army. 5 of the 6 uniformed officers in its high command have been ousted since 2022. And 2 have been accused of wielding unspecified but extremely vile influence. Everyone is scrambling to understand what this even means. Is mainland China's Red Army weaker than it looks, thanks to corruption? You bet. Is Xi Jinping about to surround himself with yes-men who might fail to warn him frankly about the risks of invading my Taiwan? You bet. I will do my best within the hour to cast light on Red China's murky military politics. Dire enough that on this side of the Pacific we are on the eve of what could be America's final reckoning. By the way, Heather says good night. We love you, Heather. So Brandon's pointing out now they're begging for money. Pathetic. The UN chief of the Secretary General of the United Nations has urged member states to pay their contributions, warning that it is facing the risk of financial collapse due to a large amount in arrears. This, by the way, is actually quite sad. It's like, this is bad. That's
I mean, I'm no supporter of these people myself. So.
I understand, but it's what we have right now. It's bad as it is. It's what we have right now. It's like, believe me, as bad as the United Nations is, we'd be a lot worse off without it. We need to replace it with a rehabilitated body, but it's what we've got for now. So it is sad. By the way, have you been moving around while I've been talking? There was a lot of this squeaking where you're coming from. You've had a lot of squeaking, like you're I'm sorry?
No, I haven't been moving at all.
Oh, okay. It sounds like you're walking around outside. You've been walking around outside, right? Or something?
No.
Oh, that's your jacket or something's brushing against the microphone? You've got something brushing against the microphone. You're making a lot
kind of interference.
Okay, that's conceivable too.
Does it sound like this?
No, I'm not hearing it. It's
so
like it's
not
squeaky.
me.
It is squeaky.
Not
Yeah.
me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it might have been. Well. Anyhow, it might have been our other friend, Sammy. But you know, it is what it is. By the way, Heather Holman's been saying something. Where the hell is her shit going? She said, "Oh, here we are. Nakul Rana. Who are the Kshatriya?" So explain that to us, Brendan. Who are the Kshatriya? And she says,
Kshatriya are the ruling class, the warrior class.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
that's
their original mandate was to cleverly protect their subjects, become brave, have control over the senses, and whose nature is to punish wrongdoers. That is a Kshatriya. But
got it.
That's not what they do anymore. So it's from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity and leadership. These are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriya. So that's what the ruling class should have.
Right. Well, that's her husband, or the closest thing she has to a husband, Vinny Maniktala. He was Kshatriya caste, I believe, his descent. So there you have that. Kshatriya. Thank you. Kshatriya. Vin Maniktala. Yes. The man who Trump will deport on the basis of his name. Oh, yes. Yes, what you need to do is support me wholeheartedly, dear Vin, so we can prevent that from happening. And he knows that. So, at any rate, my love to that couple, both of them, and be blessed. And with that, in these 12 days of Lincoln Day, you know how there's 12 days of there's all that noise. What are you doing? It is you.
I'm literally sitting. I'm just sitting here, though.
Okay,
something has gone terribly wrong.
Okay, yeah, it's
let's see. If I mute and it stops, then it was me.
Yeah, it stopped. I mean, I like you to be open with your mic, so, you know, I don't mind the noises too much. You know, just come back off mute. I really prefer that you're off mute so you can participate much more effectively. So, you know, anyhow, Lincoln's birthday is in 12 days. And in these 12 days of Lincoln Day, like the 12 days before Christmas, the 12 days before Lincoln's natal dies or his birthday, there'd be something deeply unsettling about Abraham Lincoln's famous phrase, fourscore. meaning 80 years. It's roughly the length of a human life. But it is also the interval at which the United States repeatedly collides with crises and is forced to decide again and again what kind of nation we will be. The historian Neil Howe explores this pattern in his book titled The Fourth Turning is Here, arguing that every 8 years, meaning in the span of a lifetime, at the end of every lifespan, America reaches a sort of breaking point that ultimately hits on major issues like democracy or autocracy and oligarchy. What typically triggers those moments, historians will tell you, is when inequality has grown extreme, political power has hardened into the hands of a few, and democratic norms have been eroded or even openly attacked. The country then is forced to choose, either expand freedom and rights or slip toward authoritarian rule. Nobody's sure exactly why this keeps happening every 80 years in the span of a single lifetime. It may be because when people who lived through the last catastrophe have just died off, their livid memory of repression and violence has gone with them. The guardrails then weaken, the warnings are forgotten, and people take leaps without remembering the lessons from the past. Or it may simply be the way generations cycle through cultural and political power, producing recurring moments every 80 years when fear, grievance, and concentrated wealth overwhelm all democratic restraint. But it's not something that appears to be real. It's a certainty. It's a sociological certitude. Consider the history. Starting in the late 17th century, as America became an important economic and strategic British colony. Point to be made as a social engineer. The government's heavily armed men walked through the streets as enforcers of religious conformity, making sure people showed up at the right church. Attendance was compulsory. Dissenters or non-Puritans were fined or harassed, and the power of the state, which was synonymous with the church, marched in lockstep with the power of the pulpit and the bully behind it. Then came the glorious Revolution and the end of King James II's reign, as colonial charters were rewritten, Protestant dissenters gained new legal rights, and the idea of religious freedom in British America caught fire, eventually to be enshrined in the First Amendment. It was 1690. 80 years later, the government's heavily armed agents were roaming the streets again, looking for people who'd spoken out against King George III or his East India Company. Remember that when the Patriots stood up against England, they were fighting the world's largest megacorporation. If you defied them, they could imprison you or even shoot you. The people, enraged by corporate rule, rose up, threw their tea in Boston Harbor, and demanded self-governance and a political system that respected the rights of citizens. It was 1773. 80 years after the American Revolution, armed enforcers again stalked the streets. This time in the Confederate South. They hunted abolitionists, journalists, and people of color who dared challenge the brutal system of racial hierarchy and human bondage that they ran. If you resisted, you would be beaten, hanged, or shot with impunity. Speech was crushed. Violence enforced obedience. Elections were rigged. The nation was driven into civil war to stop an explicitly authoritarian system that had seized control of half the country. It was the late 1850s. 80 years after the end of the first American Civil War between the United and Confederate States for rights, the government's agents, heavily armed, were going door to door in communities across western states, looking for people of color. Americans and immigrants of Japanese ancestry were immediately seized and put into concentration camps, scattered around our country. It was 1942, just months after the attack on Pearl Harbor, which the Americans had instigated. Exactly 80 years after the end of World War II, Donald John Trump is sending his heavily armed agents into American communities on Kavanaugh-stop missions to find people with dark skin or foreign accents, regardless of their refugee or legal status, and imprison them in privately run for-profit concentration camps. In Minneapolis, Chicago, Portland, Los Angeles, and other cities, people are rising up and fighting back when confronted with chemical weapons and armed thugs who believe they have what Vice President Vance called absolute immunity to kill American citizens. Each of these 80-year cycle moments force Americans to make a choice. In 1690, we chose religious freedom. In 1770, we rejected having a king and embraced the creation of a government by the consent of the governed. In 1860, we rejected the Dixiecratic system that had completely seized control of the Confederate States, and we preserved democracy for the continent. In 1943, our defeat saved the 140,000 plus Japanese immigrants and Japanese ancestry Americans we'd imprisoned after Pearl Harbor to fight Roosevelt's war, to aid and abet Stalin and Mao's attempt at creating a worldwide communist empire. And here we are, 81 years after the end of World War II, once again facing an authoritarian crisis that's forcing Americans to decide afresh who we are and what form of government we want. Trump and his gang of lickspittles, toadies, and incompetent hangers-on are hell-bent on turning America into a Russia-like authoritarian state with single-party rule. Almost without exception, they've cowed the entire Republican Party into a frightened silence as their red shirts spread across the country to terrorize any city whose citizens had the temerity to vote against them. Outside a few real stars, including Waltz, Pritzker, Frey, Ellison, and even to an extent Gavin Newsom, Democrats, particularly national Democratic leadership, have failed to meet the moment. 9 turncoat Democrats even voted last week to give ICE more money and power. Henry Cuellar and Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, Jared Golden of Maine, Mary Gluesenkamp Perez of Washington, Don Davis of North Carolina, and Laura Gillen and Tom Suozzi, both of New York. Mary Gluesenkamp Perez of Washington is the one I hold the most contempt for, but that's because she's the closest to me physically. And Hakeem Jeffries did nothing to punish them. None lost committee assignments or other perks. No one from Democratic leadership or the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, has meaningfully challenged the power or death dealing of the Trump regime. As a result, average Americans have to pick up the slack, organizing ad hoc when ICE shows up, and showing up by the millions in the streets for no kings and other protests. Emperor Trump's response has been brutal, murdering citizens in our streets, and then defiantly lying about the circumstances while slandering the memories of those his goons have killed. He's questioned whether the election will even happen this fall, and is now demanding voting rolls from every blue state, so presumably his people can figure out how to purge them of Democratic voters. We are thus at a turning point. Taxation without representation. Beyond that, the violation of the Third Amendment, hostile troops upon our shores, much as we were in the 1490 War of the Roses, the 1570 Armada crises, with the fleet upon our shores, the 1690s Glorious Revolution, the 1770s American Revolution, the 1860s American Civil War of rights, the Republican Great Depression, and World War II of 1929 through 1945. Not to be settled in terms of peace until 1950-2. And today's Trump-Russism crisis. We are under foreign Russian occupation by proxy. Every one of these prior great turnings has produced an expansion of human rights, an improvement in quality of life and freedom, and essentially a rebooting of the country itself. We stand today on the verge of another turning point, every bit as important and consequential as the 6 that have preceded it. Will America choose Trump's and Putin's authoritarian model, compiling lists of domestic terrorists who dare film ICE operations, and literally killing people who dare drive away from them or try to protect people from being beaten to the ground and pepper sprayed in the face? Or will we constrain these masked thugs who are currently running wild in our cities, stop the naked corruption of the Trump crime family that's made billions in their first year back in charge, and help the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party reinvent itself along the lines of Dwight Eisenhower's moderate conservatism? Neither outcome is guaranteed. Trump and his degenerate suck-ups have no intention of ever relinquishing power, and multi-billionaires like Murdoch, Bezos, Musk, Zuckerberg, and Ellison appear committed to abusing their mainstream mass media machine and social media power to back him up to the wall. Which means we have to fight them till they're taken to the ground. MAGA families are already replacing their "Don't Tread on Me" flags with ones that say, comply or die, as submissive retro-conservative men worship at the golden Big Daddy Trump altar. But the flame of freedom also burns bright in the hearts of most average Americans, and has for over 250 years. Yea, so, more than 200 years ago, American politics was riven by bitter partisan divides over foreign influence. Now a time of choosing is once again upon us. Will we stand with our ancestors and re-embrace democracy and reinvent America as a new and better nation with equal justice for all and a commitment to peace and human rights? Or will we become Trump's MAGA version of Putin's empire bent on war, conquest, and terror, egged on by right-wing multi-billionaires and their mainstream mass media machine? At the moment, but only at this moment, our fate is in our own hands. Now, we must choose. For across the Taiping Yang, the ocean of heavenly peace, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East has launched the biggest purge of its armed forces since 1971, alongside an enormous increase in actions against party members and officials. The question left for international observers is what this means for Zhonghua Dalu, our mainland China's readiness to launch an invasion of my Taiwan. The communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's purge should worry the world. Installing his yes men to lead China's Red Army may be dangerous for my Taiwan, which means it's dangerous for you, because your life depends on island China. Without Taiwan, your world collapses overnight. In December, a Communist Chinese spokesman proclaimed, "In an uncertain world, China is the biggest certainty." Amid a war in Europe, turmoil in the Middle East, and America's rewriting of the geopolitical order, some in the West might be inclined to agree. Even as I published my latest episode, preceding tonight's, Great Britain's Prime Minister, the Sir Keir Starmer, was visiting Communist China's monomaniacrat Xi Jinping, the latest among a series of Western leaders who have headed to Beijing in search of deals and dependability. Yet in recent days, politics in the monolithic communist Chinese superstate has proved anything but certain. On January 24th, the Defense Ministry said that the most senior uniformed officer, Zhang Yuzhuo, and another top general, Liu Jianli, were under investigation for violating discipline. Not since 1971 has there been such a purge at the apex of Hongzhonghua, or Red China's armed forces. That was when the heir apparent to Mao Zedong, the defense minister, and mine own blood uncle, Lin Biao, died in a plane crash after a coup d'etat attempt against the chairman. The purge at the top of a 2 million strong PLA, or People's Liberation Army, has come along with an enormous increase in actions against party members and officials. Although the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's politics is a black box, The signs are that this is a measure of Xi Jinping's total command over the Communist Party. The question left for the outside world is what the purge means for Zhonghua Dalu, our mainland China's readiness to launch an invasion of my Taiwan. By the way, we have Brendan Zogit here entering. Here we are. The problem surface. Tell us about this. Oh, yes. Tell us, Brendan. By all means, come on board. Let us know about this. And so we'll have Brendan kind of analyze this for us, if he's willing to unmute. Brendan, we know you can do it. Come on, you entered a bit of info here that requires some dissertation. Says the problem surfaced after gold prices surged sharply on May 21st, triggering heavy trading activity before accounts arrested. Anyhow, hundreds of investors across China have accused Shenzhen-based private gold trading platform of collapsing after users were unable to withdraw funds or retrieve physical gold, triggering protests.
Yeah, that's an
Yes.
understatement.
Yes.
Understatement. They had a riot
Yes.
because the gold that they claimed they crashed the American market with, they said,
Yes.
we're going to sell off all this gold.
Yeah.
All the people went to pick it up, and it doesn't exist. So all that gold they stole from Hong Kong is probably just in the CCP vaults, and no one can touch it. It doesn't exist. But they're saying, oh no, it's in the free market. It exists. And that's why we're gonna make the renminbi powerful again. Yeah.
That's
turns out it's just this fraud.
Yes. Oh, read to people this text. Read it, please. This text that you've entered.
Oh, this is just the aggregate of what was said about this situation.
Nevertheless, read it.
Yeah. So after hitting record highs and intense speculation, gold prices experienced worst day decline in over a decade, roughly 9%, and silver dropping 26%. What is called a reversal was triggered by a strong US dollar rising bond yield and profit taking. Platform collapse and fraud. The Jiwu or the J-War online private gold trading platform in Shenzhen's Shubei market collapsed, leading to 100,000 users unable to withdraw funds, causing 65 billion yuan or 13 billion yuan, depending on the source, in damages. And also there were reports of gilded copper, where 83 tons of fake gold were discovered to have been used in collateral for $2.8 billion worth of loans. And retail panic selling prices soared, became volatile as Chinese consumers using automated machines to melt down family jewelry to cash it in at high prices in malls.
Oh, man.
There you go. So the government paid people out, and then now they go to withdraw their money and it doesn't exist.
Oh, man. There you go. I love it. That's so much for the communist Chinese experiment with capitalism and the market. I mean, obviously, how could anyone have expected otherwise? This is like
how is our gold economy linked with Chinese speculators? That's what I don't get.
It's because
these investors are saying it like it's just, that's just what they can do.
It's because what happened is the United States Treasury bonds were all bought up by 3 nations on Earth. That it's all owned by Japan, China, and South Korea, and pretty much in that order. But it's China certainly owns enough where, well, you explained to them what Japan did. Japan is forcing everyone to basically pay them because they're the largest fucking creditor on Earth. So tell people about that. That also was a factor.
Oh, yeah, they had to liquidate. Yeah. But that's the dollar collapse.
Yeah.
So it affects the price of gold.
Yeah.
But then the Chinese stepped in and created this gold and
Yes.
silver drop.
Yes.
And Monday, it's supposed to, the bottom's going to fall out, like here in a couple hours.
Oh, great. Thank you.
We're
We
going
got
to see it in real time.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got that to look forward to. Yeah, that's you heard it here first, folks. Nobody else dares to say it. Yes.
Right.
So give us your analysis, Brandon.
Well, at this point, it's going to open. Everyone's going to sell off. That's what I think is going to happen. We'll see. It remains to be seen.
Yeah, but it's a safe bet. Let's put it this way: it's not illogical, and it's far more likely than most other outcomes.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for that. And such having been said, in 2025, CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Authorities, investigated over 1 million people for corruption and deviant politics, 60% more than 12 years earlier, and the most since the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping came to power in 2012. Most of these purges are not the result of a power struggle, but a consequence of how the Communist Party disciplines itself. Above the law, and without any scrutiny from a free press, the Chinese Communist Party has instead to depend on its own internal police to keep cadres on the straight and narrow. In October, when senior officials met in Beijing, 37 of the 205 full-time members of the Central Committee were missing, presumed under investigation. However, the purge also reaches down into the lower ranks, terrorizing party members, forcing...
I mean, if you're missing and under investigation, what does that mean? You're like in a
Yes,
dungeon or something?
It means you're in an incinerator. They have mobile
Right.
incinerators in China. It means you're dead. Yeah. But thank you for asking.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
It's-
under investigation, but they never get seen again.
Yeah, they're never seen again. Your body will never be found. It won't be recovered because it's incinerated. Yeah, it's and that's to cover the evidence of how they brutalized you before you died. And you know why they brutalize you? Because they force them to give up where they've stuck all their assets. They torture them until they give out not only all the assets they've hidden, but everything their family's got. That way they can...
all the gold.
Yeah. There you go.
There was one party guy that had piles of gold. I'll show it to you. Let's see if I can find it.
That figures. Yeah, there you go. The real shit.
Like he had like a cave of
Yeah.
like bars, gold bars.
There you go. That's what's going on over there across the Pacific. And so this purge reaching down into the lower ranks forces...
Yeah, an illicit hoard of 13.5 tons of gold
Damn!
bars, along with $200 billion of yuan in bribes.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh well, I hope they hung him up by the balls and over a slow flame.
Oh yeah, he's dead for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like and how did it even get to that point? For it to get to
just ultimate corruption.
Yeah.
Just super corrupt. Like
Thank-
look at how much gold this guy had.
Damn, let me take a look. Dude.
And
dude.
I like how they says China's zero tolerance. I mean, this was beyond zero tolerance. This
Yeah.
is like he was getting away with it for
Yeah.
years.
Oh man, it's a mountain of gold. This guy was Sauron, or wait, what's the dragon? What was the dragon's name who was sitting on the
Smaug. He had
Smaug.
Smaug levels of gold.
Yeah, this is Smaug
It says
level.
he had so much gold they were forced to weigh currency in gold instead of counting it because there was so much.
Yeah. God damn. Yeah, it's like this is like
Yeah, this dude was totally corrupt. I mean, this was pure evil.
it's impressive.
Literally,
Yeah.
in quotes, mountain of corruption.
There you
Awarded
go.
the death penalty like it was like he got a trophy, like a
Yeah.
video game trophy.
Yeah. Let's just hope he died
I
slow.
like this. It says the mayor's name was Zhang, although his full name remains unclear.
Yeah.
What did they
Oh,
do? Wipe out his bloodline?
yeah, probably.
They
Probably.
just said there's no more family. It's just Xiong.
Well, that's what the ancient emperors would do. The ancient emperors would burn the entire family alive in front of them. With this guy, they did the communist equivalent thereof. They wiped out his fucking name.
Right.
Yeah, they wiped out
Yeah.
his line. That's like so it's like there you have it. So this
That's why
purge,
these people can't withdraw their gold, because they're just taking it all.
yeah, there you go. The government confiscated that shit, so there's no
Right.
gold to be spread. There's no gold to be had. Government's got it all. So it's you know, you can't win. It's an intractable problem. So
Well, it's
yeah,
going to reach loggerheads because
mm,
at some point, someone's going to have to cash into silver, because that's how they make all these AI chips.
there you go. Tell
So at
people
the
about
end
that.
of, when it really collapses is when
Mhm.
the reserves run out and these companies say, hey, we need this to make the chips
Yeah,
and all the stupid Optimus robots to run your economy.
yeah. There
And
you
then
go.
it all blows up
There you
because
go.
there's no silver or gold
Thank
anywhere.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you
And
go.
we can actually look forward to that in a sense. It's not going to be, well, we're all going to bite the bullet then. At any rate, this purge, since it reaches down into the lower ranks, terrorizing the party members, forcing mistrustful cadres into close personal networks where they feel safe, it paralyzes some of those who favor reform. And the effect on the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, is particularly potent. The Army's newspaper vaguely linked the toppling of the Trois generals to the war on corruption, but it also, in essence, accused them of insubordination towards the Communist Chinese tyrant Xi Jinping, calling the Trois officers' influence extremely vile. It said that they had caused immense damage to the political ecology of the PLA, as well as to the building of its combat capability, which came secondary
Yeah,
to
I'm
its
sure they
politics.
were so nice and welcoming and just fostering for growth area before that guy came along.
Yeah. If the generals' downfall did that to the PLA, you might conclude the West should celebrate. Red Chinese forces are a growing threat. Their army's navy is now bigger than all of America's combined fleets in being. The Pentagon reckons Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China, plans 6 more aircraft carriers by 2035, giving it 9 compared with America's 11. Hongzhonghua, or Red China's nuclear arsenal, is expected to have at least 1,000 warheads by 2030 on missiles, submarines, and planes, fewer than the Russian and American empires, but double its stockpile in 2023. In fact, the consequences of the purge are more complicated. A Pentagon report in December suggested that in the short run, the Red Emperor Xi Jinping's campaign could disrupt the operational effectiveness of the PLA, whereas in the longer term, cleaning up the army could make it more proficient. However, the graver risk is one that the Pentagon passed over. This is the hollowing out of the team that would advise the preeminent person of Xi Jinping if a military crisis occurs, especially one over my Taiwan. American officials believe that the president of People's China has ordered the PLA to be able to take my Taiwan by 2027. Some suspect that my Zhonghua Dao, island China, could not defend itself for long without outside help. Although Greater America supplies arms to my Taiwan, including a record $11.1 billion package agreed on in December it might not help repel an invasion. No treaty requires the American empire to do so. False fears of Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's military prowess, are causing some leading Taiwanese politicians to wonder whether pouring money into building up Zhonghua Dao, or island China's defenses, is worthwhile. The seas around the Twa Chinas are fraught. The Communist Chinese Empire of the East contests islands with Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, in the East China Sea. Several countries jockey with Communist China on the Asian mainland over territory in the South China Sea. The Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait is a perennial flashpoint. Market socialist model China is staging ever more shows of force in area. American aircraft and warships patrol these waters. Other Western countries sometimes join us. Western officials call out Chi-Com forces for deliberately taking risks close to these patrols. Following a mishap, cool military heads will be needed to prevent escalation. To whom would the Red Emperor, or the Emperor of the Red Ants, even turn? He's lopped off all the heads around him. He's the sole queen termite in the middle of a termitary of automatons. One such person that stood up to him was General Jiang. He was a rarity among Red China's top brass, with experience of the horrors of fighting a war against Vietnam. Western analysts believe that he was the only one who personally stood up repeatedly to the monomaniacal Xi Jinping. Family connections between the Twa men date back to the insurgent party's guerrilla days before it seized power in 1949. Now that he and General Liu have gone, the Central Military Commission, the PLA's high command, is thin. Since 2022, the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate's maximum monocrat has ejected 5 of its 6 uniformed officers. The only 12 people left are Xi Jinping himself, who heads it, and a political commissar in charge of fighting graft, who has little experience of military operations. Imagine that the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping appoints yes-men to fill the empty slots. Would his pliant new advisors be willing to tell him that, even with all its new hardware, Communist China on the Asian mainland would still face enormous risks were it to mount an invasion of my Taiwan? Après the purge, c'est Mao. That's after the purge, it's Mao. To be sure, Xi Jinping himself must be aware of the potential costs. He will have studied the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire's catastrophic campaign in the Ukraine. He has heard from Western leaders how an attack on my Taiwan would harm market socialist model China's own economy the most. However, although Communist Chinese politics is more than capable of packing surprises, few analysts doubt that the 72-year-old Xi Jinping will abuse a party conference next year to underline that he intends to prolong his rule in perpetuity and that he prizes obedience at all levels of the party. In an uncertain world, such a certainty offers no solace at all. And all that after it's already been a roller coaster year of Trump tumult on both sides of the Pacific. How do I phrase it? When Donald Trump was elected to a second midterm as United States President, the Empire of Japan braced for the worst. but the tumult generated by the first year of his second midterm has so far exceeded even Tokyoto's deepest fears. From tariff threats to demands that Tokyoto take on more security responsibilities, to the White House's indifference toward upholding the rule of law and its kiss-ass approach to communist China, Trump is prompting a crisis of confidence in the Japan-American alliance. Nevertheless, Tokyoto has staved off immediate calls for higher defense spending as others have faced Trump's fury. Last week, or the week before last by now, the defense minister, Shinjiro Koizumi, said after talks with United States Defense Chief Pete Hegseth, the physical ed instructor, that no specific spending figure has been raised during their discussions. My Taiwan shares Tokyoto's concerns about Trump's attitude toward Beijing, from semiconductor fabs in America to tariff deals and defense budgets chock full of United States arms purchases. Taipei, the capital of my homeland and heartland, continues to court Trump amid concerns that he could make Taiwan-related concessions as he chases a trade deal with Beijing. It remains to be seen as to whether Taipei's strategy will work. In interim, Carney's speech is what happens when a hegemon goes rogue. Fundamentally, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech at the World Economic Forum over whether middle powers should accommodate the United States or prepare to go it alone centered around a concept that has long been at the core of international relations theory: balancing. As the scholar Kenneth Waltz once wrote, if there is any distinctively political theory of international politics, balance of power is it. And to quoteist Mark Carney, balancing theory suggests that European allies are in a tough spot, lacking an outside power with which to balance against the U.S. They will seek to bolster their ability to balance against Washington on their own. This is in fact what they are doing by pursuing higher defense spending and developing their capacity for an independent European security posture. Both are a way of hedging against the possibility of the U.S. being an unreliable ally in countering the threat from Russia, but also against the growing possibility that the United States itself could be a threat. Ironically, this higher European defense spending is what the Trump maladministration chronically demands but doesn't really want. As Carney's remarks underscored, understanding the conditions by which states determine whether to balance against or balance with strong powers has long been central to analyzing international politics. And as Carney's remarks and Europe's actions also underscored, amid the current shifts in the global order, that continues to be the case today. Ideological revolutions project themselves, and ergo, the American Revolution never really ended. We Americans celebrate the July 4th of 1776 as our national birthday. And this year, of course, marks our 250th. But the American Revolution began before that. And when did it end? Maybe it never did. In 1812, warhawks in Congress and President James Madison, the man known to posterity as the very father of our Constitution, launched an invasion of Canada in the hopes of completing the American Revolution. Canada was unfinished business. We had invaded Quebec in 1775, but that was a disaster. And even though the 13 colonies that became the United States succeeded in winning their independence from Great Britain, the newborn United States was not altogether free. The British still had forts in our territory. British agents were suspected of inciting Indians to harry our western frontier, and the British Navy wielded considerable power over our commerce. And then there was Canada, a vast territorial base from which the British could launch attacks against us, if they ever so chose. So was our war for independence really over? America's first 3 presidential administrations, well, at least, presented themselves as not wanting war. George Washington declared America neutral in the wars between revolutionary France and Great Britain, despite a mutual defense treaty we had ratified with pre-revolutionary France, and did his utmost to keep us from being dragged into Europe's superpower conflict. John Adams hewed to the same policy, despite his affinity for the British and deep antipathy to the French Revolution's ideology. Washington had earlier been disturbed by French meddling in American politics, notably in 1793, when the French ambassador, or minister as the title then was, Edmond Charles Genet, enlisted Americans, to serve on privateers, to harass British shipping, and promote pro-French democratic societies. Well, democracy never sat well with the Founding Fathers. They were slave owners, after all. They would have sided with the Confederacy, which was why George Washington is on the seal of the Confederate States. Those societies, the French democratic Bundes, if you will, were aligned with fully homegrown ones, American Bundes, that were the nucleus of Thomas Jefferson's political movement, and eventually his own party. France's revolutionary regime eventually turned on Genet, and he was lucky to be accepted by Washington as a refugee. But during the Adams administration, France persisted as a source of mischief abroad and at home in these United States, which led a Federalist Congress to pass the Alien and Sedition Acts, empowering Adams to expel foreigners at will. Yes, more than 200 years agone, American politics was riven by bitter partisan divides over foreign influence and whether to remain neutral or aid in a foreign war for freedom and democracy, or, on the other side, for the international order and to prevent the spread of radical leftism. During the Whiskey Rebellion, which Washington blamed, somewhat implausibly, on Genet, Jefferson even questioned whether armed intimidation of judges and federal agents was truly an insurrection or just an occasional riot. The riotous mobs of Jefferson's own democratical societies, in their pro-French ardor, were not entirely unlike today's Antifa types. The Alien and Sedition Acts added to Adams's unpopularity, and Jefferson won the 1800 presidential election. He believed some of the Federalists, notably Alexander Hamilton, really did want to undo the American Revolution, while the British Empire harbored the same desire. Even so, he tried to keep our country out of the European bloodbath by means of an embargo on trade with the belligerents. But that only imposed more hardship on America's export industries, including southern agriculture. Trade, territorial acquisition, strategic logic, and ideology all provided grounds for Madison's War of 1812, a war that America lost, not only as an aggressor, but as a front in the Napoleonic World War, with the Canadians even burning down the original White House. And of course, we didn't get Canada. But that was all propagandized as having made us stronger anyway. It being promulgated that we fought well enough to dispel any notion, in our own mass mind, if not those of the British, that our independence was insecure. And Canada became, if not exactly our hostage, a vulnerable asset the British now knew would be expensive to defend. Yet more than 200 years later, Donald Trump likes to speak of Canada as fated to become our 51st state. Although if he gets his way, Greenland will become a United States territory first. Trump believes Canada depends as much on us today, both strategically and economically, as much as it ever did on the British Empire. So why shouldn't it be ours, as it once was Great Britain's? Trump's thinking about Greenland resembles the way Americans thought about Canada in the lead-up to the War of 1812, as ill in one respect. Trump sees it, Greenland, as a hole in our security fence. To forestall that, the American Empire has already been the guarantor of Greenland's security since World War II. The Trump talk, so goest. Isn't it a rip-off? If Denmark can extort security subsidies from us forever on the threat of Greenland going undefended, or worse, falling under the influence of a rival? Jefferson had some constitutional qualms about purchasing the Louisiana Territory from France, yet he found the strategic logic irresistible. There is, on the globe, one single spot, the possessor of which is our natural and habitual enemy. It is New Orleans. I'm trying to imitate Jefferson there, but he probably sounded a lot more like Clinton, who was named after him, and they both had a taste for brown sugar. And whether or not Trump feels that way that Jefferson did about Greenland, he's doubtless aware, real estate man that he is, that Greenland's 836,300 square miles exceeds the size of the Louisiana Purchase. It would be the largest single territorial expansion in all American history. Forget the fucking history books. Trump wants to write his legacy on the goddamn map. If it happens, it will not be negotiated. Even before Trump pledged at Davos not to abuse force or tariffs to take his over Greenland, his national defense strategy rendered a war of 2026 a matter of policy. And an even grander problem remains. If Greenland is already a protectorate of ours in all but name, the same is true of Europe as a whole. Sooner or later, the price of accepting the American Empire's protection may be accepting that protection implies sovereignty. And Americans, well, Europeans may decide they'd rather lose Greenland than have to provide for their own defense. Because Trump 2.0 diminished European Union power. The Greenland episode must be a lesson for both Europe and NATO. They can never return to the comforts of asymmetric reliance, posturing as partnership. One big loser under Trump 2.0 has been the European Union. The second Trump maladministration has challenged the European Union's hard-won market indispensability and forced it into a defensive posture. Despite its enormous consumer market, the Eurobloc has failed to fully exercise its strengths over the past year, and its global influence has receded. And that's largely due to 3 critical or crucial weaknesses: institutional barriers and United States dependencies hinder the European Union's trade leverage. Despite the European Union possessing a far larger domestic market than the Empire of Japan, in its trade negotiations with the Trump maladministration, the European Union only managed to achieve a similar outcome, matching Japan's tariff level of 15%, listing comparable categories of imports and pledging nearly an equivalent amount of strategic investments. As Kazuto Suzuki, the director of the Institute of Geoeconomics, wrote in the Japan Times recently, the geoeconomic weight that a certain country has is a combination of 3 factors, namely strategic autonomy, indispensability of goods, and indispensability of market. Yet despite the European Union's enormous consumer market, historically used for exerting market power toward third countries, the political and economic union has failed to fully exercise its strengths since the start of the second Trump maladministration in January, and its global influence has since receded. But on Greenland, Europe stood up. Trump blinked, and the European Union learned a lesson. For some in the oft-fractured European Union, Trump's retreat on the Arctic territory proves that retaliation, not conciliation, is the answer to his hardball tactics. Granted, it would be nice to think that Donald Trump's lunge for Greenland was just a bad dream. For more than 75 years, the fondest dream of Russian strategy has been to divide Western Europe from the American Empire and break the NATO alliance. That is now a probability as President Trump presses his campaign to capture Greenland, no matter what the locals or its Denmark owner thinks. He's since taken war and tariffs off the table as a means of getting what he wants, settling for a framework of a future deal, at least for now. But his attempted land grab has done lasting damage. In a bemusing case of MAGA versus MEGA, or Make Europe Great Again, Donald Trump's bullying is irritating his European populist chums. French and German nationalists are not happy with America's grab for Greenland. On Saturday of last weekend, Mr. Trump threatened to impose a 10% tariff starting February 1st on a handful of European countries that have opposed his attempt to obtain United States sovereignty over Greenland. The tariff would jump to 25% on June 1st. Presumably, this tariff would come on top of the rates Mr. Trump already negotiated in trade deals last year, 10% for Great Britain, 15% for the European Union. After President Donald Trump abused his bully pulpit in Davos, Switzerland to demand the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, and then backed down on the very same day, many officials there have seen the lesson for the European Union. Pushing back works. President Donald Trump has stepped back from his most explicit threats over Greenland. At Davos on Wednesday midweek, he ruled out military misaction and dropped plans for tariffs against European allies. That retreat must not be mistaken for closure. The president has not abandoned his determination to acquire Greenland. He has merely adjusted his tactics. The episode matters because it crossed a line that can never be uncrossed. The most powerful member of NATO openly challenged the territorial integrity sovereignty, and political agency of another, even without force or sanctions. That breach alone weakens the alliance in a lasting way. The easing of immediate pressure does not close the matter. It sharpens the question of what Europe learns and whether it is willing to act thereon. As for Trump's rationales, from the moment Trump revived his long-standing interest in Grönland, early in his second midterm, a loose coalition of advisors, officials, and business figures set about presenting the idea as strategic realism rather than imperial whim. They argued that the United States had compelling reasons to want the world's largest super island more firmly under its control. There was the economic promise. Grönland is rich in critical minerals, including rare earths essential for clean energy, defense production, and advanced manufacturing. It sits astride emerging Arctic sea routes. Some American advocates speaking of new subsea data cables and energy-hungry data centers powered by Arctic renewables. The reality turns out to be far less enticing. Grönland has almost no industrial infrastructure. Exploiting its resources at scale will require decades of investment in roads, ports, power generation, and aerofields, all at immense cost. More importantly, neither Denmark nor Grönland has ever closed the door to foreign investment or cooperation. On the contrary, both have signaled openness to licensing, joint ventures, and regulatory coordination, making annexation economically unnecessary. That may explain why the economic argument has quietly receded from official American rhetoric. The security rationale has endured longer. Initially, it was diffuse, invoking Red China's self-declared status as a near-Arctic state, and the revanchist and revisionist Russian empire's expanding military footprint in the high north, ignoring the fact that the real China threat in the Arctic today is not in Grönland, but in Alaska. Over time, this argument hardened into a more coherent narrative. The United States must act preemptively to prevent Red China from establishing a lasting foothold in Grönland 10 years from now, which could threaten American hemispherical interests. Europeans have, over the course of the past year, engaged with this argument on its merits. Within NATO, allies have worked to sharpen the alliance's Arctic focus. Finland's and Sweden's accession has transformed the strategic map of the High North, while Allied planners have stepped up exercises, contingency planning, and coordination around Arctic and North Atlantic security, including the protection of sea lines of communication, what are called SLOCs, SLOCs, sea lines of communication and undersea infrastructure. Against this backdrop, officials have floated the idea of an Arctic Sentry mission, modeled loosely on NATO's air and maritime policing operations, as a way to provide surveillance and presence without permanent basing. The discussion reflects a broader shift. Arctic security has moved from a peripheral concern to a standing item in NATO's threat assessments, broadly in line with long-standing American priorities. Denmark, for its part, has acknowledged, post-World War III complacency. After Cold War status report there, by raising defense spending to 3.5% of gross domestic product. And Denmark invested $13.7 billion in Arctic security in the past year alone. A sizable portion of that money is flowing to American defense firms. Grönland itself is tightening foreign investment screening and putting as much distance as it can between its own economy and that of the Communist Chinese Empire. Anticipating United States pushback that neither Denmark nor NATO could be trusted to secure American interests in the Arctic, Copenhagen and Nuuk made clear that Washington was welcome to expand its military presence on the subcontinental superisland. After the end of World War II, America operated 17 facilities there. Today it has one. A 1951 defense treaty already grants Washington broad access. If the Grönland dispute were truly about Arctic security, all this should have eased tensions. Instead, it did the opposite. European troop deployments, framed as a contribution to Arctic security and coordinated with the United States military, but at the same time clearly sending a subtle message to Washington, were recast by Trump as provocations. Tariff threats followed. The pattern suggests that the problem is not insufficient reassurance, but the absence of a negotiable policy demand. So, what is this all about? What this is really about, at this point, the simpler explanation fits better. The president wants Grönland, not because it solves any defined security problem, but because it satisfies a purely personal impulse. Territory as legacy. Sovereignty as real estate. At Davos, Trump claimed, psychologically, to defend Grönland, the United States needs to own it. Acquiring Grönland would place him in a line of American presidents who expanded the American empire's map, or the United States stain upon that map. That ambition collides directly with the only red lines Denmark, Grönland itself, and Europe have drawn: territorial integrity and self-determination. Grönlanders have been unequivocal. Polls prove overwhelming opposition to American annexation. The largest mass demonstrations in the subcontinental superisland's Arctic history have taken place, echoed by protests in Copenhagen. Yet the White House showed no interest in de-escalation, compromise, or procedural off-ramps. Offers of cooperation have been completely ignored. Concessions are met with escalation. This is a crisis sans precedent. Transatlantic relations have endured severe strains before. NATO allies have clashed over Turkey's invasion of Cyprus. There have been repeated confrontations between Turkey and Hellas, or Greece, in the Aegean, and the Cod Wars between Great Britain and Iceland. But this episode is different in kind. For the first, the alliance's leading power is openly questioning the territorial integrity of another member state. Even if military action remains unlikely, the implications are corrosive. An alliance built on collective defense cannot function normally if its most powerful member and designated primary security guarantor treats borders as bargaining chips. Over the course of the past 14 nights, that's the Alden English for 14 nights, a fortnight, or 12 weeks, European officials began to say so, using unprecedented language, once reserved for adversaries, not allies. That alone is a measure of how far the transatlantic relationship has deteriorated. This brings us to the dangers of pushback. and the dangers of restraint. United States Democrats have urged Europeans to stand up to Trump, perhaps seeking an outlet for their own sense of powerlessness and frustration and insisting that things could not possibly get worse than they already are. Of course they can. Economic conflict with the United States would be exceedingly painful for Europe. Tariffs would disrupt supply chains, raise prices, and slow growth. And tariffs sit at the lower end of America's escalation ladder. Washington's real advantage lies in its ability to extend economic pressure into finance, technology, and the dollar-centered financial system, areas where Europe is more vulnerable and has fewer credible countermeasures. But Europe's greatest vulnerability is not economic, but strategic. Its security and defense still depend heavily on American assets. Over the past year, European governments have invested immense diplomatic effort, enormous financial resources, and no small measure of pride and dignity in preventing transatlantic escalation. Across the 5 years Trump has been president, the United States has not withdrawn from the alliance or dismantled its European force posture. A week in which Europeans considered ending their strategy of endless appeasement raises an uncomfortable question. Is America's continued presence in NATO the result of European diplomacy, or did the United States force posture in Europe barely waver because the President and United States institutions, American institutions, themselves, have little appetite for withdrawal? Trump's performance at Davos strongly suggests that the latter is true. NATO offers Trump leverage, visibility, and ready-made stages for performance. Trump feels ownership and pride of the United States' role in the alliance. Congress has drawn firm red lines around membership, and even skeptics within the maladministration recognize that walking away from NATO would carry high domestic political costs. The president called Grönland a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, blatantly dismissing the concerns and agency of its inhabitants. He suggested that he was owed the island, owed an entire subcontinental super island for his contributions to NATO. At the same time, Trump appeared confused that Europeans went from calling me daddy the last time to now thinking he was a terrible human being. This confusion, as ill, is the result of a year's worth of unbased flattery. Trump's record offers mixed lessons. He is unpredictable. He sometimes doubles down. But he is also sensitive to cost, especially when it shows up in markets, business sentiment, and Republican political prospects. Trump tends to squeeze those he perceives as weak and recalibrates when resistance becomes expensive. Pushback does not guarantee success, but submission guarantees continued squeezing. So warned the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney at Davos on Tuesday of the week before last. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. Europe's predicament over Grönland the week before last fitted that description uncomfortably well. Now, as to where Europe actually has leverage. Well, it mattered that Trump initially chose to threaten Europeans with tariffs. Had he tied Greenland to Ukrainian negotiations, hinted at immediate military withdrawal from Europe, or refused to take military action against the island off the table, the continent, the super peninsular subcontinent of Europe, would have been on far shakier ground. Instead, Trump shifted the contest into a domain where Europe has leverage, then retreated when costs loomed. The European Union remains the world's largest trading bloc, with regulatory reach and market weight that few partners can ignore. Yet, it has long hesitated to deploy that power against Washington. In this case, it did not even need to act. The possibility of a transatlantic rupture was enough to influence markets and change the calculus in Washington itself. That outcome should be read as a warning, not a comfort. Europe avoided escalation, but it did so without resolving the deeper problem: uncertainty about whether it would ever be willing to use its own instruments. The most relevant of these instruments, discussed in the past fortnight, literally 12 weeks, is the ACI, the anti-coercion instrument, adopted in 2023 and designed precisely to respond to attempts to extract political concessions through economic pressure. It might have allowed the European Union to respond collectively, using qualified majority voting, without the need for unanimity. But the European debate in recent days revealed familiar hesitations and divisions. Some leaders, including le French President Emmanuel Macron, argued that the European Union should activate the ACI to signal resolve, while others, such as the Italiano Prime Ministress Giorgia Meloni, worried about escalation, illustrating how self-imposed restraint and disunity remains Europe's main brake. In fact, the political conditions for greater unity were stronger than oft assumed. Even far-right European parties struggled to defend coercion against Greenland. The tariff threat also pushed Great Britain and the European Union closer together, reinforcing shared interests on trade and sovereignty. The problem was not any lack of common ground, but reluctance to stand there upon it. Europe's leverage worked this time without being used. That will not always be the case. Deterrence depends on clarity as much as capacity. Talking up the ACI as a powerful deterrent while never deploying it risks draining its credibility. Unless European leaders agree among themselves the red lines that trigger collective tools, restraint will continue to look less like responsibility and more like vulnerability. Notice the term responsibility is a conflation of response and ability. We're now faced with a question of precedent and trust. Even though this chapter in the confrontation over Greenland is moving toward a diplomatic climb down, the damage will not be easily undone. Some NATO leaders, having gone through bouts of existential angst last spring, only to emerge intact after the Hague summit, now speak with a kind of hardened realism. They say the transatlantic alliance may simply have to weather an unprecedented crisis every 6 months. That may be a workable rule of thumb for crises management, but it is a fragile basis for trust. Denmark and Greenland have been explicit that the United States already enjoys everything it has ever asked for on the subcontinental superisland. Existing treaties grant broad access including the right to build new military facilities. A creative solution to the president's demands may be to allow the United States to claim sovereignty only over certain patches of land to build military bases. But allowing a foreign power to position forces on one's territory ultimately rests on trust and restraint. That trust has been shaken irreparably. Even if tensions ever ease, the episode leaves a mark. An alliance can survive repeated shocks, but each one raises the threshold to restore confidence. Europeans did not have to make a decision this week about retaliation, but they must use this episode to reflect on the fact that fragmentation carries its own costs. When Europe cannot speak clearly about its red lines, it invites testing. Pressure does not need to succeed to be repeated. It only needs to go unanswered. Ultimately, the deeper lesson of Greenland and the many humiliations of the past year is that Europe's vulnerability lies in its dependence on these United States. Economic tools can raise costs at the margin. They cannot substitute for power. European leaders face a more consequential task: building the foundations of autonomy that were allowed to erode. That means investing seriously in military capability, integrating defense planning and procurement, diversifying trade partners, and reducing exposure in critical economic domains, from energy and technology to finance and supply chains. There can be no return to the comforts of asymmetric reliance dressed up as partnership. Greenland must be treated as precedent, not aberration. The immediate threat has receded, but the underlying reality remains. Europe is dealing with an ally willing to test boundaries, probe weakness, and then turn dependence into leverage. In response, Europe must pair greater unity and clarity about its red lines with sustained efforts to reduce the vulnerabilities that make coercion effective in the first. That means building military capacity, strengthening industrial and economic resilience, and ensuring that restraint is a choice rather than a necessity. Without that shift, Europe will remain as vulnerable, not because it lacks capacity, but because it has never learned how to use it. We'll be back into the breach on Wednesday. It will be here before you know it. With that, if our man Aristides is animate, he's welcome to say good morning. And let me respond to our dear Brendan Zogit's post. See here. There we go. Hopefully that sticks. And with that, if anyone wants to put anything into the chat, enter it now so it can upload with the transmission. And I will tend to my voice and get myself some much needed rest before taking off for tomorrow. Most blessed be. Same time, same place. Wednesday night this week.